welcome here.
What's wrong? Something on your mind?
No, I just fell. I don't like the horns on my head anymore. Why am I different?
You don't have to live the same life as they do. You have your own fate.
Didn't we tell you not to come here?
I'm not a monster!
Beat him up! Get rid of him!
Why do you always play this song?
This is a tune from our homeland. When we hear it, it reminds us of where we come from and who we are, so we don't become lost.
Grandpa. Grandpa.
You must keep walking. The road ahead is long.
You hear that? Your ancestors are crying for you.
My child, we are not crying. Dragons don't cry. This is our war song.
Our war song. From this moment on, Wherever I go, the dragon shall roar, for it will become their home. Grandpa, I will keep walking.
Ready, set, go.
لحظات البداية عاشت معنا. كنا نحسبها وقت للتسلية بس، نحسبها بس ذكريات.
عبود أعطي أختك اليد يا ولد.
ابتكرنا فيها ابتكارات، وإذا بغينا قلبناها خرافات. كنا نحسبها بس لمة وصحبة وسهرات،
انتبه نوب ترى نوب.
لكن كنا نشوف عالم ما حد يشوفه.
ليت يشغل وقته بشيء يفيده.
الله عليك على اليد سود.
عالم كبر وعاش فينا، عالم الحماس فيه يوصلك كل مرة لحلم أصعب، بس ما يصعب عليك. بارد معك وين ما تروح.
Welcome to the literal roundtable, where I have the pleasure of having the players from Team Boom with me, Arise and Dragon. Welcome, guys. How are we feeling today?
Feeling great because I sleep 8 hours.
That's more than... Right, you did win the SEA qualifiers yesterday. Up until yesterday, we didn't know if we would see you at the Esports World Cup, but now we have the pleasure of having you. Tell me about the experience going through the finals of the qualifiers. Was it easy for you, or did you have any struggles?
We're beating some teams, some strong teams in the screen. So for me, I think it's an easy win.
We had a little bit struggle because before coming to the qualifier, we had a really bad experience in Malaysia, because in TIS2, because we dropped early after we are defeated by VKS and Vitality. That's why we are a little bit sad about that. But after that, we really hard work and we come back stronger. And then we were back in our momentum coming from qualifying and beating our team.
You are going to meet both VKS and Vitality in this tournament. Do you think you're gonna have your revenge this time?
If we met on the playoffs, then we're gonna surely crush them.
We hope that VKS and Vitality go to playoffs because we want to meet them there. We are working so hard to go to playoffs too so that we can take revenge on them.
Can you tell me a little bit about your team? How are you guys? Because you have the players, you have the coach, you have some other staff, I assume. Are you all on good terms? What is the energy in the team?
For me, I think for the team, I think what matters the most is the outside the game, like how you treat your team. It's like you need to treat him like a family. So in game, you can synchronize your strategy and your moves.
Yeah,
That's what's most important for me.
it's all about friendship. Yeah, because the more you have connection with your teammates, the more you understand each other and inside the game. If you had a bonding outside the game, it's really easy to communicate and connect with the teammates.
And how much time do you guys spend outside of streams and pro games?
I mean, if we're going to lunch, I mean, we're going to eat together. Because some other teams don't eat together, but we teams are going to eat together.
Is it important for you?
I mean, for me, it's important because we build a bond that it's also important in game.
Yeah, we had a lot of time together because before going here, we live in the same roof.
How hard is it? Not even living all together, but the fact that you have to play the game all day long. It has to be pretty hard.
Not really, because when you love the game, it seems not really tired because you're enjoying the game the more you play. Yeah, that's why I don't feel pressured and tired playing the game. Yeah, because I love the game.
It's the same for you?
For me, it's a mix because it's hard because there's a expectation, especially you are a pro player. You need to become the best of the best, especially in your country. But at the same time, it's fun because you're enjoying what you're doing, because I'm enjoying what I'm doing.
Looking at Esports World Cup, what is the team that maybe you feel a little worried about playing against?
Probably KPL Dream Team because they are the best, and we had watched their game a lot of times. Yeah, we learn from them. We always watch their match in KPL, and we're studying and we're applying what they do because they playing the game for so long. That's why they are the team that good to base our understanding of the game. So
For me, KPL Dream Team and LGD, because they play so good and they are strong team.
Do you think you can beat them?
Yeah. I think we can.
Yeah, we can.
But honest.
We are screaming with them.
Hopefully.
Can you look at yourselves back when you had your first ever LAN event? Were you nervous? Was it different for you back then compared to now?
I think it's normal to feel nervous, especially when you're in big stage. But the thing is, you need to deal with it. It's how you deal with it. That pressured feeling, I just ignore it.
Dragon, what about you?
Yeah, it's normal to be nervous. But at the same time, I feel excited meeting all the players around the world. Like, it is my dream to compete against other teams that is stronger than us. I mean, we are the underdogs of the tournament.
Guys, I gotta ask you though, because you told me you've been playing together as a team for so long.
Yeah.
How much improvement do you see in yourselves and in your team in general since you started playing together?
We actually improved a lot since our first match in KW until Asian Games, then KIS to here, From KIS to Malaysia, in there, I think we're not very confident on our game. But now, I can see the improvement after that tournament in KIS Malaysia. Because after that tournament, every one of us reflect on that game. Then, in our practice game after that, we won a lot of teams around. Maybe I can tell the teams, but I see improvement a lot.
Maybe some Malaysian teams, because Malaysian teams are strong.
Stronger in the most strongest in Southeast Asia.
Yeah. do you as pro players have any tips for people who are just starting in the game or maybe want to improve?
It's okay to make some error, so don't be frustrated if you make some error. But the thing is, you just need to try some things until you be good.
You just need to love what you're doing so that you will not get tired and continue to keep growing every time you play. So that would be your inspiration to commit to your dreams.
You speak with so much love about the game, about Honor of Kings. Can you tell me what exactly you love about the game so much?
The Honor of Kings is different from other MOBA because in other MOBA it's all about solo playing like that. But in Honor of Kings, I can feel that you need to cooperate with your team because it is a team game. You can't win by yourself. That's why it is different from other MOBA. That's why I love the game because it composed of 5 players to win.
The good thing about Honor of Kings is that you need to connect with the team because you can carry the game alone even if you get so much lead. You can carry if you don't get synchronized with your 4 teammates. You need to communicate what you are going to do. You're going to win if you do that.
Thank you so much, guys, and I can only wish you most of the luck in the upcoming tournament.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Ladies and gentlemen, kings and queens, welcome to Honor of Kings.
Honor 200 series. The best portrait phone, AI empowered. Studio level, AI portrait camera. 3 hardcore portrait modes. Color, vibrant and classic to capture portraits that truly stand out. AI empowered magic portal. Snapdragon 8S Gen 3 AI chipset. 5,200 milliampere per hour silicon carbon battery, 100 watt, Honor Supercharge. This is Honor 200 series.
You ever wondered how a Hollywood movie is shot? On a Sony. You review it on a Sony. And how do you make that sound epic? You record it on a Sony. Lunch break on a Sony. So why wouldn't you watch it on a Bravia by Sony?
Have you got what it takes to get to the top? It doesn't matter how high you climb. To reach the top, even the biggest champ needs a break. So you can recharge, dive back in, and dominate. Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
Good to have you here. Welcome to the Boulevard. This is very hot right now, but when the sun sets down, this place becomes the beating heart of the city of Riyadh. But we're here for another reason, because today is day number 2 of the Honor of Kings Invitational Midseason, where we will have to say goodbye to 4 teams, but 8 of them will continue all the way into the playoffs and will fight for honor and for the crown.
We the Kings, it's our honor showtime.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to day 2 of the Honor of Kings Invitational Mid-Season. We're celebrating the Esports World Cup right over here in Riyadh in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. I'm your host for this tournament, Isaac Peña. Join with me, Holler King Tofu.
That's right, it's your favorite kind of tofu. Am I excited to get this day started? Holler, how about you?
Oh, I'm super excited. I mean, 4 teams are going to go home today. We're going to find out who moves on.
And who moves on, it's just all depending on our system. And if you did not know how we're going to crown our champion, here's a short video to get you up to speed.
Get ready for the highly anticipated Honor of Kings Invitational mid-season at Esports World Cup. The top 12 teams from the qualifiers and the invited teams are set to converge in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia for a live showdown from August the 1st to August the 4th, all vying for their share of a massive $3 million prize pool. Let's dive into how the tournament will unfold. The tournament kicks off with an intense group stage over the first 2 days featuring 30 matches. The 12 teams will be split into 2 groups of 6, battling it out in a round-robin format with best-of-1 matches. Each group will compete in 15 matches to determine the top 4 teams advancing through to the knockouts. The excitement intensifies as we head into the knockouts over the next 2 days, starting with the quarterfinals. The top 8 teams from the group stages will compete in a best-of-3 single elimination format. The winner of each of these matches advances to the semi-finals the following day to face their opponents in a best-of-5. The semi-final winners will then face off in the finals, where the ultimate victor will be crowned champion, claiming the trophy and eternal glory. Additionally, the champion will have the opportunity to smash 3 of their rival keys and add them to their trophy. Mark your calendars for August the 1st and don't miss out a moment of action as your favorite teams go head-to-head in a live competition on stage.
Lads, yesterday during 15 amazing BO1s, we had electrifying activities, great gameplay, BO1s, BO3, BO5s, all the way here in these group stages, all the way until the finals. What is the main difference between BO1s, BO3s, and BO5s?
I mean, there's a lot of strategy in mind, right? The BO3 and BO5, you have like counter picks. You can kind of, you evolve throughout that competition, through that series. But in the best of one, everything goes.
That's right. So you get to have the killing blow, but you have to think through a little bit more in the BO3s and the BO5s. It really comes down to that big strategy. What's the overarching view you have of your opponent?
You need to have a strat, man, if you want to go home with that $1 million US, if you want to be the champion. A total amount of $3 million right over here, $1 million for the champs.
Yeah, $1 million. What kind of things would you do with that bank, man?
I can't tell you this in public. I think I might get in trouble, but it's one of those things
We're going to keep that conversation.
Yeah. We'll take this one offline.
Amazing, man. It's just great energy that we have had yesterday. Amazing gameplay, and we have come here and get our top 5 plays brought to you by Aramco.
Right, so top 5 plays is going to be really interesting. It's going to be the first one.
First one right over here, man. The way that Fly comes in. I know that most people are just thinking about how Ogren is just taking all the kills, but actually the way that Fly started the whole fight, that was precious.
Yep, and this was the opening game of yesterday, so this was a very strong display, and the standard set by the KPL Dream Team of how games will have gone for the rest of the day.
Yeah, and KPL, it was one of those things where they were playing for the first time on the international stage. How were they going to play? And it looks like they had no rust. They knew what they were going to do, and they just completely dominated that first game.
Completely dominated indeed, the same as LPS right over here against Boom.
The Brazilian Kings doing so well for themselves, really working out the strategy to win this best of one very cleanly.
Yeah, very clean. I mean, no real chance. Boom Esports right now, they were on the defensive from the beginning, and they were just kind of reacting to what Loops was doing in that game. Very difficult game for them. Boom Esports really, they kind of need to step things up. I'm kind of worried about them going to this tournament here.
Stepping things up right over here, Team Secret and LGD Gaming.
Yeah, this was the spicy one of yesterday, and boy, did LGD entertain. Putting the Da Xiao back into the shelf here, you know, Team Secret has to show up somehow today.
Yeah, a lot of strategy with that one, and it was the Team Secret special, and it looks like LGD had all of the counters for that.
Right over here, KPL Dream Team one more time against Boom Esports right over there next to the Crystal.
Yeah, this was the cherry on top, right? Because this was the fastest game yesterday on the side of KPL Dream Team.
Not even 9 minutes, man. Yeah. That was a complete show.
Yeah, and it was one of those things where it's the highlight reel for the KPL team, because we can kind of see them quite a bit on that one.
And our top play is going to come from LGD against Kagendra.
Yep, this one was spicy. I mean, they put up a fight on the side of Kage, but LGD was just too strong.
Too strong, too smart. They were completely baiting them out, especially in this team fight, which ultimately ended the game. LGD playing with their food almost, and Kagendra, they thought they had an advantage. Look at them. They're now on the run, and they got completely wiped out.
And that was it, man. That was the last push that LGD needed just to take the crystal and just to take the dub. Kagendra thought that they could counter, but no. It was just lights out for them.
Yep, so that sets the tone for today. That's a lot of games we have to go through with all the different teams for the rest of, what, 4 or 5 hours?
Yeah, exactly. Thank you to Aramco for bringing us the top 5 plays from yesterday. And the players were actually really alive. They were feeling a lot of nerves, man. Like, they won. And we have over here the top reactions brought to you by Doritos.
Yep, can you imagine coming all the way here into the kingdom and having a play in front of a huge crowd?
Yeah, I don't know if it can. I mean, but look at these guys. They're completely, the camaraderie's there, the seriousness. I mean, the ecstaticness. Like, he was incredibly happy. Everybody was on another level in terms of just making sure that they were showing up and having a great time on this group stage.
Yep, and if you felt that they were locked in yesterday, boy, do I have some news for you. Today, they're gonna be in the zone.
I hope that they're gonna be in the zone, man, because I just want more of these reactions. Today is do or die, man. You either are gonna end up laughing or you're gonna end up crying.
Yep, I mean, it's the stakes are high. So what kind of flavoring do you like your steaks?
Well, Dorito flavored for sure. I mean, that's definitely gonna help me out, no?
That is gonna help you out for sure, man. That is going to help you out for sure. Thank you very much to Doritos for bringing us the top reactions of yesterday. We had 15 BO1s, and that set us up to how Group A and Group B are looking on the stands, right? We're gonna start first with Group B. KPL Dream Team, Weibo Gaming, 3 games, 3 dubs.
Yep, this was surprising, right? So KPL Dream Team with the performance, we already know how they operate. But Weibo Gaming coming out 3-0. That's a huge one for today.
Yeah, I was kind of not really expecting a 3-0 from Weibo. And some of the games, they were definitely playing from behind. So the fact that they were able to kind of come back and to make sure that put a statement on their name, so to speak, by going 3-0 speaks volumes about this team.
Like, nobody was expecting this, right? And their hero picks was one of the reasons why they actually were able to turn things around.
Yep, exactly. There was a lot of funneling on the side of Weibo Gaming. And with the help of the Clash lane in the jungle, they funnel all into the farm lane. And when you get the farm lane on the side of Weibo Gaming, all that farm, you know what he does with that money.
Yeah, a lot of money. And Guyu was kind of running with most of that money. He was kind of carrying that team from the Clash lane. He was doing quite well. Very impressive play by him. He had a great day one.
Boys, Weibo is showing up, man. Like, we gotta admit on that. And you can show them some love with the EWC Player Review event. Remember to search for HoK Camp to enter the player review section where you can rate and share your opinions on the participating players. During the event, you can also earn in-game rewards by posting reviews. Head over to HoK Camp now to learn more about the event details. And the fans have been talking a lot about the KPL Dream Team from yesterday, the way that those players have been actually doing this. And that brings us to our match of the day, brought to you by Jamil Motorsports. It's going to be KPL Dream Team against Weibo Gaming.
Yeah, now this is the real test. Okay, so what? Game 1, you got 3-0. That's fine. Now we put you to the real test against Dream Team.
There's going to be a lot of pressure on this one. I think Weibo is going to be comfortable knowing that, hey, no matter really what happens, they're going to advance. But this is going to be a true test in terms of what sort of drafts can we do? What sort of strategies? And we're going to find out all of these different pieces. Weibo Gaming, I'm hoping that they use this as, again, that true test.
Yep, so I'm going to start with the Clash lane. They had a Charlotte yesterday. They had a Dharma as well, right? So this is going to be very important. How do they funnel all of this advantage into their farm lane?
The top lane has been such stand-in, man. Like, it has been really clutch. They really need to do their really best if they want to move forward.
Yeah, no, I think that, you know, they're showing up. I don't know if they're going to beat out in the top seed. That's going to be a very difficult ask going up against KPL. But, you know, again, if you're top 3 going in, I think as Weibo fans, you got to be very happy about that.
We're going to have to wait to see our match of the day between the two of them. Now, let's move to the other group. On Group A, things are a lot tighter. LGD Gaming, 3 games, 3 victories. And then you have a tie. Team Secret, Team Vitality, Vivo Kids Stars. All 2 games, 1 win, 1 loss. Do or die for them.
Yeah, I kind of want to talk about Group A in the sense of maybe the group of mediocrity, because there's a lot of guys that are kind of in middling, but Team Secret is one of those squads that we really need to look into, right? I think that they had that loss against LGD, but it's still a team that, you know, is quite formidable. I think that they should be able to make waves.
Yep, you know, Secret, I think they're still hiding so many cards. It's always been, hey, let's bring the Da Qiao Fuzi out. And is that enough? I don't think so. Today, they need to change it up.
Yeah, and Team Secret was a team that went to China. They were boot camping. They were playing against the other Chinese teams, and they were supposedly ready, but going up against LGD, they didn't show their cards. They didn't do anything different. The draft that they picked was pretty much straight out of S2, so LGD was not caught off guard. They knew how to do it. They picked the new heroes, and they pretty much just dominated that game.
Yep, so tip to the other teams, maybe you want to take a look at Yuhan. I think he is the secret sauce in Team Secret.
Yeah,
Let's wait and see, man. They're going to be fighting against VKS in order to actually move forward, right? That game today is going to be spicy, man.
Yes, VKS, the next team we want to talk about. So VKS, I think, maybe there was some nerves. They were a little bit trigger happy with their skills. I think if they can fix that today, they could be at a much higher level.
Yeah, they did make some misplays. They were kind of, Mena was a little unconventional. He was not to his normal standard of play. But Caesar, on the other hand, he was next level. Again, he's very good on that Arlie, completely dominating that first game, but then they kind of lost in that second game against Vitality, and now they're kind of in a bit of a rut.
And that is the problem, man. Like, already losing against Vitality when you're in a three-way over here, it's gonna put them really on their back foot, man. Team Vitality, on the other hand, like jungle, perfect, fighting, perfect. What else do we have from Team Vitality that could actually put them in that second place?
Well, we need to rewind. It's the Vitality VKS match that put them in this place, right?
Yeah.
So it was a 90 Dharma that kind of destroyed the backlines. Well, kind of the entire team, actually, because with the mantras he had. True enlightenment for the team on the side of VKS. He crushed them. Nadi was doing a great job.
Yeah, doing a great job. And Vitality, this was the bounce-back game that they wanted. They got 5th through 8th place in the Season 2. They definitely wanted to do much better on this one. And, basically it's a statement game going up against VKS.
It's going to be VKS, it's going to be Team Secret, it's going to be Team Vitality that is going to snatch that second place. We still don't know. What we do know is that Team Vitality are one of the few HoK teams that are eligible for club championship points. They're aiming for glory as well as this sweet trophy. If you don't know how the trophy works, take a look.
The Esports World Cup is a unique tournament and will have a very unique trophy system, consisting of keys, game trophies, the club championship trophy, and the totem. Introducing the key. This symbolizes a participant's right to compete in Riyadh. Each team or player will receive a personalized key consisting of the inner key and the outer frame. Winning a competition earns you a game trophy. A champion's key will be inserted inside. The frame will be placed into the totem. A physical block on display in Riyadh, serving as a progress bar of the Esports World Cup. The totem will remain in Riyadh as a chronicle of the Esports World Cup history. Those who get eliminated throughout the competition must give up their keys and see them crushed. Their broken keys will be tossed into the totem and encased in resin, symbolizing those that tried to win but fell short. However, as an additional privilege for winning, each game's champion gets to select 3 opponents' keys to be encased in the base of their trophy as an additional, more personal prize. Losers will go home with their keys replaced with a token that marks where they ended their journey. Witness history unfold at the Esports World Cup.
Okay, so welcome back. Now that was the trophy key system. I want to ask you boys, have you seen the motto on the key? It says, nothing is granted, everything is earned.
Yeah, it's great words to live by, especially in this state where there's so much at stake. I think it's very interesting because the winner taking home trophies, like for myself personally, I would take those as the winner and I would put it as a doormat.
Oh my gosh, everything is just on the line. Right now, the club championship has a new update. Quickshot is going to be talking us through that one. Let's see that.
Hello everybody, Quickshot here from EWC Central. Today, the group stage of Honor of Kings Invitational Midseason will conclude. So let's check out how it will impact the rankings in the EWC Club Championship Update, brought to you by STC. Now to start with for the HoK standings here in Group A, LGD Gaming has been undefeated throughout day 1 and a playoffs finish is a much necessary conclusion for this club. They only have one other team competing here in Riyadh, so both of these teams need to finish in the top 8 to be eligible for the club championship and a shot at the prize money. Over in Group B, Weibo Gaming has a total of 4 teams in Riyadh. So getting their first points on the board would be a good start for the club, but they need to contend with the KPL Dream Team. Now, they will not be eligible for the club championship as they have no other teams at EWC. Crucially, in Group B, Team Falcons are struggling. They may be in trouble, but when you look at the top of the table, they're currently in the lead with 3,500 points. This could see their team eliminated from HoK Invitational mid-season, but with the current lead and many more teams left in the EWC events, they are probably looking likely to take it. Will anybody be able to upset Team Falcons when the other squads catch up? You'll have to find out, and the place to find out will be here on EWC Central. For more updates on that club championship, as well as all the other games, as well as teaching mini games, and just hanging out for a good time, you can join us every Thursday to Sunday from 4 until 8. Twitch.tv/EWC. That does it from me and the EWC Club Championship update brought to you by STC.
Team Falcons locking in, man. He got it locked. In terms of the club championship right now, they've got such a gigantic lead.
Yeah, man, it's a huge amount of money. I would like that bank, man.
Yeah, of course, 7 million.
Yeah, I don't think they're sharing, by the way, but it's still one of those things where they still have a chance. This is the local team. Obviously, we've seen, the audience. We went to the stage the other day, and we just saw how much support that they have. And Team Falcons, their HQ is right next by. It's one of those things where a lot of the supporters are there, but can the team really step up today?
Team Falcons are going to have an opportunity today just to keep counting more and more and more points, as they're going to have their first match against Boom Esports, right? We can see over there on your screen, Stream A and Stream B, we're gonna have 15 more games. And in case of a tie, we're gonna have tiebreakers right after all that. Lots of emotions for you guys to be over here online. But let's move on to the first game, man. Team Falcons against Boom Esports.
Yeah, it's going to be a spicy one because both of them have pretty high stakes in this. They want to get some points on board. If I'm not wrong, Boom did not win a single game yesterday.
Yeah, they didn't win a single one. They snuck in, so to speak. They got that 3-0 in the RRQ and the SEA showdown, so that's what got them here. But their presence or their performance yesterday, not great. They're 0-3. They are on the bottom looking up. Very difficult situation for Boom Esports.
I like the way they're walking in, though. That's a walk of confidence. At least, they have some foundation to start.
The problem in here, man, is that whoever that loses this game is going to be our first team eliminated. Because mathematically, not being able to take one more win in here is just going to kick them out of the tournament.
Yeah, and it's painful, right? Imagine your key getting crushed right at the second day. That's a painful experience.
Yeah, road to the airport directly. Do not go past go. Do not collect $200. Go directly to jail. Unfortunately for them, they might be in that situation. Not a great situation for either of these teams.
Boys, let's talk about this. Let's be realistic. For them, it's a learning experience.
Oh, for sure.
They come here, they're going to get more experience. It's important for them to learn.
Yep.
STC play predictions. Let's predict what's going to happen. Who do you guys believe is going to win?
I actually think Falcons learn really fast, so I'm going to go with Falcons.
I was going to go with Falcons. All right, just to make it interesting, I'm going to go with Boom Esports. I wasn't too impressed with their play yesterday, but again, I think we just need that divide, so to speak, and I'm going to go with Boom Esports.
I'm going to go Boom Esports as well.
Boom.
I'm going to go Boom Esports as well because yesterday, after seeing them playing and after looking at the fans, they've got a gigantic fan base right now that they're really rooting for them. Back home, everyone's got their hope on the fact that they're going to make it through, and I hope that they're not going to make their fans just a little bit sadder, man. Well, 15 seconds for us to move to the Amazon Arena. We're going to start our 15 games of the day. The stage is set, the lights are on, the players are ready. What about if we go to the Amazon Arena?
Ladies and gentlemen, viewers around the world, أعزائي المشاهدين والحضور, welcome to the second day of Honor of Kings Invitational Midseason, happening right here at the Amazon Arena, Esports World Cup, Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, Riyadh. I'm Bara Abdallah, along with the very talented and beautiful Sky. How are you?
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen from all over the world. It's my honor again for the second day of our group stages to standing right here. I'm feeling excited, but at the same time a little bit sad because today we have to say goodbye for 4 teams in total because we only have 8 seats left in the playoffs.
You got that right, and I think we are definitely ready for the first match. We're gonna see some Kings rising and Empires clashing. You ready, Sky?
I think the both teams are ready for this. Let's get the party started. Let's welcome, give it up to Team Boom Esports. I think one night is more than enough for Boom to get everything ready. They're ready to take down their enemies.
Let's see what's gonna happen in this match against their challenger. Here comes Team Falcons. Team Falcons are ready to fly with victory. This is gonna be a survival match, right, Sky?
It's super important because none of the teams have been experienced a taste of victory so far. So this is it, do or die. You have to earn this because nothing is granted. It has to be earned, right?
You got that right. And more details with our amazing talents at the studio. Ready, Sky? On 3, 2, 1, yalla.
Welcome everyone, my name is Stuart. Joining me for the first 6 games of today is Blam, and as the analyst said, it is do or die for our teams here at the Honor of Kings Invitational mid-season. The first series of the day, as you saw, Boom Esports against Falcons. Both of these teams at the moment, Blam, currently sitting at the bottom of the standings, Boom 0-3, Team Falcons 0-2. This might actually be the most important game of today.
Yes, definitely. In terms of standings, and I think it's more important for Boom because, like you said, they are 0-3. Falcons still have a little bit of a wiggle room there. If they lose this one but pick up 2 victories a little bit later on, they could still potentially see themselves either into top 4 or tiebreaker.
Yeah, that's the big thing is that, as you mentioned, Falcons still have to play AG Global later, which is also going to be a very, very big game, which is going to be happening on the B stream. Of course, we have loads of games on the A stream and also on the B stream as well at the same time. But Falcons yesterday was on the stage for game number 1 as well, was the opening game of day number 1. They're hoping for a better performance this time. Against the KPL Dream Team, it was a little bit of a struggle, but here we go, starting off the draft. Things are Falcons banning away that Athena. We did see it against Boom. It didn't work out very well, but this is something that every team is banning away against Boom.
Yes, I mean, this is definitely the opposite side of the spectrum when it comes to first games of the day. They just got against the KPL Dream Team, and now they're against Boom, which is kind of still now sitting in that same kind of bracket as Team Falcons right now. But yes, the Ali being that insta-lock, we were speaking volumes of this yesterday, that even though Lung was a hero that is new and comes through, people still want that Ali as the priority pick. And we see the Mai and the Chow getting banned through there. But Zhang Fei for Clue is huge, and we've seen Nabil go on the Lady Shen yesterday.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, Zhang Fei, we haven't seen too much of. A lot of players have been prioritizing the Lian Po over the Zhang Fei, trying to go for more crowd control with the Lian Po. But as you mentioned with Ali, one of only 3 heroes yesterday that had 100% pick and ban rate. The other 2 heroes, Dolia and Lady Shen. Dolia being banned away this time around, but we still have the Lady Shen, as you mentioned, on the bill, and also we have the Ali on the side of Boom. So no long again. So a lot of these teams prioritizing Ali again is probably for more comfort, but the first round of picks have been finished, which means we're going to the second ban phase, and a lot of Clash laners are being banned. The Main banned away, the Elaine banned away, so Wawa and Miggy are going to have to try and go lower down in their champion pool to try and find some other picks up their sleeve.
Yeah, I mean, we've still got the likes of the Byron to come through. They could still go for the Lian Po in the top, and there goes Dharma as well. So As you were saying, Stu, that pool in the Clash lane is looking mightily low, but Miji still has his Charlotte available. Whether Wawa takes that from him first is yet to be seen, but I can imagine Wawa going on something more like a Byron, just having a little bit more of a brutal engage hero alongside as the Zhang Fei, and it looks like we were right.
Yeah, 100%. You're going to be seeing the Byron, very aggressive, very early game hero that's going to be trying to get the priority in the early game, trying to roam around, help the jungler out ever so slightly. And as you mentioned, maybe the Charlotte being picked, but the Sun Tzu actually going to be the hover and is going to be locked in. We have been seeing team competitions like Boom Esports are going for a lot of crowd control, a lot of setup potential, a lot of ease of access as well, I think, at the same time. I think some of these teams are going towards some of these, I guess you could say, quote-unquote, easier heroes that you can land crowd control, that can set up the play. And Sun Tzu is one of them great heroes with the ultimate, being able to fly around the map, go around the map in his boat, and being able to set up a lot of the plays with Durendi rounding out our composition.
Yes, the RNG there, so no Lung ban, no Lung pick up, which is super duper interesting. I'm pretty sure if there's any other teams on that stage today, they'll be like, hey, that is my boy, I am taking that from you. But to have the Direnji at the end, rounding out that team comp, is probably a good thing for Falcons because, again, Direnji late game has some great damage potential. But I think that Mutsu pick coming through is all trying to mitigate that Byron engage, because if we can land those skill shots, it kind of slows him in his pace.
100%. I mean, you have the Zhang Fei as well that's also going to jump in. Did also get that change, if you remember, in the recent patch notes as well. When he goes into his bigger form, when he goes into his ulti form, his abilities can now knock up, so now he has even more crowd control for him. So it's a bit of a secondary pick to the Lian Po. But here we go, game number 1 of today, of a lot of games today, and this is probably the most important one. Boom Esports against Falcons. Whoever loses this game is most likely going to be out of the competition. We're going to be seeing our first elimination for today.
Finally, very strange enough, though, that the Orgrin actually wasn't banned by either of these teams either, but still we see counter picks like the Masashi come through, the Mutsu as well. But we may not be waiting too long for some kind of action. And there we go, Nabil getting the first blood onto Boom Dragon. So this is something that I took away from my prep yesterday, that Falcons generally have a great early game. And it's currently showing here with that first blood for Nabil is huge for Team Falcons.
The big thing here is actually Clue starting up in the top side. We don't normally see this a lot from supports. We normally see them starting in the mid lane, trying to get that mid lane priority. But with Lady Shen in the mid lane, with the huge amount of wave clear that she has, it allows the Zhang Fei to start on top side. And you saw, because they got the pushing priority on top side, Sun Tzu was stuck underneath the tower. It allowed Wawa and Clue to roam down into the mid lane. That's exactly what they were able to do to secure that first blood. But as you mentioned, Falcons' early game, even yesterday as well, their game against, I believe it was Loops.
Yes.
They had a really strong early game. They had a really strong gold lead. But when it comes to them team fights, their coordination are just not there yet. So they're going to have to try and improve that in this game.
Yeah, I think with Ray on the Monkey, it's probably going to be a lot more easier for him to get to these team fights, because we saw him on the likes of the Masashi yesterday, where you kind of have to exhaust that dash over the wall, and it means that you don't have as much as a steadier engage after you use it just to clear some sort of terrain. But whereas Monkey, he can circle around, use that ultimate, and he's there. But speaking of Ray, taking a lot of damage there from Dragon in the mid lane. That's something you don't want, as we see Boom and Falcons come through into the mid lane. We see that the Masashi shield does not connect onto the Lady Chen. But again, such great brawls happening from minute 2.
Yeah, really nice flash there from the build to be able to get out the Masashi ultimate. Has to be careful in the bot side as well. Ali dashing in, trying to get a little bit of damage. But this is one thing the Falcons need to be careful of. They need to be careful of this Angela because of that crowd control. Because in the game like Honor of Kings, you don't really have too much in terms of vision. Your vision is just around your hero itself. There is no other ways of getting vision around the map unless you go for the support item. So you do have to be careful when you are playing aggressive, when you are trying to invade and trying to walk through the river. The Angela can be sitting that bush, and she does do an incredible amount of burst damage.
Yeah, if she lands that deadly combo on you, 1, you're slowed, 2, you're CC'd, and then 3, that blazing brilliance just does so much damage, like we saw just in that mid lane onto Ray. But here we are. There is a potential 2v2.
Oh, that's what I was talking about.
Going heavily in Boom's favor. You just called it out there, Stu, that Angela does sit in those bushes, and she is phenomenal, which was a great play by Boom.
Really nice rotation as well by Dragon. I was talking about maybe her sitting in the river, maybe her sitting in the mid lane. I don't think Falcons was expecting her to be sitting in the clash lane. No. But Shashi jumping in with the ultimate is not going to be taking down Ray. But yeah, really nice play from Dragon, being able to take that kill back. And it's actually Boom at the moment that have that 1,000 gold lead. So doing really well with the rotations, grabbing the farm early on. But this is definitely going to be a very, very close back and forth game. Yesterday we saw a lot of teams, a lot of, you could say, stomps in a way. But this one is going to be, the pressure is on for these two teams.
Yes, speaking of pressure, we're seeing a lot of pressure already on the farm lane as we see the first stage of the Tyrant come up. Jizzix is already in the pit of the Tyrant, and we see that Mutsu is trying to keep them away, same as the Sun Tzu as well. But oh, there is a crucial kill there from Team Falcons. But is that going to be a crucial trade here? Because we're already 2-0. It's a 2-1 trade now over to the side of Team Falcons. But we already seen that Sofiane is looking pretty low. Mutsu not quite yet ready to give that kill. And Clue also looking pretty low. Here comes Boom. Dragon in with a blazing brilliance, and then Mutsu picks up another kill onto the Durenji. It is just Wawa alone in that farm lane T1 right now. This could set up the T1 takedown.
Yeah, they suffered a little bit there, Falcons. They were really going for, as you mentioned, that steal onto that Tyrant. They were able to get that steal. They were able to get the bonus damage. But because they had to go super aggressive and try and go for that steal, they were a little bit behind in terms of the tempo. And again, Boom Esports to Angela again, the crowd control that we were talking about during the draft. The Mutsi going over with that long-range stun. Then the Angela stun on top of that as well. Falcons need to be careful of this crowd control. It's so difficult, especially when you're playing these very melee-type heroes, like the Byron, like the Menki, even the Zhang Fei as well. When you're stepping forward, you have to be careful about that crowd control.
Yeah, it's the only problem when you don't have as much range, but to be honest, you've got the Lady Shen, you've got the Durenji, but these are not the ones that are sort of phase checking. They are literally just staying in their lanes. They are farming up, just getting their resources to try and itemize the enemy team. But it looks like that Toshi's able to take that T1, so first turret does go over to the side of Boom Esports, which is now going to really open up that side lane and mean that it's going to be not so much safer for Falcons Sofiane in the bot lane. But here we go, Ray Wawa here on the 2v3 onto Boom Esports. Sunset coming around as well. The boat does come through. Boom taking another kill thanks to the blazing brilliance, and this is going to be a T2 at 6 minutes.
They're really struggling at the moment, Falcons. It's just the grouping at the moment from Boom Esports. Like I said, it's just that ease of the composition, you know, being able to easily get the engages, easily get that first kind of engage onto the side of Falcons. And because they're the first ones that are being proactive, the ones that are actually going in for the engage, Falcons are on the back foot at the moment. You know, that Menki is normally a kind of a late game scaling jungler, has to kind of get a few items, has to be able to get tankier, but needs to get into the mid and late game before he can actually get tanky. And at the moment, nowhere near that point at the moment. So you're seeing the Angela, the burst damage from Dragon at the moment, doing an incredible job.
Yeah, Dragon and Impressive are doing fantastic efforts setting up these engages, and they don't have to be anywhere near these enemy heroes to set them up. They just pop skill 1 and 2, and then the setup's already there, and then allow Miji or allow Jizzix to go in and just clean up with that close quarter combat. We've seen a lot of pressure going onto Sofiane in the back lane, but there we go. Jizzix goes in with the ultimate onto the monkey there, and Sofiane looking pretty low, but Ray takes another L in the team fight. Boom Esports actually 8 kills to 2 right now, and that 23k to 8k goal, 18k goal difference is something the Falcons need to start to worry about.
Falcons have some sort of miscommunication or something at the moment, because we're seeing the likes of Clue and Ray engage, but Wawa is on the opposite side of the map. Now the Bill is going to get caught in the mid lane. It's Boom Esports that are just grouping together as these little bundles, whether it's 4 people, whether it's 3 people, but you're seeing this engage as well. Look at Wawa on the minimap in the top left-hand corner.
Yep.
He's nowhere in sight. He's nowhere near the team, and you're seeing the likes of Ray and also Clue trying to engage, and there's just that little bit of miscommunication, which is so crucial at the moment, because this is a best of 1. We have to remind everyone at home. So you lose this game, it's going to be brutal for the side of Falcons. But for Boom Esports, this can keep their dreams alive.
It could be the saving grace indeed. And like you were saying, Wawa is playing a little bit too far back. You can kind of see where he's coming from. He's trying to sort of hope that the backline gets damaged a little bit. But like we were saying in the earlier game, they don't really have the range into the backline, because it counts on the Zhongfei to get in. It counts on the Monkey to get in. And if they can't get in, then Lady Shen or Dorenji aren't going to be the ones to start that engage. So we already see him there just kind of trying to stalk, and it's just not working out for Falcons. But Boom already looking like they're going to pretty much solidify their place and get their first victory. But Wawa sitting in that brush there, not looking like he wants to clear the minion waves. Toshi's just being given a free T2 there. I'm not too sure what's happening here, Stu.
Yeah, I think Wawa is trying to play the flank at the moment. Wawa's trying to stay on the back line, trying to get a little bit of flank, but the Bill going a bit too far forward again. You can't step that far forward against the Arlie. Her mobility that she's able to bring to Boom Esports at the moment is just way too much. Even Sansa diving in, Musashi into the back line as well. The Dorenji has to flash away, but still dies underneath the crystal. Sansa stays alive, but it's a 1-for-1 trade, but they will happily take that trade with the minions pushing into the clash lane. They're going to be able to get this high ground tower. And Boom Esports, this is a completely different Boom Esports than what we saw yesterday. They look confident, they look aggressive, and they're looking to try and finish this game.
They are pretty much looking for that, Stu, but it's currently a 2-1 trade right now. We do have Sophian on the 3-second death timer, and obviously Jizzix with that fantastic the goal on that engage to go straight under the crystal, but it did allow them to get that higher ground turret. So I believe the trade for Boom's life for that high ground turret is going to play very well and definitely in the favor for Boom Esports. But Dragon just picking up kills from these bushes left, right, and center, Stu. They are using this Angela brutally, and we are going to get a no, they do deny the kill. Theft onto the Shadow Overlord this time around, so this could be what Falcons need to try and give some pressure into these side lanes. But we do see that Ray falls down once more, not quite escaping these jungle objectives, getting out of these neutral objectives alive.
Yeah, I don't think really this Overlord is going to do that much. You know, just using it straight into the mid lane. Yeah. They're trying to slow the game down. They need items ASAP on the likes of Clue and Ray, because they are not tanking any of this Angela damage at the moment. Angela is so far ahead in terms of tempo, in terms of items, the gold as well. And Clue and Ray cannot tank any of this damage at all. They're supposed to be frontline tanks. They're not even tanks at the moment. They are squishy as anything, and they're playing super aggressive, as you can see. Now, with Boom being able to take the Tyrant, they're now going to try and look to get that one last team fight to try and win this game.
Yeah, we got a very valiant effort here from Wawa, trying to get the T2 onto the side lane in that clash lane, but Jizzix knew and is going to go here to try and shut down the Wawa, but currently already taking a big beating is Wawa, and there we go. Midget's coming around with a little bit of a helpful hand to take that 2v1 and able to stop the Jizzix falling down on the side of Boom Esports, but 14 kills to 5 right now, Stu. We're seeing that 5k goal difference, almost 6k. There it is. Ding, ding, ding on the bell. It comes through for Boom Esports. But like you were saying, Stu, the Zhongfei, the Monkey pick are just all playing behind the Lady Chen. It's kind of like they're like, oh, don't let me go in. Just Tell me when. Tell me when. They're not taking the initiative themselves, it seems.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, Boom Esports have been the proactive one. You know, Falcons at the moment are playing reactionary, which is not what their composition wants. You know, as you mentioned, they want the Zhang Fei to go in, they want the Menki to go in as well, and it's so difficult to be able to do that when they're so far behind, not only in gold, but also in tempo as well. I mean, they're struggling to even go into their own jungle. You can see they're worried. They're all just standing around. They're all super worried to even face check, because even with the face checks at the moment, which is supposed to be Ray and Clue, and look, you can see here, perfect here from the observers, just toggling the vision control of both Boom Esports and Falcons at the moment, and they're just realizing that every single time Dragon is looking to step up, look at that, always trying to go into bushes, always trying to play around the vision, and he's playing incredibly well so far in this game.
Yeah, I mean, it's also a bit into Boom's knowledge of these wards as well. So when we saw the River Sprite give out that ward onto the Azure Golem, we saw that Dragon was hiding behind a bush that wouldn't be detected. And then as soon as that timer went off, they were proactively moving forward. So this really shows that Boom Esports know more than we actually feel like they do, because they're currently at that 0-3, but this could be their potential first dub on the board, and it is everything to this club to get this first victory. And we're already seeing a little bit more of an assault here onto the higher ground turret, but Falcons are able to clear those minions, whilst we see that Sunset is able to push, get a split push potential, hopefully, into that clash lane, because that's where the most of the pressure is going to be, Stu, is because of those more enhanced minions into the clash lane. It's going to be harder for them to, it's going to be a priority for them to look out on the side of Team Falcons.
The only thing I worry about at the moment for Boom Esports, they are taking quite a lot of time to try and finish this game. They were super proactive in the early game. They were able to take a few kills and get a huge advantage. They're probably just playing with I guess, a little bit of worry in the end, because they're like, okay, this is probably the most important game in our group. We need to win this game to keep our hopes alive. So they're not willing to take any risks. But the problem for Falcons is they can't even go out of their own base. They're trying to now to try and take this Shadow Overlord, but it might just get engaged on and lose the game.
Yes, we see a great bit of a bait there from Miji. He's just trying to keep them from that Shadow Overlord, but here's Ray. He is not able to get in to the Shadow Overlord camp, so this is going to be very fruitful for the side of Boom Esports. But like you're saying there, Stu, a great observation is that Boom are taking their time to finish this game. They had to the 9-minute mark where they got the high ground turret. It's been 5 minutes since we've seen any sort of other advancements. But here we are. They are still trying to contest and take the Shadow Tyrant, even though they have that jungle debuff. They are all working on it as a team. Maybe this is what they're just trying to pull together to finish this match, is have the Overlord, have the Tyrant. Let's have the next brawl.
Yeah, as mentioned, Falcons cannot step out of their own base. Even though Boom are taking this very slow, they're just being very considerate. They're making sure they're not making any mistakes, because one simple mistake in a game of Honor of Kings can be the turning point for this team. But as you mentioned now, with the Shadow Overlord, with the Shadow Tyrant, you do have that Vanguard coming in, and they're going for the engage.
Yes, G6 is going straight onto the back line, but nice blow away there from the Zhang Fei. So keeping them away. Clue going in with a aggressive engage. This is what we've been missing all day. This is what we've been needing from Clue, is just being that big beast that is Zhang Fei, but it looks like it's not going to be enough here, Stu. They have taken the higher ground turret in the farm lane, and it is only a matter of time until they take that higher ground turret in the mid lane. But that's the kind of fights we need to see from Falcon. I feel like it's a little bit too late to have that fight, because your back is now against the wall, only having one high ground turret left.
Yeah, exactly. I think they had the damage also from the turret as well, also giving them a helping hand. You see Musashi trying to dive in there, trying to do a lot of damage, trying to get that one kill that they need to try and finish this game. Nabil playing super aggressive, has to be extremely careful. Nabil does not want to be there. Nabil is not the tank of the team, but I think job done at the moment for Boom Esports. They were able to get the bottom high ground tower. They got the top high ground tower. They're now just trying to push in this mid lane, trying to get that third high ground tower, which pretty much seals the deal for Falcons, because at that point, and there you go, at that point where 3 high ground towers are taken down, it's so difficult now for Falcons to even leave their base. You have minions pushing in the top, you have minions pushing in the mid, you have minions pushing in the bot lane. How do you defend this if you're Falcons?
I mean, they're showing it right now that they're defending it pretty well here, Stu. They're able to mitigate that wave there, because it just didn't seem that Boom was able to have their footing in, because all three lanes are splitting 5 players there. So even if we saw like the engage from the Motsu come through, I feel like it wouldn't have been as fruitful as some of these previous team fights would have been, or previous engages would have been. So again, we could be seeing the first 20-minute match of this mid-season invitational. But Miji here going against the Ray as well. Ray looking pretty low. Toshi is into the back here. Ray just about escaping with his life thanks to that shield, and because Angela and Motsu's angle in there wasn't quite as well positioned as it should have been, they probably would have been able to take it out if they was able to just get a clear sight onto Ray. But again, we're still seeing it. Team Falcons are still in it. There's a 7.8k gold difference right now.
Yeah, you can see that Ray's starting to get a little bit tankier. You can see that he's starting to tank quite a lot of damage. Menki is now scaled a little bit into this late game. The problem is, as you mentioned before, I think it's a little bit too late. I think they've just lost so much in terms of momentum, in terms of just pure map control. You know, Boom Esports have the whole map control. I think they're just waiting at the moment for these next major objectives to spawn. As you can see, the Shadow Overlord has been spawned. Falcons are trying their best to try and step up and try and defend and try and take away this Overlord, because if that Shadow Vanguard comes in, it could be the end for them.
It's going to have to be a very well-played team fight here by the side of Team Falcons. Already been down 8k gold, but they are trying to whittle down the health of Jizzix, but he does have the Sage's Sanctuary. War is down, so it's already a 5v4 matchup here. We see that Michi's gone straight into the back of the line there, trying to do some damage onto Sofian, but he still has that Sage's Sanctuary. Nabil goes down as well. This could be the potential end here, the curtain call for Team Falcons, as we see both the side lanes have the minions here, Stu. Jizzix still has that Sage's Sanctuary, is able to bait those abilities. We see that Boom Esports are probably looking for the final strike here onto the side of Team Falcons, and click, click, boom! Esports getting that first dub on the board today.
Boom Esports keeping their dreams alive. A much-needed victory for them, but the road doesn't end here as well. They still also need to try and win the next game as well against AG Global. So there's no time to rest for them. They have to go back. They have to prepare for AG Global, and they need to also try and win that game as well. But you can see the faces of Falcons at the moment. This could be the end for them. There's a slim chance that there's a possibility of a three-way tiebreaker between Falcons, between Boom, and also AG Global. But Falcons have to play Weibo Gaming still, whereas Boom Esports and AG Global face off against each other. So really, really strong performance. This is the Boom that we was expecting, you know, coming into this from the SEA showdown. Dragon, I have to say, MVP of this game on the Angela. So many picks. Impressive as well on that Mozi.
Yes, I mean, just showing clearly a different playstyle of what we've been seeing to Boom Esports. Dragon just being absolutely a ninja on a mage. We never thought we'd have those same things in the same sentence, but a mage being a ninja, very selfie, just basically being the intel, the main intel on the side of Boom Esports really showed the difference and the victory meaning of it.
Yeah, for sure. Boom Esports keeping their dream alive. They need one more game to try and win, to try and do it as well. But incredible victory at the moment for Boom Esports. We'll have to try and see what they're able to do. But that's our next game as well. That's the crazy thing.
Yes.
Boom Esports have got AG Global on the A stream in our next game as well. So it doesn't even stop there for Boom Esports. You know, it's absolutely crazy to see that they have to also try and beat AG Global afterwards. We also saw AG Global yesterday also have a bit of a shaky start. They're also 0-2. So this Group B at the moment is like KPL, Weibo, and then everyone else underneath at the moment currently struggling, and every single game matters in this best of one.
Yeah, speaking of struggling, we saw that Falcons was trying to struggle there as well. So, but we are going to be going over to the winning interview of Boom Esports.
All right, good to be back, and we are side with Miggy from Boom. Congratulations on that game. How do you feel right now?
I think I'm feeling that we have a chance to make it to top 8 right now.
Okay, confidence it is, because you guys have a quite rough day on first day. So do you have any change when it comes to gameplay, when it comes to strategy? What would be the changes?
I think more on mental, because before yesterday we want to win, but now we want to just have fun and showcase our practice to end result will come out.
Of course.
Just have fun and let's go with it. So, you're not done yet. We still have another match happening here back to back. You're ready for that?
Yeah, we are ready and we are preparing for that right now.
Ready, prepared, and confident. How you feel about that, Sky?
Of course, I strongly trust you can do better in the next round. You don't have enough time to rest. Okay, thank you so much. This will be the end. And let's get our time back to the studios.
Let's go.
Congratulations to Boom Esports taking their first win of the tournament. We called it. We called it. You did not call it.
I have to defend myself here. I think later we'll have a short clip of what I was doing yesterday. So, you know, this game, really strong showing by Boom, and it could be back to winning ways, right? But first and foremost, I want to talk about how this state was achieved. I like the fact that they picked the Mortar. The Mortar was extremely good against the likes of Falcon because they had to face check bushes, and boy were they punished so many times by the Angela. And this is exactly what I was telling Falcon. Keep yourself in the box.
Yeah, and I think that kind of showcased exactly why the Falcons played the way that they did. Kindofu, am I correct in this?
So let's be realistic, man. Kindofu is just telling them, what are you doing? Follow me. They follow him, and this is the result.
Not good, not good. I'm not impressed at all whatsoever as Kindofu the coach.
Boy, do not put words in my mouth. I was just telling them, hey, we could do a little bit better. But in any case, it was Boom who came out on top, and with the advantage they got for themselves, specifically that huge lead in the first 4 minutes of the game, they capitalized on it. They took so many neutral objectives, and they just extended their lead.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, I kind of want to point out Dragon here because the Angela Blazing Brilliance was on point. Everybody from Falcons would just get burned up. They had no real way to kind of counter that, to deal with it. There were so many kills that Dragon got. I think it was 7-1 and 5 or something like that. But Dragon, that is a very good game for him.
Yes, perfect as well. And to complement that, it was Miggy as well as RG6 who made so much, gave so much pressure to the side of Falcon. They could not touch the main damage dealer, which was Toshi.
Yeah, and I think this is another thing that we need to address. Isaac was talking about it during the game itself, where Boom Esports had an advantage, and I'll let you. I don't want to take your point.
No, go ahead.
No,
please.
because it's one of those things where, you were saying that the Boom Esports could have closed out the game much quicker than they actually did, and they kind of prolonged it a bit.
It is one of those things that we need to start highlighting out. Like, we need to highlight. The problem here is not a matter of like, can you win or can you not win? It's when can you win? Are you able just to build a little bit of an advantage and close the deal soon? It cannot be possible that in the mid-game, there's already a 5,000 goal difference for Boom Esports, and then it gets the game to 19 minutes. Almost 20, man. Those are the things that, not saying that Boom Esports doesn't deserve to win. I am loving that they won, but the problem is that you need to make it faster, man. It needs to be a little bit more concise.
Yep, winning ways for sure, but it also means it's important we find out who the MVP of this game is. So let's take a look at who the MVP of this first BO1 is going to be. It's going to be impressive. And yes, he did a lot of work on the mortar. I think a lot of skill shots. We were kind of questioning certain moments where the Cannon Blast was just a bit shy, but I think he did a very good job of just pincering and cornering, Sofian into the towers as well.
Yeah, definitely controlling the team fights, providing a lot of vision, just kind of, instead of face-checking the bushes, he would shoot out the cannon blast to kind of clear things out. So he was always the front man up front. That's exactly what you want from the most player.
That's right, electrifying performance from the mortar.
The problem with this is that Falcons never had an opportunity to just find the back line. The reach was completely different. And that Mortar, the way that Impressive played that hero, was one of the reasons why Boom Esports right now is just having their first point in the tournament.
Yep, you know what's funny? The first skill is called Peace Bringer. He did not bring any peace at all.
Not at all, man. Look at that. Look at the performance from him just here in the highlights. Just the way that he's always just boxing people, just pushing them against the wall, allowing the damage to be dealt by all his teammates.
And also kind of, Boom Esports, I mean, they had so many shields. It didn't seem like Falcons was really itemizing properly.
They couldn't, right? There was not enough gold going into their pockets to get the itemization that they wanted, right? We were looking for maybe a Daybreaker, maybe for more Acts of Torments coming out, but it did not happen because the lead was just too big for the side of Boom.
Yeah, way too big. And if we're looking at some of the stats here, I mean, the teamfight rate's kind of on point. We expected Dragon to be up in front because he got all those 7 kills. Again, a lot of it was set up by Impressive. Yep. But I think if we're looking on the other side, I mean, the damage taken, Ray, always up front, but never really finding that perfect dream roam.
Yep, they couldn't, because although Sofian got 85.9 thousand damage, it was nothing in comparison that both Impressive and Toshi were laying the pain across. And this was all because Miggy and Dragon and G6, they were doing their job extremely well, just putting a distraction in the front lines. You can't touch the back, right?
Yeah, it's very hard. I mean, G6 is up front. I mean, he has a 4K net worth lead over the other, jungler in Ray. So it's a difficult situation because G6 was always up in your face, just tanking all of the damage, and then they would kill everybody else on the back line.
Yep, when we first started to play this game, Angela is the first hero that we get our eyes on. So it's not a basic hero, it's a hero that can win you games.
Come on, man. Like, we need to understand that Falcons and Boom Esports pretty leveled. We can agree on that. What does Falcons need to do in order just to get to the next step? What do they need to do?
Not check the bush with their face, maybe?
Yeah, it seems like the objective, the objectives by Boom Esports, they were very reactive. Like, Boom Esports was kind of dictating everything. They had all of the vision that they needed, and they took everything very safely. I mean, yes, there was the mid-game where they kind of prolonged it a bit by taking every objective, but, it's one of those things where, as an inexperienced team trying to make it and trying to get better, I think that there's a lot of room for growth, but it's, again, that vision was just on another level here.
Well, that's all for the first game, right? But right away, they're going to have their second game against AG. That's a tough one to swallow.
Back to back, man. Like, it's going to be Boom Esports against AG Gaming. Like, what is going to happen in here, man? Like, we know exactly that Boom Esports right now, they already stretched. They've got, like, their fingers ready for the game. What is going to happen against AG Global?
I think, Boom Esports will probably, they're going to want to carry that momentum here. I think AG Global also had that advantage of seeing the draft, understanding that Boom has actually played the most amount of games thus far. So I think the AG Global might have an advantage here.
Yeah, I mean, we haven't seen too much of Zeiss just yet, but maybe this game, right, he can overshadow Toshi. But Toshi now has the momentum going into this second game of the day, right? So what do you boys think? Like, what are we feeling?
I don't know, man. Like, AG yesterday had 2 very tough games. Like, they played Weibo and they played the KPL Dream Team. This is going to be actually their first game where they're going to have someone that is going to be a little bit more on their level, if we can just say it that way. Yeah. This is going to be just the reality check. Yeah. Can they really go for trying to aim for that 3rd and 4th place, or are they just going to be eliminated today?
Yeah. The worst is behind them, so to speak. They're going to look at today as a fresh day. I think they have a lot of opportunity. I think that they're a solid team. I did expect them to make the top 4 and kind of move on. But again, this is going to be one of those true tests. Are they able to compete with this Boom Esports team?
Yeah, for sure. And I think one of the main matchups I want to talk about is Snow going up against Miggy, right? This Clash lane, it has a make or break games for a lot of teams. So I think we should take a look at the Clash laners for both teams and see how they would impact both teams' performances.
Let's wait and see, man. STC play predictions for this game. AG Global or Boom Esports?
I would go with, I get first pick, right?
Yeah, sure, go ahead.
Boom Esports, because they have the momentum.
All right.
AG Global. I think that they're a stronger team, and I'm glad you picked first so that you kind of picked the wrong one first.
No, come on, man. I'm going to go with Boom Esports just because if Boom Esports win, that's going to be their second victory. That puts them with 2 points, and then AG Global is going to have to win all the rest of their matches to push it to a tiebreaker. And who does not want to see some tiebreakers going on, man? Like, I really want as many games as possible. We're going to have 15 games today, and then if we have some tiebreakers, we get to work extra, man. Come on, more energy, more games. Who does not love that?
Yeah, of course. And I think that this is one of those ones where we're going to find a true test. AG Global, great squad, very impressive. Let's see what happens.
Let's see what happens in the Amazon Arena as we go live.
And we're back again here at the Amazon Arena. وعدنا عليكم من جديد. Ready for the second match for the day. You ready, Sky?
Of course. I think Boom Esports has already been heated up and warmed up already. Ready for the match 2 for their day 2 in Honor of Kings Invitational season. So let's check it out. Shut up one more time for Boom Esports.
Let's go.
It really surprised me how fast they can get things done, get every preparation done before everything happens. So just sincerely hope that their opponents are ready for this.
It should be an exciting one against their challenger. Here comes AG Global. AG Global going against Boom for the second match of the day right here. It should be definitely a one to remember. Another one for the history here at the EWC. So, we ready?
Of course.
Let's go, ladies and gentlemen, right now to the studio. Take it away.
How's it going, everybody? Welcome back to the second game of the day. And it's no mirage. Boom Esports are back up on the stage for what could be a even more important game, Stu.
Yeah, it's crazy because we were saying before the day that, like, wow, Boom versus Falcons is going to be super important. But now it's turned into this actually being one of the most important games of the day. Isaac mentioned it a little bit on the analyst desk, but if Boom Esports win this, they go up to 2 and 3. Then AG Global have to then try and be either Loops or Falcons, or actually they need to be both Loops and Falcons to also go 2 and 3. So this might not be the first time that these two teams face against each other, because we will have tiebreakers at the end of the day. But how Boom Esports is just able to go from Falcons preparation to now quickly turn their attention to AG Global.
Yeah, it's quite a feat, to be honest. I don't think I'll be able to do it. I know back-to-back ranked games don't quite go in my favor, but hey, I am not the pro. I am just the voice. But here we are. We're seeing some priority bans that are very similar to what we saw in Game 1. So the Chow and the Mai Shiranui as well. And then if you look over to the side of AG Global, they're banning out Toshi's Ali. So we could potentially get that. There we go. It's as if I'm Nostradamus. Lung coming through. I didn't even say the words. That was my next sentence. Lung actually coming through because we was very surprised he didn't get picked up last game.
Yeah, we thought that maybe Lung was going to be picked on the side of Falcons in the last game. That trade that normally happens, we've mentioned before, between the Ali and the Long. But in the end, AG Global banning out that Ali, which means that Boom are like, okay, if the Ali's banned, let's go for our second pick, which means that AG Global have to then fall back to this Lady Sun. It's really the only other option that you have in the farm lane at the moment in terms of power picks, but going to be paired with the Orgren. Didn't see it in the last series, but we've seen the power of this hero over the last few days.
Yeah, I mean, Lady Sun is definitely no stranger on the Zays there. So again, it's a late game hero. You are going to be trying to play to that late game. So as long as we get that farm going on the Lady Sun, we should be A-OK. But the Orgren coming through for Myosotis is going to be fantastic unless they go into the Clash lane like we saw yesterday. That'd be whoa. That's a surprise. And then onto the side of Boom Esports, we're getting a very more useful role in the mid lane. Not quite the Angelus, so not going to be sitting in bushes. But if there's any kind of engages from the Orgren, the Lady Shen's going to be the one to be able to just knock him out of the lane and keep himself safe. But then the Musashi is the direct counter as well.
For sure. I think Lady Shen still acts as maybe kind of the same way as Angela. Not much in terms of like being able to sit in bushes and get that huge amount of burst damage, but she still has also the same crowd control. Musashi for the second time back-to-back games for Boom, but AG Global going for, in my opinion, one of the strongest farm lane and support duos at the moment in Honor of Kings, the Lady Sun and Ming. The Ming being able to chain to the Lady Sun, giving her that little bit of extra damage, also being able to chain to the enemies as well. I think this is a very scary duo to come up against for Boom Esports.
I mean, AG Global may have just been watching KPL Dream Team yesterday because they did exactly the same thing, right? If we start to see the Lady Sun and the Ming go into the enemy's jungle and just help themselves to that farm, then we know that they're literally trying to mirror the biggest competitor in this tournament thus far. But Princess Frost coming through, so we're already going to be knowing that not a lot of gold is going to be going over to that mid lane. So Lady Sun's also going to be having a lot more resources from that mid lane there, Stu. But just picking up on those final little touches of the bands, we're seeing the support endurance there on the side of AG Global. Mutsu, Zhongfei come through. They go for the Lian Po. So such a prominent duo that we see when Orgren comes through. Musashi, Lian Po, but no, the Monkey. So it is going to be Orgren in the Clash lane again. Back-to-back casting of Orgren in the Clash lane, Stu. I feel like we're being
given just so much presence here.
I feel like this is definitely something that they have been learning from the KPL. You were mentioning it with the Lady Sun and also the Ming. Now they're like, okay, let's put the Orgrin in the Clash lane. Let's try and get that pushing power in the Clash lane as well. It's going to be super exciting to see. Again, just to kind of look out a little bit, AG Global, must-win game. Boom Esports, even more a must-win game. This is the last game of their group stage. If they lose this, they are most likely going to be out. Unless AG Global also lose their last 2 games, then that means we're going to get a tiebreaker at the end of the day. So this is the most important game right now in Group B. Let's head on to the Gorge and let's see what these 2 teams have cooking up.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see the Orgrin once more go into the Clash lane, because we were given a little bit of advice here from the KPL casters as well yesterday, saying how well it does work and how fast the wave clear is right now. And we're already seeing that 1v1 clash already going on, and Miggy looking pretty low. Oh, the flash being exhausted this early on, and a recall. AG Global are definitely playing aggressive in this one, and we're already seeing like enemy jungle invade.
Oh my, I was not expecting that much early damage from the Orgrin. I'll be totally honest with you. Nearly solo killing at the start of the game, and they're looking to try and invade, but Musashi being able to clear them 2 camps in time was very, very smart. But again, this is kind of like what KPL were doing, putting the Lady Sun and the Ming in that mid lane, getting the pushing power in the mid lane, and roaming into the enemy jungle, trying to get that little bit of advantage in the early game. And Boom Esports at the moment have to be the ones that are going to have to be reactive at the moment. We're seeing Snow right now. Snow, I think, one of the highlight players on AG Global. We were casting him over in the EMEA scene for the wild card. His playmaking potential on this on the Clash lane is absolutely insane. You know, the Mayin was one of his pocket picks, was a really, really strong pick for him to go for. But on this Orgrin, it's a little bit of a different play style, but still can just provide this same amount of power.
Yeah, I mean, Kin was saying in the analyst desk part before this game that the Migi and the Snow head-to-head is going to be one to look out for. And we're already seeing quite a fruitful 1v1 going on in that Clash lane, especially even before the 1 minute mark, where we almost thought that we were going to lose Migi already. But this could be something here, Stu. A 3v1 cooking up in that brush there. I'm pretty sure Snow is aware of what's about to happen here, because he's kind of backed off into his turret there for a little bit of safety, but with the Musashi, with the Lady Shen, and then obviously the Byron as well, it could be a fruitful engage, but no, he has definitely left himself to survive there, which is very good for him. We don't want to be seeing that Orgrin being going to waste in the Clash lane right now, but already we're seeing only a small differential in the gold difference.
Yeah, for sure. You're seeing how well Orgrin can do at defending the Clash lane as well, using the first ability just to be able to knock back the minions and kind of stop that tower dive from coming in. But I mean, this game in general, you know, Honor Kings in general, is such a game that focuses so much on communication. There's so much roaming that's happening around the map, as we can see at the moment in this game. You know, the Orgrin now going into the mid lane, you know, the Menki going up top and now teleporting to mid lane. So much rotation, so many ways in which the teams can rotate and make plays around the map. So if anyone is missing at any point during the game, it's all about communication, actually telling your team when someone is missing. Say the Liam Poe has gone missing, you know, the Menki's gone missing, anything like that. The communication is so key to make sure you don't get caught out, which is exactly what we saw from Falcons last time. But Liam Poe going for an engage here.
Yep, it's not quite the engage he was hoping for. First blood for Zaze, which is going to be super helpful onto that Lady Sun. Give me those resources coming through, baby. Those items onto Lady Sun is just going to make it such a more prevalent pick for the side of AG Global. And they're not just quite done yet. They've forced Dragon out of the competition. We saw the fruitful expectations of that rotation from the mid lane, because they're trying to set up this farm lane in order to get an easy Tyrant, but it looks like AG Global have definitely countered that strategy.
Oh, they might be looking for engage, though. They're trying to get that bot lane tower. They're not going to be able to, in the end, Miggy using that teleport from the top side to be able to get there, but they can rotate straight towards the Tyrant. This is such a huge objective at this point during the game. We're already seeing Snow trying to zone away with the Orgrim, just being able to ignore all that terrain with the ability. But this is going to really come down to a 50-50.
Oh, and Boom Jizzix gets the Tyrant. So first Tyrant of the game going over to Boom Esports in true fashion, back-to-back, back-to-back. Tyrant acquisition, but they lose the T1 in the mid lane. That, to me, is not a good trade.
Yeah, really difficult trade there. Actually, I think in the end, AG Global just decided to completely ignore the Tyrant, decided to go for the mid lane tower already, which is a super important tower to take. It just opens up the tower so much. They do trade, though, with the bot lane tower, so overall, it's not looking too bad for Boom Esports. They have to kind of get this advantage at the moment with being able to get the extra gold onto the carries. But speaking of gold, look at that gold at the bottom. Zeiss, 4,000 gold already. Over 1,000 gold lead at 5 minutes into the game. It's kind of what you was talking about during the draft. You know, the Princess Frost doesn't really need that many resources. Princess Frost is more used for her utility, her zoning control. Zeiss and Ming are just rotating around the map at the moment and just using this to farm the Lady Sun and get to that late game even sooner.
Yeah, I mean, losing the Tyrant for the mid lane, it's an investment, right? Because now that enemy jungle now opens up for the side of AG Global. Zeiss is just going to get extra bank now. They could go for the Overlord, but they don't really need it as they're approaching the T2, both in the mid lane and the Clash lane right now. We are seeing potentially a takedown here. Yes, Zeiss gets the shot onto the second tier turret, but Boom Impressive getting caught out. He has to retreat. He's taken too much damage. The untargetable onto the Lady Sun gets nullified by Orgren, and Jizzix looking pretty
Burn the burner!
Oh my Osotis, mwah, mwah, beautiful, as to take it to the higher ground turret, Stu.
Oh, this is such incredible play from AG Global. The analyst desk was mentioned how they had two really tough games yesterday, and this was really the important day for them. They lost against Weibo, they lost against KPO Dream Team. They're looking to try and end here. The Byron trying to flash it in onto Lady Sun, onto Zeiss, but the extra healing that's coming through from Ming at the moment, the survivability from the Lady Sun is just way too much to deal with right now, and Zeiss is completely popping off on the Lady Sun.
Absolutely. I mean, the high ground turret almost fallen as well. We're almost at the 7-minute mark. Like I said, the Overlord was going to be pretty much a Brucey bonus for the side of AG Global as they try and take the Clash lane higher ground turret there. But Midgy almost falling down. We have almost a dominance here for AG Global right now. This is completely a different team than what we were only seeing partially yesterday. They are doing very well in this game, and they know how much this means to them.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, we saw them against KPL. They're actually one of the best performing teams against KPL, especially in the early game. So we know the potential of this team. We've cast them so many times. We know the potential. In S2 Invitational, they were struggling a little bit. You know, they were in a different group to Boom Esports at S2 Invitational, so these two teams actually didn't come up against each other. But now we're seeing how AG Global, that boot camp that some people have been saying as well, that AG Global has been taking. You know, we were talking to Martin as well yesterday, you know, after the game yesterday, and Martin was saying that, look, we still have a chance. It was a very tough day today, but this is the day that matters, and they're making it count right now. They're playing super aggressive, and they're setting up so many plays against Boom Esports.
Yes, that Overlord potential coming through here with the Vanguards, already looking to assault the farm lane higher ground turret. So at first, the sights were on that high ground turret in the Clash lane, but now that has been shifted. They pick it up in that 8-minute mark. AG Global looking for their redemption arc right now, Stu, it seems, with another Vanguard in the mid lane. I don't think they might be able to get this here because Impressive with a fantastic engage back of the line, but Zeiss has just got too much damage too. Midgy's able to take out the Zeiss. They don't really have any damage here right now other than the Orgren. They are relying heavily on their Clash lane. Boom! Double kill onto Boom Esports. AG Global do lose their first life into this game, almost at the 9-minute mark, but that was a great engage from Boom Impressive though.
Zeiss goes down, but at what cost for Boom Esports? I think that's the big thing. They've tried so much to try and kill Zeiss, which with Ming by his side, it's so difficult to try and do, but they lose 3 members for it as well. As we see the end of the replay, we're seeing this Orgrim pick. We didn't really expect him to be played in the Clash lane. We know he can be played in the Clash lane, but we've seen a lot in the jungle. But again, KPL bringing it out yesterday, AG Global bringing it out today as well, just showing the power of this hero, not only in the jungle, but also in the Clash lane. But another hero I want to talk about as they're taking down the Tyrant is Lived on Princess Frost. This is a hero that he has played so many times, played every single game pretty much in EMEA qualifiers, played it so many times in S2 Invitational. This is a comfort pick for him. And you're seeing how the Princess Frost, the zoning control that it brings, and it allows the space for Zeiss to be able to tumble, to be able to use her first ability and get that extra damage with the range as well. So overall, an incredibly impressive composition here for AG Global, and they're not going to slow things down.
No, yes, Lived is definitely Lived left love that Princess Frost pick throughout the Season 2 and the Open Series. We kind of saw him try and go for the Mai Shiranui at some point, but if you were to put Mai Shiranui into this draft now, you would be seeing at least 1k from Myosotis go away and 1k from Zay's go away, because you have to give it over to the Mai as well. So putting that Princess Frost this draft really allows Liv to just be able to play his best life on that Princess Frost, and it's really showing right now. They are 33k to 27. That's almost your 6k goal difference. They have more neutral objectives as well, and it doesn't look like they're stopping there. They have the Tyrant. We have Myosotis just completely just helping himself to the enemy jungle. So they have true control over this map so far.
Yeah, and this is a completely different game at the moment for Boom Esports. A very, very different game for them. You know, in the last game, they were the ones on the back foot. The problem this time is that they don't have that same sort of long-range engage that they did last time. No, you know, they don't have the Mosley pick this time. They have the Lian Po instead, which is a little bit difficult, which means that you saw the engage come in from Impressive, right? You saw the engage. He tried to go for an engage. He got a big, massive 4-man knock-up in the end, but it's just not enough. They don't have the follow-up at the moment to take down Zays as well. As we're just taking a bit of a break here. It looks like Dragon, the mid laner for Boom Esports at the moment, having a few technical difficulties, so we'll hopefully get that sorted as soon as possible. So we'll have to wait and see. But yeah, let's take a step back, Blau. You know, this series, really important for both these teams. AG Global at the moment currently sitting 0-2. Boom Esports with that last win in the previous game against Falcons, now sitting at 1-3. This is the last game at the moment for Boom Esports in this group stage. AG Global still have to play Loops and Falcons later today. So if AG Global win this and also win one of the 2 games against Loops and Falcons, they're through. If AG Global lose, they have to win both the games, and then we get a tiebreaker at the end between AG Global and Boom.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at that draft, if we've seen how Falcons have played so far, is we are pretty much happy that I feel like AG will at least get one victory later on. But we are going to be looking at a pre-match interview now with AG Global. Let's see what some of their thoughts were going into this match.
Hey guys, it's Chichi again. This time we have Martin, the manager of AG Globals of Hong Kong, China. I mean, bro, yesterday has been super rough for you, but I don't blame you. You fought against KPL.
Yeah.
You fought against Weibo Gaming.
Yeah.
And the teams are not losing at all. What happened yesterday, really?
Actually, in the first game, we played against Weibo, and then we got the advantage in the first 10 minutes. But at the last 5 minutes, I don't know what happened, but still, I think it's some mistake made up by our teammates, and then so yeah, things happen, and then we lose it. But we still got the 6K income ahead, but we still lose it. So, but it's okay. But we're gonna tune it up last night, and then we train a little bit more, and then we just watch the replay, and then hopefully today we won't let it happen again.
So you talked about a lot when it comes to your first game yesterday, but when it comes to KPL,
actually for now we are the best one to place the performance. It's the best one against them, right?
I heard you guys were having a discussion like we at least got a kill.
And then we got 2 kills, and we got the first blood from Yilor.
Oh, that's pretty good.
And then we tried to make the game get into 12 minutes. Oh, no, not 12. Around 11 minutes.
Oh yeah, the longest.
Yeah, the longest one. So we are happy for it for the second game. But the first game, yeah.
What's done is done.
I'm gonna cry.
But it's 2-0 for you. It's 0-2 for you right now. You have 3 more to go. Which gonna be Loops, which gonna be Falcon, and which gonna be Boom. I think. What are your thoughts when it comes to the next few games that you have to finish off today?
Actually, we got confident for these 3 teams. So I think Loop's gonna be our biggest nightmare for now. Because in the season 2, we lose to them to 2-0, I think, in the BO3. So we got a nice plan, like
revenge time.
Yeah, revenge time for them. So waiting for us, Loops, and then we will try our best to beat you down.
Oh,
Yeah.
look out, Luz, but
Look
last and not,
coming.
yeah, AJ is waiting for you.
Yeah.
But last but not least, there's so many supporters for AJ
Yeah.
as well. Say something in any language. that you-
English, any language. So,
yeah, there you go.
because I'm from Hong Kong, so let's go for the Cantonese first.
Sure.
Hello， 咁多位，我哋係 AG Hong Kong， AG Global 啦，依家改咗名，咁啊，終於都嚟到 Riyadh 呢一邊打呢個嘅電競世界盃，咁啊，都所以想就大家都如果係能夠支持到我哋 AG Global 嘅話咧，都多多睇我哋比賽啦。Okay, so turn to English, right?
Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, and then that's it. Finally, we get into EWC here in Riyadh, and then we are so hyped for this competition. So, fans of AG or even AG Global, please keep supporting us and watch the stream. And then, yeah, be with us. I really need your support.
Ho, yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
But that's it. Thank you so much. It's always a pleasure to
Thank
have
you.
you, Martin. See
Yeah.
you guys on stage, and good luck, AG.
Yep.
We always love hearing from Martin, don't we, Stu? We saw him yesterday after their first day at the EWC Midseason Invitational. He was a little bit deflated, but was trying to big him up with the, you got 2 kills, you lasted the longest, let's go. And he was like, yeah, but the coach wasn't happy. So, but yeah, thank you for the interview there with Martin. We do love Martin. He's such a character.
Yeah, he's such a nice guy to be around, and he lifts the spirits up,
Yes,
I think,
absolutely.
as well, which is going to be such a huge thing, I think, for this team after yesterday. Again, they were against 2 of the strongest teams in this group currently at the moment, KPL Dream Team and Weibo. Even against Weibo, though, when we were talking to him yesterday, even though it was in the B stream, he was saying how, like, AG Global played pretty well. Like, his team played pretty well during the early game. It was just kind of the mid and late game they kind of struggled. It was one team fight that Weibo were able to win that game. So they've gone neck to neck against Weibo Gaming. They've had the best performance by far against the KPL Dream Team. Yes, they lost, but we know how strong KPL Dream Team are in general. So coming into today, and even just going back to this game as well against Boom Esports, they're looking incredible to try and take this series overall. So we'll have to wait and see about that one as well. But yeah, when we go back into the game, we'll have to see how AG Global try and close this out. It's not done yet. You know, AG Global do have a very, very strong lead, but they have to try and end the game. They have to finish the game, because one simple mistake can turn the whole game around.
Yeah, I think that's a good thing about AG Global. I think this best of 1 format actually just enhances them, because we saw in season 2 they lost 2-1 to Loops and stuff like that. So having that best of 1, even though yesterday doesn't really show or prove what I'm saying right now, but they went against 2 of the best teams. So going against KPL, going against Weibo Gaming, but also being the closest matchup for both of these 2 teams is a phenomenal feat.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it's incredible so far for the side of AG Global, just being able to, you know, kind of take yesterday and kind of reset from yesterday as well. I'm sure they probably would have been playing scrims after yesterday, just would have been practicing and kind of rethinking about their strategy as well. You know, I think Lived going back onto the Princess Frost, as we mentioned during the cast, you know, him playing his comfort pick, you just see the potential that this mid laner has. If, for those who don't know, he was called Devil before in EMEA qualifiers for Season 2 Invitational. So it's really, really exciting to see him back on the Princess Frost as well. And Zeiss as well on this Lady Sun has been popping off this entire game, and they're funneling so much gold into him.
Yeah, it's really nice to see the Ming and the Lady Sun combo come through, because it's definitely promoting and it's a better playstyle for AG Global. And just look at the minimap. They only have lost 2 tier 1 turrets so far in this entire game, this 11-minute game, and it looks like they're going to go try and claim another high ground turret. They do it after such a pause. They were like, get me back in, coach. We need to take those higher ground turrets. They get the clash lane, but
flank onto Lady Sun.
Onto Zays, but what is it going to cost once more, Stu? Boom Esports lose Midgie. They lose Impressive. That is 2 impressive front lines gone. Lack their better words. Musashi goes down. They take down Snow. It's a double kill for AG Global. They got back in there and they get their first victory. Boom Esports not quite getting that back-to-back, Stu.
not getting the back-to-back, and AG Global are now on the front foot in this group. Group B is theirs to take. They win one more game, they are able to go into the playoffs and into the quarterfinals. Incredible performance. This is the AG Global that we were expecting. It feels like a throwback to the EMEA finals that we were casting. This aggression, the crowd control, the Princess Frost, the Lady Sun. Time and time again, Boom Esports were trying to jump onto Lady Sun, trying to do enough damage, but the positioning from Zyes, I have to say, that's one of the cleanest Lady Sun games I think I've ever seen. I mean, we saw Yinyo playing Lady Sun yesterday. That was also very clean, but that's definitely the second best.
Yeah, second best to KPL, and I think that's definitely a big thing, a big giveaway to give to AG Global. But like you were saying, a fantastic performance for themselves. Season 2 Invitational wasn't their greatest, but seeing them back at their prime is amazing, and I'm definitely going to be dabbing up Martin when we see him later. I'm pretty sure he's very happy with that result.
Yeah, it's going to be pretty exciting to see what he has to say, but we're going to be seeing and hearing what AG Global have to say after that impressive victory.
Hello guys, welcome back. We are joined here by Qingling from AG Global. Congratulations on the very first victory. How do you feel right now?
还是蛮开心的吧，就是拿下了首胜，但是对我们来说，这首胜应该昨天就应该拿的。不过没关系，我们打好接下来的每一把比赛就好了。
All right, we're really happy and excited because this is our first victory, but I think that this should be coming sooner. But everything, it's okay. We can accept this as long as we can make our best efforts in the following series. And more to that, let's talk more about the in-game executions. So you're behaving extremely aggressive. You actually invaded the first round of the jungle. What happens? It is a spontaneous thing or is pre-planned after the draft. 我们第一局的前期打得非常有进攻性啊。第一波其实你跟孙尚香清完中线。 就直接入侵了，这是一个你们在 BP 之后就已经做好的决定，还是说，当场发生了一个立即的判断呢？
这就是我们预料之中嘛，就是我们开局也聊了很多，如果他那个打野就是不是蓝开的话，我们直接把他蓝反了，然后如果说我们他在的话，就戳他状态呗，因为我们下路其实都看到就是有线权嘛。 那所以我们就很大胆的去做出进攻，因为我们发现我们就比赛场上平时就是太怂了，然后昨天聊完之后，今天打得更有侵略性了吧。
All right, everything is under our predictions and controls because if the jungler does not start jungling around the blue buff, this is our first move into that blue buff. Or if he's around the blue buff area, I think our first move is kind of trying to steal those HP away from the jungler because after yesterday's performances, so after discussion, we found ourselves we have to play more aggressively, more confidently so that we can get good scores. So yeah, pretty much they are very happy of the performances they gave us today.
Gotcha, gotcha. Pretty much, hopefully another win and you're gonna go to the playoffs. You confident for that?
有信心吗？
那肯定有信心啊。
Definitely, 100%.
Then let's go and back to the studio.
Congratulations to AG Global on that amazing game. Great performances from all the heroes, the Lady Sun, the Ming, and of course, the Ogren. Remember that Ogren is available now, a warrior hero with a balance of offense and defense, which is able to condense the spirits of enemy heroes to assist our side in battle, possessing a special method attack. When in the activated seer state, his basic attack can kill targets with low health instantly. Some tips: in addition to the ultimate move, Ogren's first skill can be activated a second time, allowing entry into the seer state again. Ogren, a great hero, a great performance by AG Global boys.
Yeah, very strong. I like the fact that they say, hey, you know what? We discussed about this yesterday. We weren't clinical enough. So let's be a little bit more concise, a little bit more tight in our gameplay. And boy, that was a fast game.
Yeah, I mean, they're kind of reeling from yesterday. They were kind of had that lead. I mean, you saw that interview, with the Weibo coach, with the AGG coach. But, they were losing, right? And they were winning, but they actually came back. Now, you did predict them, Boom Esports, as the winner of that one. All I have to say is, ha ha.
Well, let's talk a little bit about that. And this is something that we can connect to the first game. We talked in the first game how Boom Esports just has struggled just to close the deal early. They had a gold advantage, but they pushed the game to 19. On the other hand, AG Global comes in. They've got advantage since the minute 1, and it goes, and then they finish on 11. At 10 minutes mark, what is their first goal? Dark Tyrant. Dark Tyrant after that, push the high ground, finish the game in 11. That's the way that's supposed to be played.
Yeah, extremely clinical. Now let's take a look at the scoreboard here. Let's take a look at the best score. I think it's a competition between Qingling 0-0-10 and we have Snow 5-1 and 3. He did so much work on that Algren in the Clash League.
I'm going to go with Zeiss. I think the 4-1-4, he baited out Miggy so many times. Miggy was trying to draw a beat on him, but he was basically dancing with his food. Zeiss got all of the kills on him, so Zeiss really was next level, at least for me.
The Lady Sun and Ming, man, that combo right over there at the bottom, it's impossible to face against.
Yep, exactly. You know, with the health given with the ultimate from the side of Ming, that was the first problem they had to deal with. Second problem, they had to deal with the Algren as well. And more importantly, I think probably the MVP of this game for me is going to be Liv. This Princess Frost with the Shattered Eyes with the Frigid Prison did so much work against the likes of Boom.
Yeah, definitely. And I think AG Global, I mean, they had a huge advantage because they saw Boom Esports pick a lot of these heroes, and they kind of had that counter pick in mind. They understood what Boom Esports were going to try to do, and having that second game ended up being a bit of an advantage for them.
And it has been amazing. Like the way that the Princess Frost was played, I agree with you, the AoE damage, crucial in order for Ogren to be able to come in and really start taking heroes down. Because that's the thing about the Ogren, man. Like you need to first chip down their HP bar in order for Ogren's ability to just completely, just instantly kill them.
Yeah, and it's not one person who gets damage to 4%, it is the whole team.
Yes, exactly. It is a team effort when you are playing on that.
All right, now we get to choose, okay, not us choosing, but we get to see who the MVP is. But my guess is going to be Liv. I think he made the most impact in that game.
Okay, let's wait and see. Is it going to be that? Nope. I'm so sorry, buddy. You're not catching a one victory today, Kin. I'm sorry. It's going to be Ogren Snow. Snow is going to be our MVP for this game with a 5-1-3 KDA.
Yeah, completely dominant in that one. And that's exactly what you want as your Clash laner. He was just kind of a menace. He was always there to kind of clean up. I mean, he had the most amount of kills on his team, but AG Gamers Global are just really sticking well together and playing like a team.
That's right, team effort here. And I think, you know what, you guys are putting a lot of pressure on me today. Yes, we have the wins, but the L stands for learn as well, okay?
So you're learning, is that what you're saying?
Yes,
Because you've been doing a lot of losing.
No, I'm doing a lot of learning, right? And that's exactly what AG has done with this. I mean, take a look at the timing they have on all the different things they were trying to achieve, right? So besides pushing out the lanes as well, they were really selective of which particular buff they're going for. A lot of the times you see them go for the Tyrant instead, which means they want to fight all the way.
Yeah, I'm gonna take that. L is for learning, not only for losing, and people should go out there and really learn how to play that Ogren, because the way that Snow played it, it was top, man. Like you can see it over there from the numbers.
I mean, look at the damage, he did, right? If we're looking at Snow himself, he had 45K, third on the team or whatever, but it's still kind of racking up. I mean, he was cleaning up a lot of what Mastosis and Zeiss was doing. Who were kind of in the front, shooting from people from afar. This Lady Sun was very difficult to deal with.
And one thing, if you take a look at the team fight rate, it's pretty high on the side of AG, right? But what makes it really difficult for Boom is that 1, 2, 3. 3 of them were fighting the entire time, which means they had no time to farm. There was no way to come back without the finances.
Yes, of course. Like you need to really try to use the jungle resources if you want to be able just to kind of like fight back. But if you never have time, if you're always just defending yourself, what do you do? Like, what is the way out of there, man?
I mean, the strategy to begin with, it's not great. I think it's one of those things where if you're getting pushed, you got to split push. You got to create space elsewhere. Maybe you invade the enemy jungle. Maybe you try to find whatever farm you can find on the map, because literally you're starving.
Yep, they need to buy time, and they need a lot of time because this time they're in a not so good position. They wanted that win. Now they are 1 game down on day 2. That's a tough position.
Well, that's going to be tough for Boom Esports right now, as they are going to be already done with their participation in our Honor of Kings Invitational mid-season, right? They're going to go home with a 1-4. It's not the best, but on the other side, for AG Global, like, it's going to be amazing for them. They already picking up the pace.
Okay, and I think we heard something about Secret and VKS. Secret beat VKS.
Okay. So not a great situation for VKS. Secret, we kind of expected that, right? Going into this one, top 2 team, I think we expected them to do very, very well. VKS, we were hoping, we were kind of praying that they would kind of be able to kind of put up a good fight. But, I mean, losing on that one might be heartbreaking for those fans.
Yep, it's a huge uppercut. So that's one Brazilian team at risk now of dropping to the bottom 2 of
It
the
is
table.
really difficult, man, because they already lost to Vitality. They lose right now to Team Secret. What can they do right now? It's very likely that they're going to try to fight for fourth place for them, at least to have a chance to make it to the top 8.
Yeah, they got to have a chance. I mean, they got to play harder. We didn't get to see all of that game, so we can't really break it down here, but it's definitely a do-or-die situation for them. They must win out.
Yep, and they really keep the motto of the key, which is everything has to be earned, and they really need to earn it this time.
Yeah, and with that result right now, what we're going to have is that Weibo Gaming is already top 8. Like, it's going to be, Weibo Gaming already officially is going to be on the top 8 teams that they're going to move into the quarterfinals.
Yeah, I'm super curious. I mean, I've never been in this position, at least for today, but I wonder what it feels like to have a guarantee that we're winning.
No, I think Weibo, the fact that they were guaranteed top 8, moving on, I mean, the qualifying team getting into this one, the third Malaysian squad, is making some serious waves. I think that they were really underrated going into this one, and seeing them succeed on this level is what Honor of Kings Esports is all about.
I am amazed by everything that is happening right now, Alex. It's really good for us to be able to be alive right now in this day 2 of Honor of Kings Invitational mid-season, man. What about if we move into the next game? Let's go. It's going to be day 2 or game 3. It's going to be Team Kagendra against Team Vitality.
Yep, all the points matter. Now, the 3-way tie is actually going to be also decided by a Kagendra match, right? Because all 3 teams, VKS, Vitality, and Team Secret, have to play against Kagendra. So these games are points you do not want to miss. Similarly, for Kagendra, these are potential points to get you into the top 4 position.
That is true, man. Like, we cannot just take Kagendra out of the conversation, right? Like, mathematically, they still have a chance. So hopefully, they can just make things harder for everyone right now just by coming in and then just beating Vitality maybe, and then just putting this, again, one more time, a little bit more confusing for everyone right now.
I mean, Kagendra was 0-2 yesterday. They were winless, right? But they have 3 games. They're going to be all on this stream, and this is the one you want to watch. This is a team that has a lot of potential. Can they get into this one? Can they kind of, maybe play a little party pooper for some of the other teams getting into this one?
Yep, it's all about the Indonesian pride at this point. But of course, I think we need to figure out what the prediction is like for this game as well, right?
All right, STC play predictions from the 2 of you boys. What do you think? Is it going to be Team Kagendra? Is it going to be Vitality? What do you think?
Want me to go first this time? Because you've gone first every single time and you've lost.
No, I'm going to take first pick. I'm going to go with Team Vitality.
I wanted to go Team Vitality. Okay, nonetheless, I'm going to go with Kagendra. I think we're going to see some serious, maybe a bit of a shock upset on this one.
Okay, everyone wants me to learn today. With the L.
Why not, man? I'm going to go with Team Vitality. The way that they've been playing the game really needs us to give them the respect to say, like, they do have the upper hand right now. Hopefully, Team Vitality and Kagendra are going to be up to the standards and they're going to bring us an amazing game. So what about if we just pass it over there to the Amazon Arena and let's see what these 2 teams are going to bring.
And we are back to the battlefield to welcome our warriors who journeyed far just to battle it out right here at the Esports World Cup. Sky, let's go.
Since the 3rd matchup for today is about to kick off, and let's get ready for all those crazy things that is about to happen. So give our hands one more time to Team Kagendra. Welcome. Team Kagendra right now is at a very dangerous zone, I would say. They have to try everything they have to make it further towards the playoffs.
And let's see what's going to happen against their challenger. Here comes Team Vitality. They're all warmed up for a vital match indeed. I think we've got to have a lot going on this time.
It's do or die one more time. You go up, take a step up, you fight your seat at the playoffs, you go down, you fall off the cliff, and everything will be a goodbye for you. So important, so risky, so what's about to happen? Let's check it out. So give it to our studios.
Team Vitality, Kagendra, we're going over to Group A. And as we saw on the analyst desk as well, Team Secret beat Vivo off stage. So this is still a very important match for these two teams. Can Kagendra make the miracle run, Bram? Can they beat every single team above them and qualify into the top 4?
It's definitely looking like a feat, right? And it's like the scaling Mount Olympus at this point for Kagendra, currently sitting on 0-2. But like we just said, that Team Vitality losing to Team Secret, not Team Vitality, sorry, Vivo Keystars. Vitality did lose to Team Secret, but not today. Vivo Keystars did just lose to Team Secret, even though we didn't watch it. Can't really give our words on that, but it's a big upset for the Brazilian scene.
Yeah, I mean, Vivo Keeds at the moment sitting at 1-2. Kagendra currently sitting at 0-2. If Team Vitality win this game, this is going to be a huge step for them to get into the top 4. And it's a team that is very close to our hearts, as we're both from Western Europe, as we're both following Team Vitality. We know quite a few of the players. We've been able to talk to some of the players as well. And when we was talking to Benji yesterday about the victory against Vivo Keed, he was saying to me, he was like, they feel like they've improved so much from that Season 2 Invitational. We know that they have a new coach now. They have a different kind of way of playing the game as well, even if they have 2 players in the off role. You know, Shanks down in the farm lane normally plays in the jungle. CT Boys normally support, but playing in the jungle at the moment. So it's difficult for Team Vitality, but they're growing, I feel like, as Honor of Kings is going on. Obviously, the global scene's not been out for too long. But I think that already that sudden change between the Season 2 Invitational and the Midseason Invitational, being able to take the revenge against Vivo Keed, super excited to cast them in this game.
Yeah, it's like with the EWC Central broadcast when they showed that graph of when it was released in China and how long they've been playing for and when it was released in the rest of the world. So these teams are just started, like 2 months. Obviously, Brazil has been a little bit longer, and then obviously you got like Turkey, which aren't actually participating in this one, have a little bit longer than the rest of them, but it's just the beginning, and I think that's what really needs to be driven home to these players that may seem disheartened by losing. Yes, losing is good for you as long as you learn, which hopefully over in the studio, Kin is doing a lot of.
Yeah, I'm kind of worried because I feel like Kin's going to cast a curse Vitality in this, which is not great. Kin has a 0% win rate at the moment in terms of predictions. I'm super worried. I mean, obviously, we're both cheering for, we're both kind of hoping that Vitality win this, but I'm praying that Kin doesn't go 3rd time. You know, 3rd time's the charm, right? They always say that. So hopefully Team Vitality can actually turn things around. But let's turn our attention to the draft as well. Vitality and Kagendra. Lady Shen being the priority for Vitality, which is super surprising because we know the Highland loves these assassins in the mid lane. The Shank 1 has been one of his most popular picks. Mai as well, but Mai, one of the most banned heroes at the moment in the mid-season Invitational, but that's going to be responded by Long and Zhangfei.
Yeah, that means we might see another late game ADC down into the farm lane, because if you're giving a Lady Shen into that mid lane, we know that the resources aren't going to be there, but the Dharma comes through from yesterday. 90 on that Dharma was pretty phenomenal, and Motsu so far has been a great way to set up these engages. So we're going to be seeing Benji on the Motsu, but the Zhangfei, the Loon coming through. This is a big 2 starting heroes within this draft already for Kagendra.
Yeah, for sure. A huge thing to note right now for Team Vitality. They are a team that is kind of very different in terms of draft compared to other teams. We see a lot of teams in these drafts prioritize their jungle pick in the first 3 picks. But since CT Boy is kind of the fill in the jungle at the moment, he normally falls back to the tanks. We've seen him a lot on the Kaiser. We saw him yesterday off stream on the Musashi. So he's kind of the one that's just like, okay, I don't really need to be a priority pick. Team Vitality would rather get the priority picks to the likes of 90. As you mentioned, a very strong performance on the Dharma. Drama, the likes of the Mutsu, Lady Shen as well. Orgren being picked though for Kagendra. Question is, Blam, Clash Lane or Jungle? That flex pick is left open, which is super nice for them.
I'm not going to try and guess it. I'm not going to try and make myself look like an idiot. But with it being in the middle of that draft, I can assume that it's only going to be a flex pick just to keep Vitality guessing. But they do ban out the Lady Sun. So I was really thinking that Shanks was going to go for that Lady Sun there. But with the Arlie gone down, Lady Sun, we are seeing a very, very small ADC pool now in that farm lane for Shanks. But there, it's all going to be Byron being taken out into the Clash lane. So if the Orgren is in the Clash lane and Byron gets taken out, it's a bit of a non-starting ban there, and then Princess Frost in that mid lane.
Yeah, for sure. I think that's a huge point to point out about Shanks as well. Shanks has kind of been the main carry for this team. Yesterday against Vivo Keed on that Arlie was one of the highest priority picks for this team. Obviously, Arlie getting banned in the first rotation. But what does Shanks fall back on? We've seen him fall back on Derenji a few times, but we know that Derenji is not as much of a carrier as someone like Arlie, for example. It's going to be going up against the Long, but the Hino as well. I love Kagendra's draft. There's so much flexibility on the draft. The Hino can go mid lane, could go jungle, could even go into Clash lane. Orgren can go Clash lane or jungle. It's so difficult for Vitality at the moment to understand what lanes they're coming up against, what heroes they're coming up against.
Yeah, the Hino with that poke range as well. So there's a lot of wave clear at the moment on the side of Kagendra, and a lot of damage as well. So even if it's the Hino in the jungle, that poke can still put a lot of pressure onto those early engages. And obviously Lung, as we know, has some fantastic damage. But you were right, Stu. We are seeing Shanks fall back to the DRNG, and then we're seeing a City Boy go for his Masashi, which we saw yesterday, and he played pretty well.
Yeah, I feel like this is a really nice adaptation for Vitality. We saw them struggle a little bit in the Season 2 Invitational with the likes of Kaiser just being picked every single time for City Boy, and then when Kaiser wasn't picked, it was pretty doomed for them. Like, they didn't look as strong of a team, but then winning yesterday on Masashi is going to be huge. I'm really curious how this game is going to go, though, because Derenji, as we mentioned, is not as much of a carry as Arlie. I think that they still have to funnel a lot of gold onto Shanks. They have to prioritize getting that gold onto Shanks because he is the main carry for this team. But with the sort of build that gets done with Derenji, sometimes we get tank items, more utility items, like the lightning chain effect. It's going to be super interesting how Vitality adapts with them not playing as much of a carry in that farm lane.
Yeah, it's going to be really interesting to see. We can only really hope that City Boy gets his big boy boots on the Masashi and really carries this game as well. But like I was saying in that draft, the Lady Shen is not going to be the one that's going to be taking a lot of gold going into this game against Kagendra. But Kagendra has such a feisty roster right now with the Lung, with the Orgren, with the Hino as well, Zhongfei with the Engage, and even now fleshing that out with Luna. So the Orgren goes up into the Clash lane, and Hino is going to be building those magic damage items.
Yeah, so really nice here. I think the Masashi is kind of... everyone knows that Masashi is a really, really good counter to Orgren with that lockdown. So they're like, okay, we don't want to put this Orgren in the jungle because we don't want it to really come up against CT Boy and the Masashi because it's going to be a counter pick. So let's flex that Orgren. Let's put that in the Clash lane. Hino, as we've seen, has been played a lot more in the mid lane as more of a carry rather than a tank. So that flexibility of putting Hino in the mid lane. And now we see Kagendra, their jungler, on more of a carry jungler in the end for Riyadh in the jungle. So it's going to be super interesting to see how they adapt in terms of that flexibility. But again, it all comes down to the game itself. It all comes down to the rotations around the map, as we've seen already from the first 2 games. But in terms of Group A, this is a really important game. If Kagendra lose this, they're pretty much out. I think it's going to be very difficult for them to actually come back. They do still have 2 games after this as well, but I feel like for Kagendra, this is a must-win for them to keep the momentum. But at the same time, Vitality as well, they still need to win this as well. They're against Team Secret and Impunity afterwards. Team Secret is going to be definitely a bit of a struggle game for them. Impunity, maybe it's going to be a bit of a 50-50. So even them as well, it's also a must-win. So it's a super important game in this Group A.
I think we should just ditch the super important narrative. It just seems to be every game.
Every game's important.
Super important. Super
true.
important.
Yeah.
Super important. It's just like every game is pretty much, it's got some weight behind it. It's all got some pretty hefty consequences if you lose. If you win, it's all about maintaining that momentum for in day 2, which obviously you're going to be wanting the most.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, Kagendra still has a few other games as well. We're going to be seeing on the A stream as well. So if they want their comeback to start, it has to start now as well. And as you mentioned, I really like the look of their draft as well. I think that flexibility in the draft is such a good thing to have in a draft. You know, being able to pick Orgren on the first rotation in the draft and say to Team Vitality, like, hey, you have to guess where the Orgren's going. Then they pick Heino, and then they're like, hey, now you have to try and guess where Heino's going. And in the end, they pick the Luna, and Vitality have to pick the whole composition before Kagendra actually finished them off in the end. But we'll have to see if that does make the difference this time around.
Yeah, I'm really a little bit worried here about the Derengion against the Lung. We've seen quite a few times that this matchup is happening so far within the EWC Mid-Season Invitational. But it's just because how much aggression Lung has. He has that ultimate that is able to engage, disengage. If you don't want to get targeted, you just go straight up to the sky and become a dragon, which most people probably wish they could do in real life. But you can if you play Lung. If you main Lung, you can make that as much as a realistic expectation than you would normally have if you weren't playing Honor of Kings. But already we're seeing a very, very slow pace, beginning match on this Vitality and Kagendra, because the past two games have been pretty aggressive.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, we're seeing a lot of priority onto this bot side. You're seeing the Mozu and the Zhongfei really prioritizing this bot side. There's not that much rotations this game by the supports. We normally see the Zhongfei and the Mozu roaming a lot. Yes. But I think there's so much priority on this farm lane matchup, 0-0 against Shanks, two of the main carries for both of these rosters. So making sure that they have a stable enough lane, making sure they don't get caught out. We know how much burst damage Long can do. The Renji in the early game, not that strong in terms of damage potential, but does have that utility in the end once he gets a few items, and does have the stun as well with his ultimate. But you're seeing so much priority on this bot side. And meanwhile, we're seeing Orgren. I think the real kind of benefit of playing this Orgren in the top lane means that you can get that push priority. You're seeing 90 at the moment has to play super aggressive underneath the tower, which means that Hans can actually look to try and roam around, which as you can see he's doing at the moment. He's just rotating around, trying to get a little bit of vision around the map because he has that pushing priority in the lane.
And because they have that priority in the clash lane as well, Weiro is able to just go around, as we saw earlier on, that Luna was helping herself to Musashi's jungle camps as well. So, and again, we're seeing a little bit more of a free roaming here. Weiro is actually being very confident with his roams. He's already sitting in that brush there, hoping that they can kind of get a push or see if Benji and Shanks overextend. But it doesn't look like quite that much, but it could be. Oh, Benji's having to force the flash out of there, but is it going to be enough? No! First blood goes over to Kagendra. Has Kin cursed us?
Oh, no, don't say that. No, the Kin curse is coming. I can already feel it burning in my bones right now. Normally, I'm the caster curse at the end. I remember some of the Team Vitality members were like, wait, you're casting our game? That's not a good thing. You're going to cast the curse last, but I feel like Kin's the one today. But yeah, really, really nice play. Benji, a little bit of an overstep there, but really nice there for Riyadh to be, kind of sit in the jungle, kind of wait for the rest of the team to be able to be there. You have to set up potential as well from the Zhongfei, so really smart in the end. And you're seeing at the moment the kind of benefit the Zhongfei has. We've seen a lot of Zhongfei's also taking Smite, which allows you to take that double Smite potential with Luna and also Zhongfei. It means that you can prioritize these objectives a lot more. The double Smite means you can do a lot of damage in very quick succession if you have the right communication, but also allows you to secure the likes of the bird right at the bottom of the map as well. That can also be secured, and everything else around the map, because Zhongfei is a hero that doesn't need that much in terms of 90
with
play.
CC into the wall though. Hello. I was about to say, my next thought was going to be 90 feels really restricted into that clash lane, because obviously Orgren puts those things, his little cast over bridges, the little spiritual bridges I'm going to call them, and then kind of follows him out with that other ability that can slow him as well. So seeing that, I was like, maybe 90's just been trapped into that clash lane, but right now it's not looking like it's making much difference in the clash lane, but down into the farm lane, it's a little bit more of a different telltale. It's a 3v1 engage onto Benji. That is a double kill going over to 0-0, and currently, that's not good.
Yeah, Kagendra again doing really, really well. Really smart tower dive from Kagendra. This dual lane at the moment is performing incredibly well. Riyadh also getting a lot of priority. I think Kagendra have definitely done their homework against Team Vitality. They know that Shanks is the main carry. They know that Team Vitality like to put a lot of resources onto Shanks. So understanding that, Riyadh spent a lot of time in this bottom side going for the tower dive as well. We mentioned yesterday in our cast as well, Long is such a great hero to be able to tower dive because he can take that tower aggro, he can take a couple of tower shots, and then he can use the ultimate to escape as well, as we see the end of that. A double kill over to Long this early on is going to be extremely scary to deal with for Vitality.
Very, very crucial. And we're seeing that Highland can't play that carry role either because he's normally on the Shangguan, he's normally on the Mai Shiranui. So being on the Lady Shen, you are playing a little bit more of a backseat. And you can kind of see that that's the draft here at the drafting part for Team Vitality. I think that's where it kind of started to sort of be a bit of a plodding way into an early grave, it seems. But so far, they are still keeping into it. The gold lead is not too far between the two teams as well. It's just that they need to start getting some priority in these lanes. We saw Benji being able to get a kill over to Team Vitality as well, but Dharma just trying to get some CC onto these squishier heroes on the side of Kagendra. It's almost like it's going to be a really hard feat for them, because if you think about it, if Dharma goes in and then Zhongfei just pushes him out, that's kind of like they've got no other way of getting back in there unless the Motsu comes through with a long range engage first, gets that stun off, then Dharma gets in. That's the only way I can see this working.
Yeah, for sure. I think that there's a really good point to bring up. There's a lot of disengage on the side of Kagendra in this game. You know, like Zhongfei, but Dharma, oh, 90 again, flashing in, gets the kill onto 0-0 on the Long, 90. Coming up absolutely huge on this Dharma so far. That's twice now he's been able to use that flash ultimate to pin someone against the wall. And that's the price factor that Dharma brings, which is one of the reasons why I love this hero.
Yeah.
You know, it's not really picked as much as the Elaine or the Mayim, but just for that playmaking potential with the ultimate, it's such a huge win condition here for Vitality.
I mean, you just brought up two names that I completely forgot about there. I was like, I haven't seen them all today, which is pretty much a different story from yesterday because they have been banned pretty heavily here. But Wiro may be getting caught out here as the T1 mid lane has fallen. He has to retreat a little bit further than he did a few moments ago, but he is able to get out of there. But it looks like Haino is trying to focus here, so Kagendra going for those side lanes, priorities again, because they've pushed both the Clash lane, both the farm lane. But I do have to give it to Vitality. They have got that very important T1 in the mid lane, which means they can try and overstep now, try and get a few more ganks.
Yeah, so you can see Musashi going for a more tank build this time around, with the cape being built as the first item, playing more of the tank role, which is what we mentioned. You know, CT Boy has definitely been playing more of a tank role for this team, giving more gold over to the likes of Highland if he plays Assassins, or even Shanks this time around. But as you mentioned, you know, Highland is kind of there for the utility, there for the wave clear, there for kind of the burst damage in terms of a mage, not playing that assassin this time around. But I think all eyes on this game now has to be on 90 to see if he can make the plays on the Dharma onto 0-0, because 0-0 has such a big lead at the moment on Long in terms of kills, being able to get a huge advantage, and they need to make sure they use that as well in this game.
Yeah, we see that Wiro made his way up to the Clash lane just to kind of put a bit more of a pressure up there whilst giving over the Tyrants. So again, we could be seeing a little bit more of an output onto the side of Team Vitality. But really, that damage is only going to be coming from either the Dharma or the Shanks right now. But it could potentially come through on Highland, but as we've already said in the broadcast, that Highland's not going to be the priority of giving that gold over. It is definitely heavily reliant on Shanks just to get gold, get that itemization going. But so far, it's pretty much neck and neck. Kagendra looked like they had a much better earlier game into that 4-minute mark. Now, it's kind of taking that same role as Boom Esports' first game, where it's kind of slowing down the pace, because I think of the not thinking that they were going to lose that T1 mid turret so early is probably put a bump in the road for them.
No, 100%. I totally agree. I think Kagendra already have performed a lot better than what we saw yesterday. I think overall they've been playing a lot more safer. They've also been getting a lot more rotations in the early game, especially for the jungler, being able to get that extra early advantage. Both teams now trying to prioritize this Tyrant for the extra damage. Kagendra, a little bit split at the moment, but we have to wait for that engage from 90. Is it going to come out, or are they just going to give up this objective? It looks like they're just going to back off for now. They're going to give up this objective. Vitality don't feel confident enough that they're going to be able to take this Tyrant away.
Yeah, I mean, on the side of Kagendra, they're all a little bit too split, so for 90 to try and get in here, it's going to be hard, but you can see him rotating to the back line here. We saw that Senko was pretty much nicely set up by that wall. We do see the Peacemaker coming through from the Motsu there, but there was no follow-up because they decided to disengage, get Masashi that Azure Golem, and maybe play for this Overlord, because this could put them back into the game, especially these side lanes right now. Just trying to get another T, get the first T2 down, just means that if we could start seeing some split pushes from the side of Team Vitality, we could still see a victory for them.
One thing I want to note as well with the itemizations that we can see on screen as well, I've been seeing this a lot, but the support items for both Benji and Zhongfei going for the Radiance in terms of vision, but looks like a fight might be starting. 90 use the ultimate already. The Overlord is going to be taken, but they're looking to try and Kagendra getting engaged, and Vitality are running for the wings.
Yep, ready for the wings. Highland gets taken down early in the engage, and Kagendra is going to settle at that. They do lose the Overlord, which was probably at great succession for 90, just being able to keep 0-0 off of that object there. So keeping the Dragon at bay, but they do lose the T1 turret as well. So this could be crucial for Kagendra to get back into this lane priority plays. And again, they are going to take that T2 with ease. Kagendra having a fantastic brawl there, taking out the Highland, taking down T1 and T2 in the mid lane.
Yeah, objective goes over to Vitality, but they lose 2 mid lane towers, not just 1, but 2 mid lane towers, showing how strong Long is at taking towers. But go back to my original point quickly, but yeah, Radiance support items being picked for both the Zhongfei and the Benji means that you get that extra vision. You know, we were talking about in the last game about how vision is so important, about trying to make sure that you don't get caught in bushes. Thanks to these support items, the Mozi and the Zhongfei are building, you get that big massive AoE vision around you that you'll be able to activate after every few seconds. And that's going to be really big at trying to set up plays for both these teams, whether it's the Zhongfei engaging, whether it's Mozi trying to get vision to try and land these long range stuns. And it's an adaptation that I've seen quite a lot in the mid-season. We didn't see it too much in Season 2 Invitational, but in this mid-season, these teams are definitely prioritizing vision more than anything else.
Yeah, it's also used for like a counter engage as well, because they got the likes of the Dharma, so it makes sense for Zhongfei to take it, because we can see Dharma as a very much sit in the bush kind of guy. But then at the same time, we have Weiro on the Luna, which we know from previous matches. Luna generally sits in those bushes before those neutral objectives. So again, it's a huge counter engage for themselves, for support to give themselves a little bit more functionality within this fight. But it's looking pretty much like a stalemate so far going into the 14-minute mark. The goal difference is not that far apart. It's only 2k difference, which is not a lot at all. And if you look in terms of level, there's just not much disparity in that option as well, because they're just very equal in this game, which going into it, we thought Vitality would maybe get a stomp on their hands with Kagendra already sitting at 0-2 right now.
Oh, this is what happens in the best of one. You know, anything can happen in the best of one. And Masashi trying to use the ultimate on the backline. Long using the ultimate to disengage is just going to escape in there. So just a trade of ultimates in the end. As you mentioned, pretty much a stalemate at the moment. Both teams not willing to take any risks. Both teams just trying to take as much farm as possible. Try and get the items that they need towards these next objectives. And speaking of the objectives, that Shadow Tyrant is going to be spawning now as well, which is going to be a huge fight for these two teams. But again, Kagendra are the first ones to this objective. They're the ones that have the control over this objective. But Vitality are like, okay, we need to step in and we need to make our mark on this Tyrant. And it's going to be a huge fight.
Yep, Shadow Tyrant is looking pretty low.
Stolen!
With the steal, the crucial kill theft comes through. But not only that, Stu, it is crucial crowd control, double kill, triple kill over to the Ogryn as well. This could be the end for Vitality. They have the mid lane. They are at the higher ground. Sorry, Stu, what is going on? Kagendra beating Team Vitality. We did not think this was going to happen.
The miracle run is still alive for Kagendra. 1 down, 2 to go. Kagendra beating Team Vitality, making this an extremely exciting and spicy group going into the rest of today.
Yep, and that is probably the biggest upset of the day for me so far, to be honest. The Kagendra coming through and taking it from Team Vitality, but I have to keep beating this one back home. It all happened in that draft. They knew. They've done their homework.
Yep.
They've sat in the restaurant at the hotel. They've gone to the player lounge. They've literally sussed out who the carry is on Team Vitality and really aimed at Shanks.
100%. I think definitely going back to the draft, the flex picks as well in the end for Kagendra. I think their draft was so well planned, and you can see that, as you mentioned, they've done their homework. They've been able to take this victory. And now this, I don't know what to predict with this group now. Vitality beat VKS, they take revenge there. Kagendra now beat Vitality, which means that Kagendra are now 1-2.
Yep.
Vitality are now 1-2. Vivo Kids are 1-2, and Impunity are 1-2. So we have a 4-way tiebreaker at the moment in Group A, which means this is wide open for anyone to make it into the top 4.
Yeah, I mean, it's looking like a bit of a similar story what we saw after the end of day 1. A lot of people on that 1-1, and it looks like Kin's curse came through. Vitality have lost to Kagendra. Kin, why? But first, hearing from the winners.
And we are writing more history right here as the first win for Kagendra. How are you and how do you feel about it?
I feel really amazing. We feel so amazing today.
I'm sure of it. I can feel the vibes as well, man. The moment you won, it's like, oh my God, everything just went, boom, let's go. What's happening here?
I mean, the very last team fight was wild and crazy. What actually happened? Who seized that opportunity to have that very eventual hit?
I think we saw it together, that the moment when the dragon will stun all of them, yeah, so we just seized the moment.
Very precious moment captured here.
I'm sure of that.
It's so difficult to do that, but you did it so well. Okay, the Luna pick is very special. How do you feel about this hero? The reason why?
So because today we have a mindset of nothing to lose, so we just go all out today.
That is a powerful feeling. Nothing to lose. Let's go all out. Let's have fun and make it happen. And you did. Such a beautiful time. So, you feeling more confident about the coming matches?
Yeah, of course. I feel like we can even beat KPL Dream Team now.
Beat KPL Dream Team. Let's go. Let's see if that's going to happen or not. And let's see what's going to happen more. To the studio. Back to you guys.
When you have nothing to lose, that is the moment to really show up. And Kagendra is really writing history right now.
Yeah, that's right. Feeling confident to the point where they feel like they can take on KPL Dream Team.
And why not, man? Why not? They come in today and then they start thinking like, okay, we have nothing to lose, man. Let's just go for it. Let's just really try our very best to enjoy this whole thing. And when you have a player that is at its top, enjoying the game, that is a dangerous, very, very, very dangerous thing.
Yeah, it's like an animal that's cornered.
Yes.
You know, they're going to fight back. And they're going to fight back, especially since Kendofu was predicting against them as well. And Kagendra striking back. I love the confidence. I love the fact that they were able to go in. Can they take on KPL? Might be a little ambitious, but it's still funny nonetheless.
Well, let's take a look at the scoreboard. At this point, it is a victory for the Kages. And I want to focus on to Weeraw here. It's such a wonderful game.
You gotta admit that the whole thing, for me, it just happens from the BP. The BP is just the reason why Kagendra is just winning this. The way that they just really were able just to push Shanks against the corner and really neutralize that farmer laner. Like, that is the key to why Kagendra is taking the dub.
Yeah, very good movements. You see the ganks that were happening. They were just making everything uncomfortable for Vitality. They were not able to play the game that they wanted to have done, and they were playing defensive from the beginning. Yes, they came back at this point, but it was one of those things where the team fights were far superior for Kagendra.
Yep, it was more difficult to execute on the side of Vitality because you are depending on Benji to land those cannon blasts in order for Shanks to get the kills in. But for Moveless, it's a different kind of concept. It's about the Leaping Savior. Give the shields to 0-0, let him work his magic.
Yeah, and working that magic, it's kind of a copy off of KPL. You were talking earlier about the fact that this draft is actually very similar to what they ran before.
Yes, exactly. And you know, when you draft such a monstrous type of I don't know. Van pick. Yeah, I feel so defeated at this point, guys. I'm so sorry for voting.
It's totally fine, buddy. We all here came to learn you're learning the same as everyone else, man. And believe me, everyone is just enjoying this, man. Like, for sure, we're going to have an MVP for this game. It is going to be amazing, man. Like, this was an amazing game. The match MVP is going to be Muffers Tramfe.
Completely on point. And I just want to add on to what, Isaac, you were saying. There's a lot of learning by Kin. He's doing quite a bit more of the learning, more than anyone else in today's day.
Yeah, so more importantly, it's about the damage that Mufus was soaking, similar to how I'm soaking a lot of damage right now as well, right? So not only that, with the equip of the double smite, they really went to their best. They kind of diluted the jungle growth. That was the main point, right? We were talking about this. The fact that the Musashi started with red allowed Riyadh to really just eat up the jungle on the other side when the timers were up.
And this has been an amazing game. The way that Kagendra just completely stirred the pot, even putting impunity back in the conversation. This is just amazing. We're learning so much, man, and I hope that everyone is going to keep learning with us by following our Honor of Kings Global Esports channels and using the hashtag HoK at EWC 2024. This is gonna give you a chance to win permanent skins that you can always receive in the latest and exclusive esports information, man. Follow the channel right now. Boys, we're going for a break. Right now, right after Kagendra and this amazing game, we're gonna have KPL Dream Team against Weibo Gaming. Stay tuned.
Honor 200 series, the best portrait phone AI empowered. Studio level, AI portrait camera, 3 hardcore portrait modes. Color, vibrant and classic to capture portraits that truly stand out. AI empowered magic portal. Snapdragon 8S Gen 3 AI chipset. 5,200 milliampere per hour silicon carbon battery, 100 watt, Honor Supercharge. This is Honor 200 series.
Ready, set, go.
Hello and welcome to the interview. I have Pang with me from Team KPL. Hello, welcome. I have a question for you before we begin. Right now, both KPL and Weibo are 3-0. Do you think you're going to beat them at the end of the day?
好，那首先欢迎小胖来到我们今天的一个采访席。那么首先我们第一个问题想问到小胖的是，就是我们现在跟微博都是一个3个积分嘛，那你觉得我们今天会战胜他们吗？我们是否比他们更加强劲呢？
I think KPL Dream Team, everyone is more strong than WBG. Yeah.
He said not only him, but also his teammates, they are stronger than Weibo team.
That is the confidence, and we love to see that. But tomorrow we're going into the playoffs, so I would like to know: are we going to see anything new from your team?
那明天就要开启下一阶段了嘛，就预计来到我们的淘汰赛了，有什么新的挑战和目标吗？
My team 是目标怎么说来着 ？My team's target is only champion.
Only champion. The target is only champion.
Only champion. There is no other target. Thank you so much for the interview, and good luck in your target.
Right after that amazing interview with Pang, I am just hyped, man. I love when Pang comes in and starts using English just to answer to the questions. Like, I've seen that before in other tournaments. It always cracks me up, man.
It's a lot of confidence, right? It's one of those things where I know what's happening. I know I need to just exert dominance because I am the better team. I'm the better player. I know what's going on. I mean, they have 31 champions within the players themselves. This is a all-star team.
Yep, they have a very clear target. They want to be the champions. I also have a clear target. I want to get one prediction right.
I hope so too, man. I hope that you're going to start just carrying some W's, man. Well, boys, yesterday was the first time for the two of you just to cast KPL Dream Team games, right? What was the difference? Was there like a different feeling in just casting the KPL Dream Team games to what you have done before?
I think it's really clear that they have very strong understandings of the hero picks they have. Like the moment Pang entered the jungle, we have read that, hey, Pang likes to occupy the opponent jungler, makes it his home. And, you know, most teams don't really show up in a very aggressive style like that. But Pang was a different class altogether.
Very different. And it was one of the things that I noticed was the fact that they're clinical and they play around the clock. They understand the timings of all the objectives, and they force things. They know where the enemy jungle is going to be before they even get there. So, you know, being like 10 steps ahead really helps that team.
Yep, and it's not just fast fingers, it's also the fast, you know, processing of information because they're able to make very quick decisions. Hey, we got Eternity Blade, let's go and get the kill now. And then slowly transition, one win after win after win, suddenly it's a huge snowball.
It is just, I agree with you in terms of that, like it's just that micro, right? Like just being able just to come into the amazing, just immediately, 1 second, one decision, 1 second, another decision, always coming in, it never stops. Weibo, what can they do to try to defeat that? How can they block this?
Okay, so in the 2 out of 3 games we've seen of Weibo Gaming, right, they have picked Sun Bin twice. It's a litmus test for the side of Weibo Gaming. And they like to use his time bomb to really check the bushes. I think that gives them a little bit of safety against the likes of KPL Dream Team.
Okay.
Not only that, they rarely allow their farm lane to have a 1v1 situation. It is 1v2, 3v1, it doesn't matter, right? We will never allow a farm lane to fight alone in the early stages of the game.
Yeah, so for me, they know how to come back.
Yeah.
But going up against a team like KPL Dream Team, coming back is going to be very difficult. So they need to ensure that they have a really good early start, get themselves a head start, and understand that KPL is probably going to invade their jungle very, very early.
So that's the thing, like, if you cannot come back, don't let them run away. Just since the beginning of the game, just do not allow that little jungle resources, a little bit of that edge, because 100, 200, 300, they just start piling up into 1,000, 2,000, 3,000. You do not want to give them that. Boys, we're almost there for the game. Come on, I need predictions.
Yes,
SBC play predictions, let's go.
I've been waiting for that. I'm gonna pick first. I want to pick KPL Dream Team. Give me my first dub, man.
Okay, I have to go with Weibo in that case. I don't like it. I think it's going to be very difficult for them. But man, if they do this, if the Kindofu curse really is real, now is the time. Because if Weibo wins this one, that would be a huge upset.
A lot of highlights for this, man. Like everything is going to be on us because the winner of this game might just take the first place of this group. It's going to be an amazing game. By far, the closest one that we're going to have. What about if we just move to the Amazon Arena and then we just get ready for this amazing clash?
And we are back to the Amazon Arena, back to the Gorge to witness another ultimate clash of skill and strategy in this coming match. And now, reaching to the sky, yalla, we are ready.
This is happening. This is the time, so ladies and gentlemen, and the crowds in the arena, can we hear some voices for the KPL Dream Team?
Oh, they are ready.
Yes, of course. Let's go. I think KPL Dream Team is ready. Let's welcome. I think yesterday, KPL Dream Team had become so powerful, so dominant and monstrous. So we was wondering, what are the secret weapons they'll be hiding from us? And I think this is showtime.
Definitely it is showtime against their challenger hailing all the way from Malaysia. Let's hear for Weibo Gaming. I'm excited for this one to see what's gonna happen. Everybody wants to compete against KPL, the Dream Team, but Weibo Gaming have a lot to offer as well. Their combination of mechanical skills and in-depth gaming, pretty much, they are here to dominate.
Of course, so ladies and gentlemen, please summon your heroes. The battle for the Honor of King's crown is upon us. I believe this will be the time we headed to the studios.
Welcome everybody back to the mid-season invitational. I'm pretty sure the crowd are going to be going nuts for this one, Stu, because it is the KPL Dream Team against Weibo Gaming. I'm going nuts for this one because Weibo is currently at the same standing as the KPL Dream Team.
Yeah, this is the most exciting game of the day, the match of the day as well, as the analysts mentioned at the start of today. Both these teams 3-0. So far, KPL has washed everyone in their path, but Weibo Gaming seem like the second strongest team in their group. So this is going to be a super interesting matchup. As you mentioned, the crowd is there. As we were walking to the Amazon Arena this morning as well, we can see them queuing up outside. They're ready to cheer on their team.
Absolutely. I mean, I think if anybody can do it right now, Weibo definitely have my vote. And KPL currently have Kin's Caster Curse, which has been very prevalent today, Kin. Thank you for Caster Curse in Team Vitality. Please let it do the same for the KPL. Just joking, just joking. I don't want the crowd to jump me when I get off the casting booth. That will probably happen. But no, I think this is going to be a really close game. I really hope it's going to be a close game because Weibo have just had such a strong performance, being such the underdogs, being such lack of statistics for this group as well.
Yeah, I think that's a big thing that loads of people, a lot of teams, coming into this tournament didn't know too much about Weibo Gaming. They only really had that last chance qualifier to go by in terms of preparation. And they've been able to come into this tournament with a lot of prep. As one of the other Malaysian teams, it was kind of that battle between like Weibo and Loops who would take that second and third seed, but Weibo Gaming already completely washed Loops completely, which Brazil in general are just kind of underperforming in this tournament. But enough about Brazil, let's talk about this draft as well. Weibo Gaming ban away the Orgrim, ban away the Shang Fei as well, surprisingly enough. And it's going to be that Dolia first pick in the end, which opens up the Ali. But the first time in this tournament, we are going to see, oh no, I think it's the second time actually that we've seen Mai in this tournament. I believe it was played in day number 1. But this is the most banned hero in this tournament at the moment, Mai Shiranui. Going to be super exciting to see an assassin being played in the mid lane for a change.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, I wouldn't want to see any fans coming towards me and slapping me in the face and just coming out of nowhere, which has been pretty much the theme of today, is being sitting in these bushes just when teams don't face check, but I know that KPL are definitely going to face check. And the Dolia with the lung, this is exactly what I thought was going to come through. As soon as I saw the Dolia get placed as for prio pick, I knew that the lung was coming through, and then Hugh Huan to just keep that team comp going because the engages, the double airtime as well. It may not just go on lung to give the airtime. We have the Hugh Huan who can be flying up in the air, coming back down, baby, and healing your team.
Yeah, I think the big thing as well is that it's kind of surprising that Weibo Gaming picked the Ali over the Long. It seems to be definitely a huge priority for Weibo Gaming. But we did see JD play Long in the last series of yesterday that we were casting against Boom Esports. Yes. So this is a hero that he feels comfortable on, but he wants the Ali instead for the extra mobility. And then being able to pick up that Luna as well, that carry jungler. The only kind of downside I see at the moment for Weibo Gaming, which might be a Liam Poe pick now, which might solve that, is they don't have too much front line. They have an assassin in the jungle. They have an assassin in the mid lane. They have the Byron, which is more of a damage bruiser than a tank bruiser, to be fair. We've seen that Byrons are not as tanky as maybe some other heroes up in the Clash lane. So we'll have to see. I mean, at the moment, that Dolia Long and Hugh1 combo, Rong has been playing Hugh1 a lot, so we'll have to see what they round their comp out with.
Yeah, I mean, I like the Byron because of that knock-up. So if you could knock up one of the backline, and currently right now the KPL draft is very squishy, just like Weibo Gaming. But if you can get the Byron knock-up and then Mai Shiranui comes through, or Ali comes through, or Luna, that's huge damage coming through onto the side of Weibo Gaming. But those last little parts of the draft there, the Dharma and the Lady Shen, the Kayan and the Motsu, we see the Masashi coming through once more. So it's going to be Hugh Huan in that mid lane. I expected it, to be honest, because they were the first team to play that. And then the Mayin in the Baron lane, the Clash lane, sorry, we haven't seen that for quite some time, Stu.
Yeah, the Yu Huan going to be really, really impactful here for Rong. We've already seen him multiple times, as you mentioned. Bit of a comfort pick for him in the mid lane. Comboed up with that Dolia as well. Dolia has so many ultimates that she can reset this game. Long's ultimate turned into a dragon. You won with the extra healing. Musashi, you can potentially get a double knock-up as well. And KPL now have their front line. They have the Musashi, they have Main. Super curious to see what Weibo pick here. I would say potentially the Liam Poe. I did mention it before. Liam Poe, they needed a frontline tank. They already banned out the Zhang Fei. Liam Poe is the next in line, which rounds out their comp, in my opinion, really, really well. They have the Liam Poe and the Byron in the backline. They also have the Mai and the Luna with that extra bit of mobility with the Ali to try and get into the backline. But this is going to be, Blam, a super explosive game. I cannot wait to get into this.
I expect nothing less, Stu. I expect nothing less. But this is probably my favorite thing about the EWC mid-season invitational. It's just the amount of times Liam Poe's coming out. It's one of my favorite heroes. It's fantastic for those engages like we saw with Boom Esports earlier. Didn't quite work as well against AG Global just because Zaze was so fed. But going into this team comp, having quite squishy heroes on the side of the KPL Dream Team. Yes, they have the Musashi to give them a little bit of a front line, but going with the Byron, going with the Liam Poe, that's a solid front line.
Yeah, for sure. I think both teams are... you definitely prioritize like the tank on the support for the Liam Poe. Definitely going to be building more tanky. I mean, if the Musashi goes the same as the CT boy from last game, again, going to be going for the cape, the more of the tanky build. We'll have to see, because we've seen Pang on so many like carrier jungles as well. We've also seen him on the tanks like Menki as well. So it's going to be super interesting as we get into this incredible clash. And oh no! The fights have already started, Blam. The blood has already been spread. KPL Dream Team, the aggression that was going to come out already. And look at this, the invades come in as well. I think KPL have shown so many different styles of them. They've played the super aggression that they're playing now and against Falcons. They've shown the respect against some of the teams as well. But in this game, they are showing no respect over to Weibo Gaming.
Yeah, they definitely want that top seed in their respective group. But the Mai Shiranui there with a great knock-up onto Rong, but nothing came out of it. But that is just showing that Weibo's like, hey, if you want to play aggressive, guys, we can play that just too. But there is so much AoE going on right now on the side of the KPL Dream Team. But First Blood going over to KPL Dream Team, learning that from the game with All Gamers Global, they didn't want to lose that First Blood this time around.
Yeah, incredible play there. Again, a kind of surprise factor in that Clash lane. You know, being able to get the extra advantage in the Clash lane is super important, especially in this Main versus Byron matchup. The Byron definitely having the early game advantage over the Main, but now Main has a little bit of an advantage early game. That's definitely going to help out Fly here in the top side of the map. And Rong has used the flash in the mid lane as well, but honestly, I'm super excited to see Yin-Yo on Long, because we know that in China, Long has been out for quite some time. It's been the most played pick over there in China for the likes of Yin-Yo and also Chance, the other farm lane carry that's in this tournament for the KPL Dream Team. So I want to see how long differs from like Yinyo playing it compared to the other players that have been playing at this tournament so far.
Yeah, I mean, this match is more than likely going to show it. The goal difference is already 2K. We're already having a big engage here.
Okay.
Weibo taking out Pang. Hello. This is Weibo Gaming. They are here to stay and try and keep that top seed in this group, which is fantastic for them. Can they beat All Gaming's 2 kills? Can they beat that 10-minute match as well? But that was just a fantastic play there. Gives over the Azure Golem, the blue buff, over to the Ali. We get a little bit of tit for tat up here into the clash lane. Oh, I thought Guayu was going to get another kill onto Fly.
Yeah, mistake there for Pang, which is very rare to see, to be honest. Going for the invade, but not respecting Weibo Gaming in the end there, because Weibo was able to rotate very quickly, kind of collapse onto Pang in the end, and he wasn't able to escape, unfortunately. But Pang doing it, it's still an incredible job in this tournament. Long with the ultimate, trying to escape, and Weibo Gaming, they're bringing the fight to KPL Dream Team at the moment. They're doing incredibly well in this early game. They're trying to fight. They're trying to fight blood back towards them, and even looking for invades themselves as well. As Musashi's going in, Pang's going in, maybe Luna's a little bit caught out, but look at the dashes. Look at the mobility that Luna can bring. The double knock-up in the end from Musashi thanks to Dolia. Liam Poe going down wrong on the HoK going in with the ultimate, nearly taking down another member, and KPL Dream Team being able to fight back again. They do have that little bit of a goal lead at the moment, and a few kills in the bag for them right now means that they can use that advantage to try and push these lanes.
Yeah, I was not envious of that Liam Poe there. There was so much CC going on to him. He twirled around more times than if he was wearing a new summer dress, and it definitely worked to keep him there, punish him for trying to deny that kill onto the Luna as well. First Tyrant goes over to KPL. Did we think of anything different that was going to happen there? Probably not, because this damage buff this early on is going to be big and huge for them. They're already up by about 2K gold as well, so it's slowly going to paint a picture right now. KPL finally overextended there, though.
Fly with the flash forward there into 2 people, not respecting the extra bit of damage there. And that also gives an opportunity for Weibo Gaming to take this mid lane tower. KPL Dream Team trying to rotate into the top side of the map, trying to get Mayin even further ahead, but bit of overextension. And that means at the moment that Weibo Gaming have a little bit of an advantage, and they're actually invading onto Pang. Pang is so low on HP, but so is the Luna as well. But you're seeing the flank from Yinyo. We're not even seeing it, but on the opposite side of the map, Yinyo is in the backline at the moment against 3 people. You're on the wrong side of the map, buddy. I'm not too sure if you can get away from this one. You might have a dragon, but that's gonna not. Oh, hold on. He has the dragon, and the whole KPL Dream Team are here. The bait is real from Yinyo. The dragon is real. KPL Dream Team, you cannot count them out. Another 2 kills over to them.
No, that was just a beautiful play there, because we thought that Weibo had them against the ropes onto that blue side of KPL's jungle, but then it was sort of like, no, we're going to split the fight. We're going to see that you're going to retreat up to the clash lane. We're going to have Lung come up there, which we're going to see in this one. Byron kind of overstayed his welcome there, but then this is where all the punishment came through. We saw one ult, the ult goes up. There we go, comes back down. JD getting wiped out, and then also Noir going down as well, which is a huge lead here for KPL. Gave them one of their other turrets as well, so another huge play once more by KPL. No fear, stuck in here with Wrong, but I feel like something is not going to go wrong here.
The reaction times there for Wrong is so clean. Being able to use the ultimate to stop the engage from Luna, then using the flash away to get away from Byron's knock-up as well. You can just tell by the reaction times of these players that they've been playing this game for so many years, and they know so much about this game as well. Again, Wrong, one of the only players in this tournament at the moment that's playing this HoK in the mid lane, but it's working out so well for the extra sustain. That double sustain from the Dolia and the HoK, and also the ultimate as well, being able to surprise factor the Weibo game inside, but KPL Dream Team, they're looking to play even more aggressive.
Yep, Pang's in there. He's doing a lot of damage. He's going to get that second kill onto the board. That is a 2-0 trade over to the KPL Dream Team, and we could see Byron getting caught out here. There's a lot of low health. He does have his ultimate. The shield is not going to be enough. Dolia and Mayin gets the kill onto the Byron. So 8-2 Stu, and 5k gold difference right now onto the KPL Dream Team.
Yeah, I feel like Weibo Gaming, they had a little bit of a chance in the early stages, like the first few minutes. But man, KPL Dream Team, every single time that they get that little bit of an advantage, every single time they can see Weibo on the back foot, they're going in. But like, look how aggressive Yinyo is playing. He's playing super aggressive in that front line, using the different elements, using that extra bit of splash damage as well, just pushing the lane and just not allowing anyone from Weibo Gaming to try and defend that tower. They're really focusing on this mid lane at the moment, and no one on Weibo Gaming is here to defend it, with Musashi going in the back line.
Yes, Musashi trying to focus the back line of Weibo Gaming. They do take down the Mai Shiranui, and Byron is able to escape into the turret. But is it going to be enough? All he has there is Luna, but no, the damage coming from Loong is just too much. And then the Liam Poe may have overstepped and given another kill over to Loon here. Can he get enough damage off? The CC coming through. No! Again, another kill being given over to KPL. They are being punished for overstepping, Stu.
You know, I was mentioning about how I want to see the KPL play long compared to everyone else. This is what I was expecting to see. The aggression from Yinyo this game is absolutely insane. He's playing so far up. He's basically playing in the front line as a farm lane carry, which we do not see a lot. We know that Long does have the ultimate to get away to safety, but you could just see the confidence from KPL Dream Team here as well, as the Tyrant actually gets stolen away. But it does mean, potentially, Luna going to actually stay alive in the end. Fly going to try and jump over the wall, try and flash in, but no. So the crucial theft in the end towards a Tyrant and being able to escape. So a little bit of extra damage here going on the side of Weibo Gaming, but I'm not too sure that's going to actually even out with that 6k goal lead that KPL have at the moment.
Yeah, it seemed like Luna getting away there was a little bit of a warning from Fly there, saying, hey, look, don't crucial kill theft again, because I've let you live this time, but next time I'm going to flash in and just completely shut you down. But I'd like to go back onto the point that you was talking about earlier, Stu, about Lung being a front line, and I think it's all aided by the Hugh Wan and the Dolia, and as you can see there, it's just so much healing from those two heroes. Yeah. It's kind of like a hyper carry. Yep. They're just funneling everything over to Lung right now, and it's being played beautifully, but here we are, Mai Shiranui trying to shut down Inyo on the Lung, but it's not going to be enough. There is a dragon up into the sky. We see Yuan get a kill onto the Liam Poe, and then Fly punishing Mai Shiranui.
Beautiful play there again. I get the reaction time of these players. Yinyo, as soon as Liam Poe dashes in, instant click on the ultimate, instant click on the dragon, and this time Dolia, instead of giving the ultimate, double ultimate over to Musashi, gives it to Long instead, and it's kind of the adaptation of knowing what ultimate to give over to your team, because you do have a choice with Dolia. You can go for the Musashi, you can go for the Huguan, you can go for Long, but actually understanding what ultimate to use at what time is so good. But you can see here, just the end of this fight, the burst damage that you're able to get with that Long pick is so important. The Tyrant now being taken by the KPL Dream Team. I have to say though, we are above the 10-minute mark at the moment, but I'm not too sure that Weibo Gaming are going to survive much longer.
No, are they going to be able to get a third kill on the board and really outshine AG Global's potential against the KPL Dream Team? But no, they are literally keeping them at that double kill. That's it. It's like, no more kills for you, Weibo Gaming. We are going to get 17 kills. We are almost up ahead with 11k goal difference. Luna almost getting a dash in. They do. They get the third kill on the board. So far, Weibo Gaming, who did beat All Gamers Global, are currently looking like they've lasted longest and done the most bloodshed to the KPL Dream Team.
Yeah, I think Weibo Gaming, they've got their work cut for them at the moment, though, unfortunately. They've done so well to try and take trades in the early game. You know, Luna taking a few kills in the early game. They've tried their damn hardest, but KPL Dream Team are just way too good right now. Coming into this, we know how well, you know, Weibo Gaming can perform. This team from Malaysia, a lot of players are really surprised about coming into this tournament so far, and us talent as well, also super surprised about how well they are performing. And I think this just shows as well, even though they are so far behind in gold, they're actually coming up in the early game, looking for their own invades, being able to defend the invades as well by Pang in the end. Just that extra bit of confidence that you need. And I think even though Weibo Gaming are losing this game, they do still have another game to play, and they can still secure that second place. But the Shadow Overlord is going to go over here to the KPL Dream Team. They're most likely going to use that in that clash lane and try and take that third high ground tower.
Yeah, or they could just stop Byron's effort down there into the farm lane as well, because they're kind of pushing that one and just kind of just like it would negate it. But I do have to give it over to Weibo. I believe that this is probably the furthest in the turret game that they've gotten against any team as well, because that's a second tier turret gone down for KPL. I don't think we've seen that yet, but there is a lot going on here. There's a huge engage. There we go. Musashi onto the Moi Shiranui, and then Ino is not quite done yet. Ron gets a kill. Is this going to be a 5-man wipe? It is a KPL going in with a triple kill at the end there, Stu, solidifying that first seed.
Triple kill for Yinyo in the end. Long and KPL, the perfect pair in the end. This was the excitement that I wanted to see, but it was such a back and forth early game between these two sides. I feel like Weibo Gaming should be proud of what they've come up against the KPL Dream Team. We know how strong the KPL Dream Team is, but it's all about who would surprise them. Who's going to be the team that's going to perform best against the KPL Dream Team? So far, it has been Weibo Gaming. And it gives me a good sign, because we still haven't seen the KPL Dream Team come up against the likes of Team Secret, the likes of LGD, which means that with this game being as close of an early game as what it was, yes, they were able to, you know, kind of roll away with it in the late game with how aggressive Yinyo was playing with the flashes forward. But it makes me even more excited for the rest of this tournament, knowing that the KPL Dream Team can draw a little bit of Brads.
Yes, so the Giant does bleed. It bled an extra death. It definitely was going for a much longer game than they were probably expecting as well. So I do have to give it to Weibo Gaming. I mean, did I expect anything less than that? Probably not. I think that's probably superseded my expectations of them in that matchup, because they just did so much better than I feel like that everybody was expecting.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, incredible performance from everyone on the side of KPL. It doesn't matter what jungler they pick, doesn't matter what ADC they pick, but we're going to hear from the man himself, the long carry himself, Yinyo, on stage at Amazon Arena.
And this is another win for the Wreckers. Congratulations for this match. Now, I've been hearing that pretty much this could have been the most challenging match so far in this tournament.
首先呢，一诺选手，恭喜你们再次拿下了这局比赛的胜利。但是在对局当中呢，感觉比起之前的比赛，好像今天的对决会稍微有一些困难。在对局当中，你是怎么看待这件事情的呢？
是的，今天的对手相比于昨天，我觉得打得更好了，所以我们今天就打得更久了。
Indeed, you're right. Compared with yesterday, I think Weibo Gaming, going against the other opponents we had yesterday, they are more powerful. So yeah, so they're giving me such a challenge. So yeah, that's the reason why the game actually lasts longer. And there's a very interesting thing happen in the game where you are having those 1v3 on the top lane with the Loon, with the ultimate. So what will be the communication of that? 刚才对局当中呢，有一波你在上路啊，一个人被3个人包围，当时你是一个遨影嘛，是怎么和队友沟通做出那波决策的呢？
当时就让对面引狼入室吧，让他一直追我，然后把对面勾引过来，勾引到我们的地盘，然后让我们再形成一个围剿吧。
Okay, actually, I was a lure, trying to lure them into that very risky area. I was like a bait, trying to making sure that they can chase me back onto the top, and we as a team can make it a counter fight on the top side.
Wow, a lot going on. Shows a lot of experience, definitely, when it comes to the game itself. I guess we're going to see more of KPL Dream Team in this tournament, ladies and gentlemen. And now, back to the studio.
Normally, I would say congratulations to the KPL Dream Team, but boys, let's be realistic. Let's congratulate Weibo Gaming on bringing this to a moment where we didn't know exactly what was happening.
Yeah, I mean, they had a great early start. That was kind of, you know, not really the norm of Weibo, who tend to have played from behind from some of the other games, but they actually took it to the champs, or the dream team that we're talking about, and they made them a little uncomfortable.
Yep, the draft was pretty spicy. I really like the Luna pick. It did show up pretty well. And they also created a lot of space for JD to take advantage of the map. So this was a much stronger showing from the rest of the teams, at least for today.
Come on, Mala. I do believe that the Luna was a great pick. On the other hand, I don't know about that Lienpo, man. I have my questions about that Lienpo pick. Like, was it really that necessary?
I mean, they were looking to kind of have that tanky frontliner, somebody who can kind of, you know, attract attention away from the Byron a little bit. But it was one of those things where they didn't really have enough CC to kind of deal with the enemy team here.
Yep, if we take a look at the goal graph. Now, I know it does not look like a very huge thing, but in between the 4-minute mark and, you know, from the start of the game, there was a little dip in that goal graph. And that signifies the growth of Weibo Gaming. For a moment, it looked a little bit shaky for KPL Dream Team.
Yeah, it looked shaky, man, but let's pay attention to that. Look at the trend. It is very clear that Weibo Gaming was really in the game, but they never actually were able just to turn the goal to their advantage. And that was the key for KPL Dream Team, just to being able that, even though they didn't look that superior, they still took the victory.
Yeah, it seemed like they were actually winning, but the goal graph says a completely different story.
Exactly.
Again, KPL was like understanding that, hey, actually, we're still going to get our farm. That's not going to be an issue. Yeah, we'll give up a couple kills or whatever, but at the end of the day, I'm still ahead.
Yep, exactly. And this brings us to the point where Eno was talking about, hey, let me be the bait, let me be the lure, right? It's always this situation where Weibo was kind of lured in, hey, we might have the chance to win this fight, and suddenly the entirety of KPL Dream Team is there.
I just kind of feel like they're not 100% comfortable playing against the Loom just yet.
Yes,
like,
exactly.
I think the more experienced teams would have been like, actually, he still has his infinite vastness. He can get out of there at any moment. He has his Uber, so to speak.
Yes, yes.
But it's one of those things where they're not really comfortable yet.
And boys, like, let's just share with everyone. My key words for this while I'm watching this match is like, no need, just push back. Push back, there's no need. Sometimes I just feel like Weibo Gaming really wanted just to finish the fights when they did not have the HP for it.
Yep, it's like, what, marriage advice? Pick your fights wisely, right? Not every fight is meant to be fought. And at the same time, right, I would like to highlight No Fear. Right, No Fear made it really difficult for this side of Weibo Gaming because the ultimates that he refreshed were always different.
Yeah, no, they did a really good job of just balancing that one out. I think that this is still a team that you're seeing them in their stride. You know, they're finding that momentum. They're undefeated at this point for a reason. And my only concern is that they really haven't been tested. And going into the playoffs, are they gonna, you know what I mean? There's like the first time you bleed your own blood.
Of course.
Like, how do you react to that?
Come on, man. Like, the KPL Dream Team played really well. All the players from all the different lanes and different positions were at the top level. There's got to be an MVP. I believe it's going to be Inuo, because the way that he played that, it was a great show of skill for everyone at home. Like, everyone at home knows, look at that. Everyone at home needs to understand how to play that Loom just by watching this man play. Like, he's one of the best farm laners in KPL, and he's demonstrating right now to the whole world how to play these heroes.
Yeah. 909, let's take a look at the highlights for Mr. Eno here. I mean, if you're talking about learning from the best, this is the best example.
I mean, just doing all the damage, the farm, and the fact that you were just baiting it out. You had like a sliver of life, and Weibo Gaming were like, you know, they wanted it, they were chapping at their lips, they were kind of just thinking about going in.
Yes.
Just outplaying them. He was just dodging them out. He was like a Houdini.
Yep, exactly. And one of the things is, as a farm lane, there is a chance that, you know, you will be focused on him, and he actually used that to his strength.
Like, one of the things about that, man, like, not only Eno, like the Yuhuan pick as well, because some people might just start believing like, oh yeah, it's all Eno. But wrong on that Yuhuan allows Eno just to be able to jump in with a big confidence boost, knowing that Yuhuan can actually just get you out of trouble if necessary.
Yep, not only soaking in the damage, right, but also healing the team. And take a look at how much damage they're able to do as a contingent against the likes of Weibo Gaming.
That's kind of what we expected. I mean, I think going into the draft, the Yuan as well as the Loom, I was kind of like, hey, they're going to be super elusive. The fact that they have the Dahlia as well, just kind of, you know, just rounding up that draft, that is a tough 3 picks to deal with. You do need close CC to deal with.
Yep, and of course, we never forget you, Mr. Fly. He did not have that high of a team fight rate, but simply because he was an open ward for the team. He was consistently giving information by the lack of people in certain lanes.
Majin, man, like that Majin just coming in and just being able to lure, just to lure Weibo Gaming into fighting him. Because a lot of times that's what happens. Weibo Gaming just starts just fighting Fly, believing that they can actually take him, and then there's 4 members of KPL Dream Team coming in to try to put them down. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for being here with us. We're halfway through all our games of the day. We hope that you guys are having as much fun as we are, but we need a little break, the same as you guys. Stay online, and we'll be coming back after that.
My cat?
Long time no see, hey no! Oh no!
I don't like harming the innocent.
This again? Did fate give you an answer?
Where the heck's my cat?
Ladies and gentlemen, we have some exciting news to share with you. We're launching the EWC exclusive skin, Heaven Blade Elaine. From today, August 2nd to August 8th, you can purchase this skin at a special offer price of 710 tokens instead of the full price of 888. What's even more exciting is that if you spend tokens to purchase this Heaven Blade Elaine through the in-game new skin event page, you have a chance to participate to get limited time tokens back. This is an amazing opportunity that you do not want to miss. Elaine, are you guys good at that hero?
I'm okay. I mean, he tends to be my Clash laner. He's my go-to hero when I do play the Clash lane, so I enjoy him quite a bit.
I'm not too good at it.
It's all right, man. You're here to learn, kid. Remember that, man. You're here to learn.
A lot of learning happening.
What about if you just keep learning from what's going on the B stream? Chuchu has a lot of information she wants to share with us.
It's Chuchu keeping you guys updated what's happening for the secondary stage matches. First, we have Team Secret versus VKS. Team Secret secures their win over VKS with the use of Elaine by Yuan, and that was an amazing play by him as well, securing the MVP for himself. So don't forget your Elaine skin for the EWC events right now. Next, we have LGD versus VKS, and securing the win is going to be LGD, of course, taking it swift and clean with over 9-minute match only. And last but not least, we have LGD versus Impunity, another victory secured by LGD, and that's pretty much securing their slot for the playoff, and they done for the group stage. Whilst LGD actually secures their slot for the playoffs, problem is VKS, are they exiting during the group stage? Can they still make it for the playoff? That's it for the update for the secondary stage.
Thank you very much, Chuchu, on that update from the Stream B. LGD Gaming, man, total clutch, 5-0. That's it. They're going to lock in that first place on Group B.
Definitely owning it, and that's kind of what you want. But I mean, if we're talking about the standings here, LGD all the way at the top, undefeated, no real surprises there. KPL undefeated on their side, but they still have one game to go. Who kind of stands out to you, Kin?
I think it has to be Team Secret at this point because they want to secure that second place and keep that safety net of going against LGD Gaming.
Yeah, look at the bottom though. Vivo Stars, Impunity Esports, both of these teams really struggling throughout the day. I mean, they really haven't found their footing, but going into this one, I did not expect Vivo Stars to be on the bottom of, day 2.
Yeah, it was a very difficult one to see over there, man. Let's hope and see what's going to happen with them. Moving forward to our next match, clearly we're going to have Team Falcons against Weibo Gaming, fighting for life, isn't it, kid?
Yep, this one's for the history books here. Team Falcons, even if they can pull off an upset, they have a tougher challenge for themselves as well. Team Falcons, they cannot afford to drop another game. One more loss, that's the end of their tournament life.
It is really difficult, man. It is extremely, extremely hard. But what about if we just go and see what Wawa needs to share with us over there from the stage?
Hello and welcome to the interview where I have the pleasure of having Wawa from Team Falcons with me. Hi, welcome. And tell me, please, these last 2 days have been rough for you guys, but we all need to know, is there anything special that you're preparing for this upcoming game?
We don't prepare really special, but I hope we will be better the other game. We didn't really play our game really well last 2 days, and I hope we can play our game better, as usual, without stress, and I hope it's gonna be better than before. So yeah.
Speaking of no stress, can you tell me, please, what is your secret? How do you guys keep your mentality so sharp?
I mean, we are still in the competition. We are still not out of the group. We can still go strong and reach the quarterfinals. So why would we give up if we can still go?
I love it. Yes, you still have games to play, so no time to give up. Love this confidence for you guys. Thank you so much for the interview, Wawa. Good luck in the upcoming games, and we are going to toss it right back into the action.
Thank you to you.
I love how Wawa has no stress about anything in this game, and that's it. They need to really go in with everything they have. STC play predictions. Weibo Gaming or Team Falcons?
Why don't you start first?
Weibo Gaming, they just lost to KPL. They've got what the doctor ordered, and Team Falcons up next. So Weibo Gaming.
All right.
All right, I will go with Team Falcons then. With all the coaching I've done for them behind the scenes, they should have the win.
It is going to be Coach Kin see if it is going to be enough for Team Falcons to really upset everything and go and take a point from Weibo Gaming. They already saw how KPL Dream Team baited them, so what about if we go to the Amazon Arena and we enjoy this amazing match?
And we're back again to the Amazon Arena, back to write another chapter here at the Honor of Kings saga to see what's going to unfold before our eyes. Sky, we are ready.
Of course, ladies and gentlemen, can we hear from voices for Team Falcons? I have no doubt that Team Falcons are going to be fighting till the very last end because this is Esports. This is Team Falcons.
Well, let's see if the Falcons will be able to soar with victory against their challenger back-to-back right now. Again, hear it one more time for Weibo Gaming. Another match for the records. I am waiting to see what's going to be the outcome of this one.
The final glory awaits in the arena, and that the Honor of Kings clash commence. I believe this will be the time we give it to RG Studios.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Mid-Season Invitational, and we have a pumped-up, angered Weibo Gaming going against Team Falcons. They've just been punished by the KPL Dream Team. I'm pretty sure they're trying to reciprocate that onto this next team, Stu.
I kind of feel sorry for Team Falcons. They're kind of like next in line at the moment. Weibo Gaming were probably fired up after that loss versus the KPL Dream Team. Again, kind of mirroring what the analyst desk was saying. Weibo Gaming definitely did look very strong during the early game against the KPL Dream Team. Falcons, they need to win this game. They have to win pretty much both this and also they got another game later against All Gamers Global, which they pretty much have to win that as well. They have to pull up a huge upset here, though, because I think Weibo Gaming look like one of the strongest teams in this group.
Yeah, I mean, up until literally a few moments ago, they were 3-0, and they're 3-1. So they're currently looking like they're going to be the second seed in Group B, unless Loops picks up another win as well. But this, if they do win this one, 4-1 to Weibo. If they lose this one, then it's 1-3 to Team Falcons, which is going to be everything that they need right now. But less about that. This is where the magic starts to happen. There is our little clue giving a wave to the crowd. He can't see us, but we'll wave at him back. But here we go. The Chow ban on the side of Weibo Gaming. I mean, Falcons probably would never play that, but they're going to ban it just in a case. And then the Dolia and Musashi onto the side of Team Falcons.
Interesting. Ban there as well. Ming also being banned on the side. Ali first pick though. This has been a pretty high priority for the team so far, and that's going to be prioritized over the likes of the Orgren and the Lady Shen, which is the two power picks that get picked up here by Weibo Gaming. And Falcons for themselves, they banned away the Musashi, so they kind of banned away one of the counters. So bit of an interesting one that they ban out the Musashi this time, even though that they probably didn't want to pick up the Orgren as a first pick. Maybe kind of predicting that the Ali was going to get banned away there from Weibo Gaming, kind of playing the mind games. Yeah. Didn't work out though really for Falcons this time, and it means that you have the Orgren. Oh wow, Lady Shen and Long. That is three of the most powerful picks at the moment in this meta, and it's looking incredibly scary.
Yeah, if you could see me on the caster cams there, I was wincing seeing that the Lady Shen and obviously the Loon coming through as well with the Orgren. We've already seen it play many a times together, and it's quite a feat to see and try and beat. But hey, Team Falcons have got a lot riding on this one, so if there's going to be a team to do it, they've got the motivation to do it. It's just whether they've got the plans to execute it. But the Byron coming through and the Motsu, I think the Motsu kind of helps with the Orgren away, especially with the Peacemaker ability trying to stun him in place. But we're looking at a Zhongfei ban as well by themselves. So they ban out one of Kalu's big picks, and they ban out Musashi as well, and then the Liempo ban also.
Yeah, with the Mosi being picked, we're most likely going to see that in the support, so banning out the 2 tanks, which I think is actually really clever here for Falcons. They're banning away the 2 tanks. They know that at the moment, Weibo Gaming have a little bit of frontline, you could say, with the Orgren. Charlotte now also being picked as well is pretty decent, but Weibo Gaming have to come up with a different support that is not the Zhongfei and the Lian Po, whereas Falcons already have that Mosi picked up for Clue in the support, unless it gets picked in the mid lane. We have seen the Bill player before in the mid lanes. There is that possibility, but we're most likely going to see a mid laner instead. We'll have to wait and see as it... Oh, interesting. Pei is being hovered here. Is it going to be locked in as well? Hino. Okay, these are 2 very new picks. This is what they've been cooking up this whole time. This is the first time that I believe in the Bill has played Hino, and the first time that Ray has even played Pei. That's a bit of a tongue twister, isn't it? Played Pei. But yeah, first time that we're seeing both these heroes on the side of Team Falcons. This is maybe something that they've been preparing for behind the scenes, and it's going to be super interesting because they have to leave it all out there now. All out on the gorge. They have to win this game.
I mean, on broadcast, haven't seen it in EWC, but we saw it in, I believe it was one of the maybe the qualifying tournament. Ray has played it at least once. That's all I know. It generally goes well. Obviously, it's one of those really good early game heroes, very aggressive, but they're gonna just maximize their healing with the Kaiyun, which kind of replicates that Dolia and Hu Huan thing that we saw earlier with Lung in the last game. So giving all the healing over to Lung, so we could be seeing Lung and Orgren and Charlotte being the main front line here.
Yeah, it's one of the first times I think we've seen the Kaiyuan in this tournament so far.
Yes, I
think especially with like the likes of Lian Po and Shang Fei being banned, you're kind of going a little bit down the tier list in terms of the supports. But as you mentioned, we kind of saw it a little bit in the last game with KPL Dream Team. Having that support for the long is so important because yes, he is in mobile AD carry. I mean, yes, he does have the extra mobility with his ultimates, but you need to make sure that he keep himself alive. And that is what Kaiyuan is going to do. But it's do or die now, really, for Team Falcons. They have to pull up an upset, and an upset they're going to have to do because Weibo Gaming are looking incredibly strong in this tournament.
Incredibly strong and probably very incredibly angry as well because of what just happened there. But here we are. This is how you pay play. That was hard to say. I'm never going to say that again. But yeah, this is how you pay. I said it again. This is how you play Pei. Just super aggressive. Go in and invade the enemy jungle. Taking the blue from Orgren as well.
Your tongue's in a twist already. We still got a long way to go. We still potentially have tiebreakers after this as well, Blam. Maybe
I need some caffeine. I need some caffeine.
But nonetheless, anyway, it's going to be exciting to see as Wawa is in a little bit of trouble here. Clue is there to back him up, but Wawa is going to be taken down here for First Blood. The rotations for Falcons didn't come in time, unfortunately. Clue was there to try and protect Wawa, but in the end wasn't able to escape.
But this is what we was talking about in their last series, is that there's always seems to be, it's either a communication issue or a time and a place issue, because Ray or Wawa are not always very close to each other. They're either opposite sides of the map, Ray's probably on the opposite side of the camp or something like that, and they never quite formulate it in a way that it kind of works. So this is something I think that going from EWC, Falcons probably have to just try and polish up a little bit here.
Yeah, for sure. We're definitely seeing that they are struggling. They're probably the team that is struggling the most at the moment in this tournament. It's really a tough time for them. They're the only team now, Team Falcons, in this tournament to not win a single best of one. And it'll be really hard for the team to actually go throughout the whole tournament not winning a single game. We've had even teams like Kagendra picking up games as well with that shock against Vitality. And that's the kind of sort of aggression and positiveness that I want to see from Falcons this game, because we saw it, Kagendra, surprise Vitality. It is possible in these BO1s, but it's not looking too well so far during this early game.
Not quite yet, not at all. But again, it's the same kind of coin flip as well. So there's been some teams that have really been upset as well. And it just shows you the caliber of the teams that have been invited or even qualified to EWC. We've got VKS sitting at 1-2.
Yeah.
They are currently at the bottom of their group. It's just like, what is going on? VKS are such Brazilian titans, and even Loops is doing better than them. I mean, we could argue that maybe Loops has a little bit more of an easy journey so far, but VKS have definitely, it's been a bit of a surprise, but I think it just plays onto how great these teams are currently participating in EWC. But less about the teams, more about what's going on in this game. We're currently at the 3-minute mark. Weibo Gaming clearly have one kill on the board. I believe it was over to Wawa when he had nobody around him to help him. But then looking at the gold lead, they are securing that as well.
Yeah, a little bit of gold lead so far, but nothing too crazy in this early game. You're seeing at the moment the Falcons are prioritizing putting this Ollie in the mid lane with the Mosey as well, trying to get a little bit of extra play, a little bit of setup potential as well. But it's so difficult to lock down this Orgren. We are seeing the Orgren back in the jungle this time. We've seen it quite a few times in the Clash lane, but now we're seeing it back in the jungle. Clears through these camps so quickly and is able to rotate so fast around the map. Like, just look at this. It's so annoying to deal with. Orgren takes another kill. Just being able to go over walls like that, have so much burst damage with his unique auto attacks as well. And then look, hey, he's just going to glide away to safety. That right there is just a clip that really shows the power of this hero and why it's one of the most played heroes at the moment at EWC.
I mean, it implements the playstyle of Honor of Kings as a whole, right? Because it's such a fast-paced game. Even having to traverse just around a small little corner of a wall just makes the whole difference. But Orgren completely negates that. He's just like, oh, there's a wall there. No matter. I'm just going to jump over it. Parkour, baby. And then he's able to sort of secure the kills like we just saw there. We saw that Nabil fell short into the bot lane. And it was definitely an unfair 3v1. But Goy Yu here could be a victim of a 2v1 here from Pei and Byron. They are pretty much close, but here comes Long in here with the Cayenne to give some healing, baby. That's a turnaround. That's a bait and switch.
Oh, it's a disaster for Falcons. That's really the only opportunity that they had to really take down the Charlotte, but the Cayenne was just there in time, and now Orgren is there. The surprise factor onto Ray goes down Pei, and they're going to try and get even more kills as well. There's no escaping this Orgren. The effects of being able to just lift up your enemies, get them down into the verse. And he's going to go even further as well, trying to go for the tower dive. Nabil actually using his ultimate to stay alive, but he's going to go straight into Orgren. Is he going to get another execute? No, 1 HP in the end for Nabil. But time and time again, Falcons are trying to get these picks. They're trying to be proactive, but they're just not letting things work out this time around.
I mean, this is now showing why that Cayenne ban that we've been seeing throughout the first day of the mid-season invitational, why it makes sense. Because if you lock in the Orgren, if you pair that with the Cayenne as well, you're just giving it way more sustain. You can just laser beam people, lift them up in the air, knock them back down, and then Cayenne just like, no, let's heal you a bit. Let's just keep you going. Let's just keep that juices flowing into you. And what's currently not flowing into Falcons right now is any kind of lead. They've lost their farm lane T1 as well. Goy Yu could be getting caught out here. This could be big for them. Okay, second kill going over to Team Falcons. We saw that Sofian is able to get that kill, keeping him on the line, trying to get the Ali activated, getting some itemization here, but the T2 is looking like it may fall victim here. And just the blessing that Orgren has within that kit, just being able to just completely just direct yourself somewhere else.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, they were able to get one kill in the bot side, but that doesn't really mean too much because they're just losing pressure across the map. They're just trying to get little wins at the moment, Team Falcons, because that's all they can do at the moment. They're literally 3,000 gold behind. They're trying to get this Ali ahead, but the Ali is just struggling in terms of farm and everything else. And Ray, I think you are on the wrong side, my friend. Ray is going to get completely caught out here, completely blocked off as well. Got to be trying to dash away and also try and get away with that shielding as well. But Orgren jumping straight underneath the tower, as you mentioned, the sustain from Cayenne, and also the sustain Orgren has as well. You can't forget how Orgren also has a crazy amount of sustain with his kit, which means that he can dive in like that into the tower and just sustain so much damage. But now it's Falcons still on the back foot in this game. Wawa actually on the flank. This is a time to shine for Wawa, trying to make sure that he gets a few kills. Kayan, he's playing ring around the rosies at the moment with Kayan. Kayan flashing away to safety, being able to escape. And then again, it's the Orgren, it's the burn that's coming on through, and the execution in the end as well. And he wants even more. A triple kill in the end for Orgren. Is he going to get more? Nabil's using the ultimate to get away, but he could just go over to terrain if he wants to. He wants to try and get this quadra kill. He wants more. Kon Ying trying to chase, but I'm not too sure if he's going to chase anymore.
Yeah, no, Lung was looking for a little bit of a pincer movement there. We saw that he was chasing. Nabil was in the wrong side of the jungle, and here we go. It's a legendary, not quite the quad kill. There's too much time between it, and I think that's the literal only mission that Nabil could muster up there was just like, if I can deny the quad kill, that can be a little victory for me. But this is not looking like a huge victory for Falcons here because they have two of their high ground turrets pretty much susceptible to be taken down here, Stu.
Yeah, for sure. They've got the bot wave pushing in. They have the mid lane pushing in as well. And Orgren's going up to the top side as well. But look at Wawa again. You can see on the minimap, this is what they were trying to do in their game before against Boom Esports. Yes. But it didn't work out. Look at this Wawa again, sitting in bushes, trying to get this flank. But this hasn't worked before. And I'm not too sure if it's going to work again. Ray's going to try and step forward. But Ray's just dead. Like, the flank's not even coming in. Again, it's miscommunication. Wawa's back in the base and Ray's trying to step forward. Like, okay, Wawa's behind them. We can try and do something. And it's just not working out. Clue being taken down as well. And it's mission accomplished at the moment for Weibo Gaming. They had anger in their blood. They had anger in their bones. And they're trying to take down the Crystal in under 10 minutes. You lost against the KPL Dream Team already in under 10 minutes. You might even lose against Weibo as well. The double knock up from Lady Shen in the end as well. Charlotte dashing in for a triple kill, and they're just waiting for the minions to crash on in to end this game.
Yes, I think they can still do it within that 10-minute mark. It's going to be very close. The Winions are at the Crystal. We see that they try and stop it, but no. It is a crushing victory there for Weibo Gaming onto Team Falcons. And this is pretty much it for Team Falcons, right, Stu?
Yeah, I think it's pretty much them out of the tournament. I think they still need to try and beat AG Global to have a slim chance, but I think that is still going to be extremely difficult. But Weibo Gaming coming back after that defeat against KPL Dream Team, it's a must-win for them to try and secure that second seed, which is going to be super important going into the quarterfinals, which means you play against the third place or the fourth place, sorry, I should say, from the opposite groups. That is still super important. But unfortunate here for Team Falcons. Again, still not being able to pick up their first victory of EWC.
Yeah, no, it's definitely not a good feeling when you've been the only team not to secure at least a single win within the group stages. So I do feel for the boys. They definitely tried their best, but day one was very difficult for them. Their first game being against the KPL Dream Team. I mean, someone had to do it right, but unfortunately it was Falcons. And from that point, it just seems like they just weren't able to formulate a winning strategy in these games, like we keep alluding to. With Wawa just being so far behind, just trying to get these ganks onto the back lanes when you're playing on the back foot and you have a hero like Modsu, which we know is a hard hero to maintain on that back foot play.
Yeah, it's really unfortunate here for Team Falcons. They tried their best. They tried to make some plays. Unfortunately, there seems to be a bit of a communication issue in the end for Team Falcons. But Weibo Gaming securing that win means that they're going to try and secure that second seed. They're not going to catch up to the KPL Dream Team because they weren't able to take them down in the end. But let's have a look and hear in from ourselves to see into the Amazon Arena and see what Team Weibo have to say after that crucial victory.
And congratulations for this win. Back-to-back matches, the first one against KPL, and now you got the win. How do you feel about this?
恭喜空灵选手获得比赛胜利啊！刚才呢，刚刚打完 KPL 梦之队，马上又接着背对背作战，感觉怎么样呢？
感觉特别兴奋。
Oh, really excited. And more? I'm sorry to stop you. I know you want to say more stuff.
Totally, I'm sure of it.
就能跟梦之队交手非常开心。
It's such an honor and such a very happy thing to have the opportunity to actually get in touch and be an opponent for KPL Dream Team.
I'm sure of it, I'm sure of it. And it was like more of like a warm-up. You learned a lot, and then you went to the second match against Falcons, and you made the win. But how do you feel? Are you confident enough for the next coming matches?
我们其实今天的连续2局比赛呢，目前已经结束了嘛。在接下来的所有比赛当中，这2局的发生的所有一切，会给到你们更多的信心吗？
会的。
Definitely, you're going to be more confident about this. So yeah, jumping into the playoffs, any changes that we can expect from Weibo Gaming? 我们马上进入下一个阶段了。那下一个阶段在微博这支队伍身上，我们有什么可以值得期待的地方吗？ Oh, such a hard question. You have to think about it, right? 很难聊，是不是？
And I'm sure of it pretty much, you know, I meant a few words, but I got a lot to do with the battlefield.
要不这样吧，我们在这边呢和所有支持你的观众朋友们说句话，好不好？
感谢大家的支持。
Thank you for all the support from our supporters. We will try our best to do the following matchups.
And thank you for an amazing performance. And now back to our studio. Let's go.
Congratulations to Weibo Gaming on that victory. Almost there, just nailing down the second place on that group. 99% chances. Loops would need to win both matches there.
Yeah, tough position to be in for Loops, but of course, even tougher position for Falcons. They have not had their first win just yet, and I imagine they want to win the remaining games they have on hand.
I mean, they wanted something, right?
And at the same time, you can see over there on the audience predictions, like 85% of the people thought that Falcons was going to be able to take the dub. Like, you can see like the power of the fans.
Yeah.
They did have some faith.
Oh, definitely very strong. I mean, I think that's kind of where they probably heard the crowd. Weibo Gaming might have been a little intimidated by that. But that said, yesterday we were talking about, or today we were talking about how whenever you lose, you learn, right? But Weibo Gaming, actually, they won yesterday, and actually they learned a lesson because today, after this win, they were able to put the flag the right way.
Totally, man. You can see in the match scoreboard, it was a one-sided victory. It was a one-sided game. Like, it was Weibo Gaming all the way. Like, we got multiple triple kills coming from Charlotte, coming from Ogren. There was no way that Falcons could actually do something different now.
Yep, this was a very hard draft to play against, right? Because you had not only the sustain of the Algren, you also had the escape mechanisms of JD on that Loom. And more importantly, Nuo with that Hyun, that him actually was so much heal offered to the side of Weibo Gaming. Like, if you're on Falcons, how do you deal with that?
Yeah, it was tough. They were not able to deal with this. The amount of team play that they had, they were feeding a lot of farm to Konglin. He was capitalizing. He had 9 kills, but Nuo, I mean, on the Cayenne was on point. His heals made some tremendous saves, really put themselves in the driver's seat, and this snowball just got big very quickly.
Yep, and
that might be just one of the things of the keys right now with the Ogren, right? Maybe an Ogren pick with a Cayenne support might just allow Ogren just a better ability just to be a little more aggressive when he jumps in.
Yep. Also adding with the Lady Chen as well. Destructive Deluge, you cannot run away. It's an instant kill. That 4% is going to be reached really quickly.
Yeah, the team is like a really well-drafted lineup. This is something that's kind of scary. Like, how do you deal with this? How do you isolate? Everybody kind of sticks together, understanding their roles, and they were just winning almost every single team fight. I mean, they racked up their KDAs.
Okay, so credits to the side of Falcons as well. They had that idea, let's play that early game, right? We saw the pay pick. It was really just, can we crush them at the early game, slow them down, and maybe don't let them recover? But they never hit that mark.
Oh, man, like, I don't know, that pay over there, like, what are you trying to do? Like, it's just such a big gamble. You're trying your very best, just like a kind of coin toss, just hoping that the early game is going to be completely for you, and there was no way, there's not going to be a way for you to turn around.
Well, with high risk, there are high rewards as well, and sometimes you have to take it.
Sometimes you need to take that, man, and forever we can see that the match MVP is going to be Konglin on that Ogren. 9-1-4 KDA.
Yeah, 9-1-4, just completely, like, he was kind of fed a lot of those kills. I mean, not to take away the amount of, you know, great, like,
it's
he
the
did
way that the heroes play, man. That's your job. You're supposed just to be in the right place at the right moment just for you to take the kills. Everyone else is clearly chipping the HP bar, but you need to be there. You're totally right on that, mate.
Technically right, but the thing is that in my own ranked games, that never happens. Nobody helps feed me. I'm always isolated. I'm playing solo at the end of the day.
Okay, I share that same experience, but I still get the stars, right? But in this case, you know, the process and the result makes sense for the side of Weibo Gaming. And you know, with that, this actually was a very huge team effort nonetheless. Augen, Kongling, he's a great player, but he needs the help of his teammates as well.
Yeah, and you're really starting to shine. This team is starting to gel, and they're getting into the, you know, they're hitting the peaks at the right time. And going into tomorrow, when we actually start the knockout stage, it's going to be kind of crazy and kind of scary at the same time.
Oh man, like already Weibo Gaming has shown us that they are at the level of trying to make it all the way there to the finals. So Weibo Gaming already played against the KPL Dream Team. We know that since they're in the same group, they're gonna go to different sides of the bracket. They might end up against LGD Gaming.
Oh, but this time they have shown they have immediately learned their lesson. So there was one play, I think, at the later parts of the game where it was the farm lane baiting the entirety of Falcons over, and suddenly it was surprise. The whole of Weibo Gaming is here. You were gushing about that play. That was a huge.
It was a good play, and this is why Weibo is starting to grow. Like, the things that you're seeing are just next level. They're a very high level team. I understand that they're the qualifying team and they just got themselves here, but they're showing way beyond the level that I thought they were going to be.
Okay, so the next question is then, can they bring this performance against LGD and punish them instead tomorrow?
You know, I am really looking forward for that because tomorrow it's going to be already the quarterfinals of our tournament. And you know what? Everyone at home, you need to get ready to elevate your gameplay as well. You can do that with the brand new Command skin Yin and Yang. From August 3rd to August 9th, you can snag this stunning skin at a limited time discount price of just 1,350 tokens, down from the original price of 1,688. Grab the Command Yin and Yang skin now and show off your style in the battlefield. Now, we're gonna move forward to the next games. Before we do that, what about if we just take a little break and we'll be back right with you.
It's the EWC and you want to play like a pro. Well, we've got a lesson for you. Axe on. You're fresh, ready to fight and grind those long hours. It's how it should be. Axe off. You're slow, unfocused, and lagging. Do you get it? Let's go again. To unleash your best game, you must freshen up first. Get your axe on. Spray, play, repeat. Axe and Esports World Cup.
name is Dolia. Call me Dolly.
Why do I always get chased by cats when I come ashore? Hey,
no! You're a high priestess of the Merfolk clan, and you're still afraid of cats? So, are you here to find the Song of the Merfolk, or just scavenging for scraps?
What scraps? These are clues. Why can't I find it?
Who set off the fireworks? Be careful! Tonight has to be perfect!
Wow, it's so beautiful. Let's go watch the fireworks tonight. Well?
As long as you don't wander off. I connected your conch to my threads of fate, so I can find you even if you get lost.
That sound.
The Abyssal Beast?
Yes, the pollution has caused its awakening. But I haven't found my song yet.
Is there no other way to stop it?
Only the emotional memories in the Song of the Merfolk can soothe the beast. But I've looked everywhere, and I haven't found a single note. What should we do? We're out of time.
We've got a crisis on our hands. Let me help you this time. Threads of fate, guide me to the Song of the Merfolk! Hey, don't forget about the fireworks tonight.
Look, it's blue! Gurney said that when blue lights up, I'll find the song! Hey, no, where are we?
The threads of fate have taken us to another dimension of time and space. We might find the answers we seek.
Hey, a note! Did he spend his whole life writing this song? The Song of the Merfolk! I found it! Hino!
Yes. The Song of the Merfolk. After all these years, I finally remember now.
What do you mean by remember?
That note. The one I spent my whole life searching for. It's you. Dolia.
Leave him alone! Help me! Don't be afraid. I'll teach you how to swim. This is for you. When it lights up, I'll be there for you. Help! You can't stop chasing me! Hey, hey! Get away from her! La 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 la. La 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 la. For our people, it symbolizes being together forever. Let's go watch the fireworks tonight.
I never thought that. The price of calming the beast would be giving up our most precious memories.
Hino, that man. Was that you? If I sing the Song of the Merfolk,
Then our memories of each other will be lost.
then I won't sing it. Hino, I don't want to forget you. The beast, it's breaking out.
Fate says that we have to forget each other. Then I won't do it! Again.
Is there no other way?
There just has to be another way.
I'm sorry. Hey, no. I don't think. I just can't make it tonight. The fireworks. They're so beautiful.
One year later.
Ladies and gentlemen, remember the championship in-game mode kicks off this Saturday evening at 8 o'clock. Join us to unlock the brand new Wu Yan skin for free. Immerse yourself in the battle for your region and claim the glory of a champion. I'm your caster, Isaac Peña, and with me,
Holler, and I'm excited to be here. And of course, we are with
your favorite kind of tofu, Kindofu. Now we're going to be talking a little bit more about the different games that are coming up. Now this is a spicy one because I think let's talk a little bit more about Vivo Stars. Your thoughts on them?
Yeah, of course, man. I always have thoughts on Vivo Stars. At the beginning of the tournament, I really thought that they were going to be a force to be reckoned, but the results are not their way, man. Like, they are not actually really doing their best. Something is happening. We need to get some talk about the boys. Like, something is not clicking. What do you guys think it is?
To be honest, they just seem to be overwhelmed. It's not the team that we saw in Season 2 where they were 3rd, 4th place. This is one of those moments where they're kind of like, maybe they're a little underprepared or something because they're really not clicking.
Well, the pace probably was too fast. Bear in mind, they were Season 1 Invitational champions. Season 2, they kind of dropped a little bit, and now they're struggling at the Esports World Cup. So it has to be the pacing of the game, right? They're not learning fast enough.
What about if we just watch a little bit more to learn about DKS?
Eu me sinto muito bem por estar aqui. Acho a organização que a gente está tendo muito boa. O hotel eu achei incrível. E sobre Riyadh eu achei um lugar muito lindo. Enquanto a gente estava indo para o hotel deu para ver muitas construções grandes. E eu achei muito bonito no geral. O jogo mais inesquecível para mim foi na final do HoK BR de 2023. Que a gente estava 3-3 e a gente conseguiu ganhar contra o Fluxo na final e foi algo inesquecível para mim porque eu acho que no último jogo eu consegui ter um desempenho muito bom e que me deixou muito feliz. Minha vantagem em competições é que eu acho que eu tenho muita afinidade com o palco, eu consigo jogar muito bem em stage, em presencial, junto do time e acho que isso ajuda muito a ter bons resultados. O nosso desempenho no EWC acho que vai ser muito bom, acho que somos melhor que muitos times. Um time que a gente tem que tomar cuidado é a KPL de Dream Team e os times da Malásia, que são os poucos fortes. De resto, acho que a gente consegue lidar muito bem. Levantar o troféu para mim significaria muita coisa, seria uma conquista enorme para o Brasil e para mim mesmo. Então acho que seria um sonho realizado. Eu queria agradecer a todo o apoio que eu estou tendo pelos fãs, porque desde o Brasil, nos campeonatos, sempre tem muita torcida pra gente, eu sempre vejo nas redes sociais você torcendo. Então, continue torcendo pela gente, a gente vai dar nosso melhor e muito obrigado. Go Vivo Cage!
Vivo Kid Stars, as you could see right over there, they're ready to show, man. The problem is that they're not showing anything. We thought that they were going to be fighting for second place, and right now their next game is going to be their opportunity to try to really have an opportunity fourth place, not actually just having their trip just finished in group stage.
Yeah, I think, you know, one of the things we could focus on is the action of Fleur, right? Getting into the zone. And I think maybe based on the interview itself, you know, they put a lot of pressure on themselves. Granted, yes, they represent not just themselves, they represent their country, they represent their dreams of lifting the trophy as well. So there's a lot of pressure. And I think one of the things I've learned of professional teams that do really well is not that they throw caution in a win, but they take everything in their stride, right? Let's do our best, be in a relaxed state, go into the zone, get into the Fleur, and we will win the games.
I mean, it's not one thing to get into that zone, but I just feel like the other teams have really figured them out, right?
Yeah.
Understanding that Caesar has been that carry, forcing him to play heroes that he's not really as comfortable with. So it's more of like a reactive game for them. They've kind of struggled because of that, and I don't think that their game is really evolving as fast as it should.
Then I think the solution is let us take the stage instead, right? Let them be the first one to make the move. That could be one of the solutions that is possible for the side of VKS.
I thought you were talking about let us, as in us, and I was like, oh, are we going in right now? Like, what do we do?
VKS, I'm not good enough.
No, I agree on the fact that a lot of teams have been analyzing them a lot. Yeah. They've been trying their very best just to watch the footage and then just try to find strategies how to put them against a corner. And one of them has been Kagendra for sure.
Yes, for sure. And now they have been on the main stage for a lot of times. HoK BR, Season 2, and now at EWC. So definitely a lot of research going into it. Now Kagendra, this is going to be a spicy one. We didn't have the best hopes for them, but they have shown up. That was a beautiful draft in the previous game. Will they be able to repeat that kind of draft once again against VKS?
Yeah, they're going to be on 3 times today, so we're going to be seeing a lot of Kagendra. There's still a lot of potential that they can have. They did very well against Team Vitality. They beat that out, almost an upset, I would say. So I expect even bigger things for Kagendra, and they have a team that's reeling in Vivo Kid Stars. This is a great opportunity for Kagendra.
Kagendra is going to take the spotlight right now, so what about if we just get a little bit more insight from them?
I often play together with my jungler and also our captain, the strongest mid lane in Indonesia, and also movers and 0-0 always play together in their lane and strong in lane. Before the competition start, I usually do reading mangas and comic to calm my nerves. Okay. Yeah. My prediction we will win is, I think, KPL Dream Team, because they are from their mainland. They are the strongest right now, I think. Halo Kagendra, dukung kita terus di EWC ini. Semoga kita bisa memberikan yang terbaik dan doakan terus supaya bisa juara lah. Thank you. Kagendra juara.
Kagendra, the representatives from Indonesia, they're ready to fight. As you saw right over there, they calmed their nerves just by reading some manga, just kind of like reading, trying to calm down so they can actually get into that mode.
Yeah, Kagendra juara. I don't know what that means, but yeah, I'm gonna repeat it for you as well, right? But here's what they have on the side of Kagendra, right? Not only do they have calm nerves, they also have the potential to pull games out, right? So I think one of the players that really impressed me upon Kagendra was actually Senku. Right, Senku does really well in the mid lane. He's really scary with the Mai Shiranui as well. He's known for that major aggression, and that could be one of the things that we could watch out for Kagendra.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. And I think that Kagendra, the biggest thing is that you have nothing to lose at this point. Go all out. I mean, I know it's the group stages. It doesn't really matter about strategy. Everything is about survival, making sure that you get to that next stage. I mean, we need a lot more from 0-0, who really didn't have the greatest of games in the past, correct?
Well, we did have some fun with his IGN yesterday, but I think he's going to turn that 0-0 into 0-0-7. Mr. James Bond.
Get some kills. That said, I do think that there's a lot of expectations on him. There's going to be a lot more pressure on making sure that this team delivers. They have 2 more games. They can dictate their own fate, basically.
Yep, for sure. I mean, Indonesian pride, this is one of the things that they do really well is also if they can fix Hans. I think Hans has been on the receiving end of a lot of punishment from the rest of the team. They recognize that, hey, if we give the Clash in a tough time, the gold is not going to be able to be funneled into their family.
I believe that Team Kagendra right now, as you just mentioned, they've got their fate in their hand. Like their destiny is in their hands. They have 2 more games just to see exactly what they can do. Like if they win these 2 games, they probably are gonna make it through to the next groups, right? Like we need to make that. Well, what about if we just check real quick on how the schedule is looking like? We have some more games that we're gonna have. Kagendra is gonna have 2 more games for them to try to defeat everyone. They have VKS and they have Team Secret next.
Right. If you get one last chance, will you miss it? I don't think they want to miss it as well. Kagendra now in a comfortable 3rd place, but they can seal this position in the table if they can take the last 2 wins as well.
How crazy is Group A, right? Yeah. You're in 3rd place with only 1 win, and only because of the fact that you've played less games than everyone else. I mean, at this point, there's going to be so much at stake. Group A is pretty much up in the air. Getting into that top 4, key for Group A, but getting in might be the toughest thing.
Yep. So VKS, I mean, like we mentioned, right? Kagendra has the fate in their palms.
Yeah.
Now VKS wants to do something against them. If they can give some Brazilian flair, it's going to make the world's difference in this table.
Okay, I like the way you said Brazilian flair, by the way.
The Brazilian flair you need, right? Hopefully that Brazilian flair is going to be right over there. Hopefully it's going to be an amazing match. It's going to be do or die for both teams. They really need this. STC play predictions. Who are you going for?
I'm going to go with the Kages. I think they have it in them. I think they're more in this zone than VKS at this point.
I'm going to have to agree with you, unfortunately. I'm going to go with Kage as well. I think that this is a team on the rise, and it's going to be kind of scary moving forward.
Hopefully it's going to be Team Kagendra, the ones that they're going to take it all the way through. Let's go and see them at the Amazon Arena.
Do or die indeed. This will be another survival match. A lot of moments to be seized and owned what the capture is. And the question would be, will they capture it or let it slip? The moment is yours right now, Sky.
Both teams should be fighting their way out of the danger zone, fighting for that 2nd win on their scoreboard. So with no more time waiting, let's hear it from Team Kagendra. Still remember that post-match interview we do with Vivo? They're actually having those momentum rising, booming up because that's a beautiful comeback versus Team Vitality. Just hope the Vitality stays there.
I got that. Definitely still remember that moment. But now let's see what's going to happen with their competition taking place right here. Here comes Vivo Keat Stars. I am hearing the hype here, but one more time, let's hear it for Vivo Kid Stars, everybody!
Love it.
The pride of Brazil. This is gonna be an unpredictable one. Let's see what's gonna happen.
A new chapter is there about to be unfolded together with this. What will be happening? Let's check it out in the real game. Back to you, studio.
Thank you very much to our incredible stage host throughout the week. Group A is wide open, Blam. It is there for the taking for all of these teams. We saw just before on the analyst desk as well, Team Secret beating Team Vitality, meaning that the standings are so close. And I'm super excited for this series to get started. The first time that we're actually going to be seeing Vivo Keed on the main stage as well. And it's a team that I know you've covered a lot, Blam.
Yes, knees weak, arms are heavy going into this one, Stu, to just completely go that one back off Barra's little quote there. But Vivo Keystars are definitely one of my favorite teams to watch, especially within the Brazilian team. They were part of my first literal intake of Honor of Kings Esports. I was literally learning from Chuck BR23 and watching these teams just kind of shine from there all the way to now. And going against Kagendra, I don't think they're going to have the same issue as what Team Vitality had, whereas if you aim on Shanks, goodbye. Whereas VKS have a wider range of hero pools and sort of strategies to go with it.
Totally agree with you. They have a wide range of carries, but look at this for a first pick. The first time I believe we've seen Heino as a first pick priority over so many other heroes, even like the Long, the Lady Shen, and the Zhongfei. I really like this for Kagendra, taking away the Zhongfei, because we know that Maynard is a very strong tank support. He loves to play the likes of the Liam Po, the Zhongfei. He wants to be the one that makes the plays for the team. We saw it in S2 Invitational. We've seen it in HoK BR. Remember, VKS are the back-to-back HoK BR champions as well in 23 and in 24, but they've struggled a little bit so far, but now they're going to be able to pick up the Lady Sun and also Lady Shen as well. So the lady duo there for the farm lane and the mid lane.
Yes, the double ladies. That means that the Heino is more likely to go over to Danny Witch into Season 2, and obviously Chuck BR24 was definitely one of his staple picks. It was the first time I ever saw it actually go into the jungle, and I was pretty bewildered by it, but he plays it so perfectly. It really suits how he plays as well. But looking over to the side of Kagendra, they go in for the Angela, so wave clear is not going to be a problem for them. And obviously, as you say, the Loong, but also taking the Zhongfei from of Maynard as well. And obviously, Dolia goes down. They ban out their own Maynard's other picks. So it's going to be really interesting to see what they go for into that support lane. Is it going to be a Liam Po? Will we see Sun Bin come through?
Yeah, for sure. We'll have to wait and see as the Ming actually gets banned away. We've already seen today that Lady Sun and Ming is a very scary combo to deal with, but VKS prioritizing that mid lane pick, prioritizing Lady Shen instead, probably knowing that it's going to get banned as well. Guan Yu as well. I mean, we've seen it a lot. It's a very, very strong pick over in the HoK BR. We have seen it a few times for Niab on that top side, so it's going to be banned away. One of the pocket picks really for the Brazil region, but that's going to be banned away. So the likes of the Liam Po are opened if Maynard does want to go for that tank route. As you mentioned before, the Sun Bin as well. We'll have to see what Kagendra picked first, but they prioritize the Angela instead to make sure that the mid laners don't get banned away.
Yes, and focusing the Orgrin, I think, on the side of VKS is probably a good call, because I think Kagendra would actually pick that up again. We've already saw it with them once, paired with the Loong as well. But they do pick up the Dharma, so going against what 90 drafted against them, and arguably probably the best performance on the side of Team Vitality when they were playing against Kagendra was 90 on the Dharma. But that targeted ban on the Guan Yu for Niap, that shows you that Kagendra's actually done some studying, not only onto VKS and not only onto Team Secret. It really shows that there is a lot going on behind the scenes for this Indonesian team. And as I was saying, that Sun Bin has been highlighted, and we're getting the Shuang Yu come through, which is a Brazilian pick. We haven't seen this for a while. This normally takes place in HoK BR, but never on the global esports scene. I'm very excited this pick for Niap. This is brutal.
A really, really strong pick, as you mentioned, a pocket pick over in Chop. We was mentioned about the Guan Yu. Yeah. They banned away the Guan Yu. They were like, okay, we're not going to let you pick the pocket pick. And VKS is like, hey, buddy, I have 2 pockets. I have something else up my sleeve. With that Zhang Yu as well, going to be a very, very strong, more of a tankier hero as well, being played towards the top side, which we normally see a lot of these bruisers played towards the top side. So it's going to be really interesting to see how they adapt with this kind of tankier style in that top side. That's going to be their kind of tank. Well, they do have Hino as well, which, as we know in the jungle, can also play tank. So, I mean, this is going to be a super exciting game. First time, I believe, this tournament, from what we know, that we've seen Zhang Yu, but as you mentioned, pick the VKS have already picked up a few times.
Yeah, it's a great hero, to be honest, because one of his skills, he can basically barge you around. So if you're thinking you are safe in that turret, he can literally come from behind, barge you out of it. He has a great zoning ultimate as well, just literally places where he's going to literally swing his sword onto the ground, and you better hope that you can make your way out of it. But pair that with Sunbin Silence from her time-lapse skill, I think it could be pretty deadly. And also having Danny on the high note as well is going to be super interesting. But it's at that point in the standings, VKS have to pull these kind of things out.
Yep. Just to remind everyone of the stakes of this game, Kagendra at the moment sitting at 1 and 2. That surprise victory against Team Vitality that we saw earlier today. Vivo Key sitting at 1 and 3, the big surprise factor at the moment in the EWC, and this is such an important game for both of these two sides. If Kagendra can bring out another surprise here, because I think a lot of people would go into this and say that Vivo Key are probably the favorites, but with them also losing to Vitality, like, everyone's beating each other in this group, which I think is super crazy and also super fun as well.
I mean, we've got to think about as well that this is the first time we've seen VKS on the main stage. It could be main stage buff. They have been waiting for this moment to prove themselves in this main stage, and the draft is looking like they are here to prove it. They're like, yo, take the Zhongfei, take away some of our pocket picks, but we have something in our front pocket for you. And it's so far going okay for both of these teams. Yes, it is a very, very calm early game right now. We're seeing a few trades here to 0-0 from the Lady Sun as well. But that's going to be the thing, right? Lady Sun just making sure that itemization gets in place at the right time.
Oh, 100%. I totally agree. And I mean, for the side of VKS, they have just so many slows as well. You know, you have the slow from the Sunbin, you have the slow from the Lady Sun as well. Yep. You have Lady Shen that can also slow with her ultimate. So there's so many ways in which they can slow down the likes of the Dharma, the likes of the Luna that like to, you know, rotate around, that like to be super mobile. It's going to be quite difficult for Kagendra to try and, you know, make things work in this game. But they do have the Angela, which, as we saw earlier on today, Angela can be a very, very strong pick with just sitting in the bushes, trying to catch them off guard. But I feel like this time around, VKS have a really, really strong front line with that Rangju and also the High Nine.
Yeah, one thing I've just noticed on the common spell, so we see that they have taken 2 Purify, so one on the Sunbin and one on the Lady Sun. I'm assuming that's because of the Dharma, so if they get crashed into the wall, they know that they're not going to be stuck there onto the Dharma. They can try and get out of there, but Movers could not get out of the attack from VKS, taking the first blood Mana on the Sunbin.
Yeah, really nice gank there as well from Danny, being able to get onto the back line there of Mufas. And with, you know, with Smite being picked up here for Zhongfei, can't really do too much to escape that one, unfortunately. And that's going to be a really nice first blood here for VKS. They keep that momentum going so far in this early game. As you can see, they're trying to defend at the moment. You know, one is trying to defend the jungle for VKS, making sure that no sort of invades happen as well. And one thing that happened during the S2 Invitational, which I loved, is the Brazilian players on Lady Shen. As we can see, the play into the mid lane again, the bombs are not going to tick over and do too much damage. But a comment that I made during S2 Invitational is both Loops and Vivo Key, both their mid laners, like one, 2 of the best Lady Shen players I think I've ever seen, like even throughout even Malaysian teams as well. They play this hero like no other. They play it super aggressively. Sometimes you'll see them flash forward on Lady Shen to try and land the knockups, to try and land the huge amount of crowd control. So I won't be surprised if you see one trying to be the main setup for the team, even with the likes of Niap and Danny playing the tanks.
I mean, one was the FMVP of Season 1 as well, so it really just shows how good of a mid laner he is. But this has been a team roster that's been around for some time, and it's really showing here. Yes, they haven't had the best standing in EWC so far, but Danny is able to use the recall ultimate there on Heino to keep himself alive and keep him in this battle a little bit longer as the Tyrant comes up. But as a double stun from the Dharma, but there is that Xiongyu push away that VKS are doing right here. That is a 2-0 trade right now for the Brazilian Titans. Yara Habibi, you better run.
Insane play there. The push away in the end from VKS. As you mentioned, that Guan Yu pick coming up absolutely huge here for VKS, making sure that he can get the extra damage in there as well. As we take a look back at the replay, because it was actually at first it was Kagendra the ones looking for the engage, but the counter engage was so good. You had the pushback and then you had the second pushback towards the wall as well. So many ways in which Niap with this pick can create space for his team, which I think is going to be so crucial when you have the likes of Dharma and Luna, which at the moment just can't do enough damage to take down the members of VKS.
Absolutely. If you can kind of control where people can go, and if you can be in control of what that team fight's doing, that's probably the best situation you can be in, and that Xiong Yu is able to do that as well. So Dharma really thinking he had the control in that first part of the team fight, and then Niap was just like, nah, I'm coming in, baby. Coming in, pushing away. And they did get the T1 turret as well. So that was overall a fantastic fight for VKS, really showing that even though they took an L from Team Vitality, they're now 4 up to Kagendra, who's just beaten Vitality, and they've just taken the first Tyrant as well.
Tyrant secured here. You can see how this tank Heino pick can be so frustrating to deal with. Just going to use the ultimate to get away to safety. The CC immune as well. But Dharma, the ultimate against the wall again. One being completely caught off guard, but it is going to be traded back by Seiza on the Lady Sun. The extra slows in the end as well. You can see how annoying it is for Kagendra to jump away. The double kill, but as it is going to be traded back by 0-0. The shutdown gold going over to the long as well. And you're just seeing already in these team fights how annoying it is to play against this squad of VKS. As long as trying his best to try and defend off against the tower, he's going to try and go for the 1v2. Niap is super low on HP. The flash forward, the flash away. Angela, oh, it was so close in the end. Flash is going left, right, and center, but Niap survives on 1 HP.
Yep, Niap pulling out the Hail Mary play just to save his life there. But I feel like that Lady Sun double kill, even though we got the shutdown there for a 0-0, I feel like that's going to be a great thing for Lady Sun to just pick up some more gold and just basically further that gap so far between 0-0 and Seiza. But again, we just saw that Kagendra was able to get the Overlord, so a 50-50 split in that early jungle phase is better than losing everything to VKS. Just got to make sure that they maintain this composure and tempo on the side of the Brazilian team, or else Kagendra are definitely going to exploit it if they do see a way in.
Yeah, for sure. You can see that they were just overstepping a little bit there, the trade kill back. I mean, yes, you are going to get the double kills. You're probably going to get more gold onto Lady Sun. But look here, you can see how annoying this Heino pick is. This is a sort of Heino that we was expecting to see, and something that we saw a lot in the S2 Invitational. Yes. This tank Heino. This Heino that can just dash forward and just be in your face, not doing too much damage because he is building tank, but just being super annoying and creating that space again for his team, the likes of Lady Shen and Lady Sun, being able to do enough damage in the end. But you can see the Juanju trying to do enough damage there, but not going to be able to push back the Luna just yet. She's going to be able to dash away for now.
Yeah, T2 looking to be traded here in the clash lane for that farm lane T2 here, but we are seeing Niap looking to give a save grace to his lane. It is Hans against Niap, a true 1v1, but we can see a little bit of a Brazilian rotation coming around here. There's that Zhuangyu ultimate coming through, but it just did not connect, enforcing that flash out of there for Hans.
Yeah, really nice flash there in the end, being able to escape there from the Xiangyu knock up from the ultimates. but is going to be able to keep that momentum going. They're going to try and push into this top lane at the moment and secure another tower for them. And that is 4 towers at the moment over to Vivo Kid. They have full map control at the moment with this 3,000 gold lead. But as you mentioned, Kagendra still not out of this game yet. This is still going to be a very, very close affair, and it really comes down to who are the carries that can keep themselves alive, because I feel like both these teams have so many defensive mechanics to be able to, you know, CC, try and defend their carries, like the Sunbin trying to defend the Lady Sun with the extra movement speed, the Zhang Fei trying to defend along with the extra shielding. So it all comes down to who can protect their carry, because for Vivo Kid, Weibo has been the main carry for this squad for quite some time.
Absolutely. I mean, his performance in Season 2 was phenomenal. He was such an aggressive farm lane player, but it's also, I think it just must be within the Brazilians region, because of Zerion Loops as well. He's a fantastic early player also. So it just goes to show that the Brazilian scene, even though they haven't done as great as we thought they would in EWC, but it could be down to the actual quality of the players of the other team, but also just the matchups. And obviously, as the game goes on, it seems like a little bit more of an easy matchup. One almost getting caught out there, but it was thanks to Sunbin just recalling that health onto the Lady Chen. And now we could have a 4v5 here in this mid lane, but a big push down into the farm lane. They need to clear that up before they try and take some fights, or at least try and take the Shadow Overlord, which they're trying to do now. And as you can see, Kagendra going for the Shadow Overlord. They want more priority in these lanes, Stu.
Yeah, for sure. Just the trading objectives, pretty standard at the moment at 10 minutes into the game. Really nice adaptation there for Kagendra, making sure that they at least get one of the objectives, because sometimes you can funnel onto that Tyrant a lot. We haven't seen other teams just fighting around the Tyrant and losing even though they took the Tyrant, which is something that Vitality did earlier today against Kagendra. So really nice adaptation here for Kagendra, making sure that, hey, we can't get the Tyrant, that's totally fine. Let's take the Shadow Overlord instead, and let's see if we can try and push one of these lanes. I don't think it has been used yet. It seems like it hasn't been used in any lane yet. So it's going to be curious to see what lane actually gets used on, and you'll see kind of rotations happen when that Shadow Vanguard gets spawned.
I think they're just probably going to wait till there's like a clear push like this mid lane. But okay, Dharma with a few dashes there, but it gets nullified thanks to Sunbin's healing capability. Seiza coming through with another kill. And that Tyrant, that Shadow Tyrant extra damage buff is huge into these team fights right now. So we see the Kagendra's forcing that Shadow Tyrant into that clash lane, because if they didn't, they would have lost another T2, which would have been crucial for them. But it looks like Weibo is looking to take a T2 from VKS in that farm lane. So a little bit of a trade here may happen across the map.
Yeah, you're seeing that Kagendra using that Shadow Overlord defensively rather than aggressively, knowing that they lost the trade. They still lose the tower, though, so even though they tried to use that Shadow Overlord defensively, tried to get that big, massive Vanguard into that lane to try and defend off that Tier 2 tower, they still weren't able to in the end. But as you mentioned, Luna, Roa going to be able to take that Tier 2 tower on the bottom side of the map. So Kagendra still getting trades across the map. This is not like a complete stomp or anything. There are ways in which Kagendra are trying to get back into this. They're trying to take some even trades across the board. They are just getting a little bit caught out at times as well. But in terms of the scaling of the two compositions as well, you know, when we get into the stage of the game, you know, we're kind of in the mid game going into the late game at the moment. What team would you say has like the better late game composition?
I mean, as long as they can get a Seiza online, and I mean, so far it's working beautifully. They're feeding over all the buffs to him. He's got red buff and blue buff right now going for him. And then obviously having that strong front line from Niap and Danny. And then obviously one with that huge utility on the Lady Chen. Just being able to knock up, say, for example, if they can catch these trick shots onto the Dharma or the Luna, I think it's probably going to be a much bigger surprise here for VKS than it is Kagendra. But currently, going into that 30-minute mark, we could see a bit of a brawl here for that higher ground turret, and their brawl is definitely what we're seeing. But Angela is able to try and push away those minions with all her abilities, and was able to do so.
You look at the Luna as well. Again, Riyadh trying to split push, trying to push in that bottom side of the map. It looks like it's actually going to get the high ground tower as well. It's going to do enough damage. And Vivo Key just caught completely off guard. I'm not too sure if the minions are going to be doing it. Actually, I feel like he could have probably got that tower and escaped as well with the mobility that Luna had, but they didn't have any vision on the he didn't have any vision, sorry, on the rest of VKS. So he thought that VKS were all recalling back to base, didn't want to die as well, especially with these major objectives spawning. But you're seeing at the moment that Kagendra are doing really well at clearing waves. They have the likes of the Angela and the Long to be able to clear waves very effectively, which means that Luna can be on the opposite side of the map, try and split push down the bottom side, and you can see that it's only about 2 or 3 auto attacks away from being taken down. So really interesting idea, really interesting strategy here for Kagendra, and it's working out pretty decently so far.
Yeah, the split push, rather than using Luna as a clean-up mechanic within these team fights, because of the Niap and obviously Danny being such a strong front line, I think it's not quite viable. If she tries to go to that back line, we'll just see the Zhong Yu just come through and just clean him into the direction that he wants you to be in. But the Shadow Tyrant does go over to VKS once more time, Stu, and that does mean more damage buffs. We see Mufus looking pretty low as well, getting caught out by that Lady Chen ultimate, and then Dharma is just trying to stop this minion wave in the mid lane, but could be getting caught out here. He still has his flash if needs be. The Blazing Brilliance onto the back line as they try and chase the Dharma was a very good call from Kagendra.
You can see right now the extra mobility that Vivo keys have, being able to rotate so much quicker thanks to Sunbin's movement speeds. You also have the extra poke damage as well from the Sunbin, making it super annoying, and also the slows, making it super annoying for Kagendra to deal with. As you mentioned, again, Kagendra doing extremely well at defending their high ground towers. You can see that Niap went down to the bottom side to make sure that lane was pushed in. I think Vivo Keyed have to keep that in mind now, which is going to be something they have to worry about, I think, throughout the rest of this game.
Yes.
It's where is Luna on the map? And you can see straight away, look in the mini-map at the moment at your bottom side. Luna is going 1v1 at the moment against Xiang Yu. And this is a thing, right? Every single time the VKS step forward, they have to make sure that they have eyes of Riyadh. They have eyes on Luna, because every single time she's going to try and walk up and take the high ground tower.
Yeah, it does make her absent from these neutral objectives, though, so that could be crucial for them. But she is trying to play around the Zhang Yu. They're using it as bait here because they're currently going for a 4v4 under the Shadow Tyrant. They're not going to get it reset, so we do see VKS actually getting another clean neutral objective. But the Sage Sanctuary baits Hans into the team fight. Hans goes down. Dharma is gone by, and there is Long getting wiped out by Lady Sun. That is a 2-0 trade. A Shadow Overlord over to the side of VKS. It's only a matter of time, Stu. Whilst they have that Shadow Vanguard, that's going to relieve that pressure in that bot lane.
The Resurrect was so huge there, the item being picked up there from Seiza, being able to survive that Dharma flash into the back line. That Resurrect was so huge. And then 0-0 tried his best to use his ultimate to try and get onto Lady Sun. But as soon as Long land, Lady Sun was like, boop, your head's gone, see you later. No worries there at all for Seiza. Again, having an incredible performance here on the Lady Sun, a pick that he has played multiple times in both HoK BR Season 2 as well, and has been an incredible pick. And now Kagendra, they're on the back foot. All high ground towers are being taken down, and the split push is no longer an option.
No longer an option, and we see that Luna's trying to keep that Shadow Vanguard away from that crystal. But I think it's probably best here for VKS to not try and be too aggressive. The Vanguards aren't quite around yet. They probably just need to just reformulate what they're going to be doing here. But that completely wipes out all those higher ground turrets now. So the only thing standing between VKS and their second victory within the EWC Mid-Season Invitational is that crystal.
They're trying to step out outside of the base at the moment, as you can see, but every single time they step out the base now, they need to be careful that there's no sort of action happening at their crystal. As you mentioned, they're trying to get priority in this river. I mean, VKS has done so well so far, prioritize it, but Luna looking for the engage, and Seiza actually dropping extremely low. Luckily, he does have that Resurrect back up. Now the cooldown has come off, which means that the Resurrect is there. So if any of that burst damage does happen again, then Seiza can try and keep himself alive. But Kagendra, they really don't want to give away this Shadow Tyrants.
No, the Sage Sanctuary just come back up onto Danny as well, just in time, as he's taken a lot of beatings from the side of Kagendra. But Seiza goes down. Lung is able to disengage. Luna has the Sage Sanctuary. That gets procced again, but it's not going to be enough. Lady Chen gets the knock-up as well. So down goes the Luna. Down goes that macro play. You can see that fat blue minion wave in the farm lane as they're trying to push away and force them back into that crystal. We see Zero low, Hans is low. The only thing stopping them from taking that down is the Zhongfei, and that goes down. Mufus goes bye-bye. The minions are here. Is Dogma gonna be able to clean up the minion wave, and does it so brilliantly? We just need to wait for a minion wave to come through, but is it gonna be enough for Dharma and Angela to keep it off? No, it is only Angela alive, and she has not got the Blazing Brilliance on cooldown. Here we go.
Yeah,
the victory, baby!
Vivo Kid gonna be able to take down Kagendra. A huge victory for them to try and make it out of the group stage. That was their final game, and they do end the group stage at 2 and 3. And now it's the nervous wait for Vivo Kid to see how the other games go in this group, to see if they need to play potential tiebreakers or they can make it through into the top 8 of this tournament. But that's the Vivo Kid we're expecting to see. Obviously having a little bit of struggle, as we saw yesterday in the off-stream games, losing to Vitality. They did beat Impunity, but they did say it was a little bit rough in the end as well. But this is a big win for them to kind of end the group stage strong. But Kagendra, on the other hand, they still have one more game left in this group stage, which is actually going to be the next game against Team Secret.
Yeah, I don't know about you, Stu, but that seems like a pretty hard game to me. But Kagendra, I have to say, did not go down without a fight, right? They had a great draft. We saw that Hans was proactive. Weiro with that macro play as well. That could have been the downfall of VKS if it wasn't for how proactive VKS can be and just correcting those mistakes. But I'm very happy for VKS managed to get a second victory on the board. They deserve it. Main stage buff, baby.
Incredible performance here from VKS. That stage buff that you were talking about, Blam, is coming up absolutely huge here for VKS. A lot of this team has a lot of experience on playing on the main stage. But that's enough about us talking. Let's take a look and go back to the main stage and hear from one of the members from Vivo Kid Stars.
Another exciting match taking place right here, and it is your first appearance on the main stage, and it came with a win. What are your thoughts?
É a sua primeira participação no palco principal. Quais são as suas ideias? O que você acha?
Bom, eu estava ansioso para jogar nesse palco. Eu joguei todos no Stage B, mas eu gostei muito mais desse clima aqui com a torcida. Esse palco aqui está incrível e eu fico feliz de estrear esse palco com uma vitória que já estava fazendo falta. A gente não estava tendo boas atuações, mas fico feliz que a gente conseguiu ganhar essa partida.
I was anxious to play here. We did everything in the other stage. This is amazing. This crowd is amazing. We are very happy to start with a win. Of course. Bala Baines, one more time to you, Danny. Nice to see you. Always a pleasure meeting you. And yeah, we have a lot of your fans and supporters, family and friends coming to the arena, and a lot of fans online. So what do you have in mind? Share some words to your family, to your friends, and to your teammates as well. A gente tem muita gente aqui, tem os apoiadores, tem a torcida, tem essa família. Diz algumas coisas para eles, diz algumas palavras.
Bom, eu só queria agradecer todo mundo que está acompanhando aqui, todo mundo que está torcendo e também pedir desculpas porque a gente está tendo um resultado ruim nesse campeonato, mas eu acredito que a gente vai conseguir se reerguer agora, principalmente com essa vitória, e continuem torcendo, continuem acreditando que a gente vai fazer o nosso melhor para representar a nossa região bem.
We would like to thank everyone who's been supporting us, and we'd like to say, to apologize because we're not having a good score, but we're going to do our best and we're going to carry on here. You did your best. I trust you guys.
It's gonna be a good one as well. Of course, we're gonna see you again on this very main stage. And now back to the studio for more details.
Vivo Kid Stars finally showing us what they're really made of. It was important for them to take this victory. It was necessary because just going home with only 1 point was not an option for them.
That's right. Oppa, oppa. That's the cheer that we have all the way from Chalk PR as well. Now, this was a very strong performance, and I want to highlight Danny is my personal MVP. He did so much work for the team, getting all of the baits, luring all the skills. I mean, there's so much damage thrown onto him.
Yeah, played very well. But let me kind of go back to this one because of the fact that I made my biggest mistake today was agreeing with this prediction here. We both chose Kagendra on this one, and Kagendra really did not show up on this game. Vivo Kid Stars were ready for the draft. They understood what they needed to have done. Their strategy was on point.
It is difficult, man. I'm not gonna lie. I don't feel like it was that much as a VKS victory, but it was a Kagendra loss. Every single time that they started the fight, they never actually won a big fight, and they allowed VKS just to take the victory.
Yeah, but more of a force error here. Maybe we can go with that instead, right? You know, Isaac, you were talking a little bit more about the buffs. Maybe you want to share that with the audiences.
Oh, of course, man. Like, if you analyze the BP from Kagendra, the main focus is going to be on what Weibo can do on that Luna. And we know that Luna is extremely blue dependent. If VKS could keep an eye on when the buff was going to spawn, they could always just try to invade and just kind of slow down Weibo. Reason why Weibo decided, like, well, I cannot fight no more, I'm just gonna do the split push.
Yeah, but that's why Vivo Stars, their strategy was on point, trying to limit that as much as possible.
Agree.
And of course, Danny was on point with the high note, just always up in front, being all that bait. And Senku, how many Blazing Brilliances were expended on Danny?
Yeah, too many to count, right? And they were counting on Riyadh to have the new moon, but it only happened once in a blue moon.
And it is sad, man. It is very, very, very sad because I just feel like Kagendra came with the momentum, but in the moment that they needed to just give that strong punch, they were always missing.
Kind of hesitant. It didn't seem like they were making really plays that they knew that they were gonna make. Like they were gonna, take over in certain team fights. They were playing very scared not to lose almost.
Yeah, but we have to highlight Nyap and Mena as well. Mena, earlier in day one, we were talking about, hey, he was very trigger happy with his skills. This time, he picked Sunbin, which is, go ahead, throw as many time lapses as you want as long as you get the correct targets. And Nyap was there to soak up the damage. And with the addition of the time flux, he was able to soak in even more damage and use the ultimate to the full potential against Kagendra.
Niav Xiangyu was one of those picks that at the beginning we were not understanding a lot, but it actually paid off, man. Look at that. He's taking the MVP. Sometimes you just need to go back to basics. We knew that in previous seasons, in previous tournaments, that Nia Xiangyu has been really strong. And he just decided when everything is on the line, I really need to come with what is my meta.
Yeah, where was that earlier today, though? I mean, yes, they got it, and Niab really did carry in that game, but I was expecting more. I wanted more of this throughout. I'm actually very disappointed for Vivo Stars, but here are the highlights of, his plays.
Yeah, one thing you will see later on is his godlike play. It's not a really action-packed one, but it's one that he delayed that bottom T3 being taken by Kagendra. And it's simply because that pressure was never founded on the side of Kagendra that they were able to turn this whole game around, get the lock-ins, and he always timed his fearless charge to perfection.
Yeah, definitely. He was coming on point. He was very scary. You always have to respect where he was. His presence was felt. Yes, his KDA might not have been the highest, but it was a moment where, you need to know where he is and you got to respect his damage.
Yep, he meant to be as a utility, and boy, was he useful in this game.
Yeah, for sure. And this is the closing minutes. I mean, you're seeing one last hope by Senku, trying to keep them alive, not able to do so. Vivo Stars, yes, they won. They're not the happiest at this moment, but I think there was a bit of a sense of relief.
Come on, man. Like, we need to understand that in the moment that everything is on the line, like, you really need to trust your instincts. Just keep going with it. Just move around. And right now, Vivo Stars, 2 points, they get back into the battle. It could have been just game over for them if Team Kagendra takes this victory. And Team Kagendra right now is going to have to go all out against Team Secret. That is going to be our next match. Sadly, Boom Esports, Falcons, it's going to be out, man.
Yep, it's unfortunate, but Boom Esports and Team Falcons, I mean, they put up valiant efforts for the games from yesterday and today, but not everyone wins. In a competition, in tournaments, it's brutal. There has to be a winner, there has to be a loser.
Yeah, it's going to be sad. And we knew going in today that 4 teams were going to go home. Sadly, that does happen. But we're going to be going up into Kagendra versus Team Secret. That one's going to be the next big one. Can Kagendra pull it off against Team Secret?
Yep, it's tough, right? Now, this is even tougher. They could not capitalize on the VKS game, and now they have this huge mountain to climb going up against Team Secret. Like, if I'm in Kagendra's shoes right now, I will be trembling my boots.
That Team Secret right now is going to finish second place. There is no mathematical way that they could make it first, and at the same time, they know that they cannot make it third. Do you think that that's going to affect the way that they're going to see this game?
I think not. I think that you play it, you go all out, right? You try out new strategies, maybe a different draft, but at the end of the day, you're still going to go hard because it's all about this is the perfect time to learn.
Yeah, of
exactly.
course.
It could be a practice match, maybe.
Maybe just a different composition. What do you guys think?
Yeah. No, I think I would definitely do that. If I was on Team Secret at this point, I mean, I'm guaranteed the second place. I might as well try something new, see what else is out there.
Yeah, exactly, right? Keep the cards close to us, but we get to learn about everyone else in the competition.
STC Play predictions. Boys, what do you think? Is it going to be Team Secret just going with the dub, or is it going to be Kagendra?
I think we have it aligned. I hope it's going to be Team...
Well, I don't want to say the same one because I made that mistake last time and I don't want to do it, but I'm going to go Team Secret, right?
Yeah, Team Secret.
All right, Team Secret against Kagendra is going to be our next match. Ladies and gentlemen, let's wait and see what's going to happen in the Amazon Arena with this electrifying match.
Let's go right now, heading to the 7th match to summon our heroes. Let's go, Sky.
This is the very last hope for Kagendra to find over for that very spot in the playoffs. Both teams have to be extra careful, but here we go. They're all ready. Let's give our welcome to Team Kagendra. This is another back-to-back game to Team Kagendra. Hopefully they can quickly bouncing back from the failure they did today.
Let's see what's gonna happen right now against their challenger. Let's hear it for Team Secret. And there you have it, but apparently we have some fans here right now cheering for Team Secret. One more time, here for Team Secret, come on!
Thank you so much, Jayo. They will do their best. Hopefully the stage is set that all the crowds is roaring. I believe it's the time for the glory thing to happen. With no more further waiting, let's go back to the studios.
Hi everyone, welcome back, and I'll be the caster for you. I'm Nora, and I'm joined by Gege.
Yes, and we are so excited to be here to cover the game of TS versus Kagendra. So that's going to be our next coming up match.
And we're already been halfway through the games right now so far, and this is going to be the last game and Kagendra and TS will play. So I'm super excited to see who will be the one to hit the point, because as VKS just finished their game and gaining another point, that makes them to the 3rd place right now in Group A with a 2-3. And Kagendra still got a chance to make it as they are having 1 point in their hand right now.
Definitely. I feel like Kagendra just a little bit struggling right now. They are still licking the wounds that just battled from VKS. So they still got a lot of pickup. I feel like this match definitely, I feel like Kagendra definitely have a little bit of edge since they've been learning a lot through the first day. And this is the second day already. They already got 1 point. Why not to get the other points so they can get a chance at going in at the top 4 here in the Group A.
And I feel like Kagendra right now is played back-to-back, right? So definitely they're keeping the momentum, and as we can see, the Luna pick that they did when they play against VKS, they're so well at the bottom, almost still that high ground tower down. But the problem is that now they're playing against TS, and since Team Secret is picking out their famous signature hero, Dachel, to play as a strategy, I'm a little bit worried about Kagendra, to be honest, right now.
Definitely. I feel like they're facing an uphill battle. TS definitely one of the prominent team of Group A, and look at that. They're using their famous signature Dachel pick. Definitely, I feel like that Fuji is about to come up very much next pick.
So that's the reason why Kagendra is actually answering with the Loon, exactly like LGD did last time when they played against TS, and they used this new hero Loon to win out the unbreakable Dachel strategy back into Season 2, right? So definitely I would say Kagendra is doing great so far.
Yes, I feel like this Loon is going to be really, really hard to kill. I mean, the double ultimate coming from Dulia. I mean, this is going to be a really, really interesting game because, you know, Loon is going to survive towards the end. I feel like Kagendra, late game-wise, they do have a great chance of winning, but time is going to run out. They're going to have Don Shao. They're going to have Fuji. I mean, their macro is so good with TS. I mean, they're known for their super, super great teamwork. And I feel like Team Secret are not going to give Kagendra many time to farm. So yeah, time is going to be running out for Kagendra in this match.
Exactly, and we can tell that by this Zhou pick by TS, because last time when they played against LGD, they had no other options since LGD just banned out all of those millionaires, which is suitable for that strategy. But this time, Zhou as an open choice, actually TS can accelerate their early game pace and trying to do those pushing strategies. So the question will be, can Kagendra keep it on, stand for the early game?
Ooh, the early game, man. Look at Team Secret. Da Chao, Fuji, Zhou. I mean, the fire is going to be everywhere.
True.
You're going to see an acceleration in the pushing, so they have to find a way to definitely to slow down their pushing lanes. I feel like, you know, Ogren, definitely a power pick in the early game. Definitely Kagendra trying to harass their jungle a little bit more, trying to like push TS down. But TS, man, their acceleration, the tower pushing skills is so fast. I'm just really, really worried for Kagendra here.
True, and the main thing that Kagendra needs to do right now is try to, you know, build up more power in their mid lane, for their mid lane. And I highly recommended Angela, but since TS already banned it out, so I would say maybe for a Wang pick. How do you feel about that?
Ooh, Wang.
Just go in a wild way, you
Wow,
know.
Shangguan, wow.
Wang with double ulti
Double
by
ulti.
this Dolia can be really dominating in the early game.
Yes, it would be a threat to their back row because, you know, Shangguan with double ultimate and even with the frenzy, that would do a significant amount of damage to the back row. Also, their ADC is going to be really, really much in danger, but you know, the ADC is still up in the air, still for picks now. So, you know, I feel like TS is thinking of something different. Maybe they're predicting what Kagendra try to do here.
If they are predicting that Kagendra may go for the Shangguan pick, then TS is going to lock down this Musashi. Either Musashi is going to be a nice counter-attack against this Ogren, and also he can just, you know, kind of do a lot of assassin job with his Charlotte.
Yeah, what's interesting about Team Secret is right here, they do not have a shooter, which they're going to go double side lanes with the food just acting like an ADC on the bottom lane. So it's going to be really, really cool here because they have the pushing strategy. So they're going to let Charlotte to take all the damage. Pretty much Charlotte has a lot of damage reductions later on. Also Musashi, great tanky player as well. And also great counter to Ogren as well. So yeah, really, really depending on their macro ability. I'm really interested to see how Team Secret can handle this one since they got all the overpower here. And there you go. Shangguan. There's your pick.
Like
the Nora prediction comes true.
But the problem is that we know that Shangguan with his double ulti granted by Dolia can be a nice pick against this Zhou in the early game. But the problem is since Musashi and Charlotte has been picking out, just like you said, triple warriors that we can see from TS composition. If Kagendra, I will just put it like this. If Kagendra can't end this game within 13 minutes, then it's going to be their problem. The time's ticking.
That's right, time's ticking, man. I'm telling you, this match is going to be super interesting. Team Secret, I mean, they have 2-1 right now. So definitely they try to get that extra point to get into that top 4 position. I mean, only 4 teams are going to make it from each group, and 4 teams are going home today. So they gotta grab the win right now.
Let's go, let's go. It's gonna be the last game that these 2 teams is going to play in the group stage. TS standing on the blue side, play against Kagendra staying on the red.
Let's go, let's go. As you can see, Kagendra are playing really safe actually. They're starting at their own blue buff. They're not going for any counter invasion, but look at the battle already on top here. Here's gonna be 10X with Shun at the top lane, getting the opening, getting that EXP really, really fast for Musashi here.
Yes, the reason why TS is going for the top lane is because they can let Musashi to have this, the river sprite, as well as trying to pressure more at this Olympic.
Yes, and look at that. They already got a little bit of lead here. 10X and Shun cleaning out the jungle really, really fast. So they're going to be a little bit quicker here, trying to go to the bottom lane. Maybe a possible potential gank on Loon here.
Yeah, that's possible. As long as Fuzi got his ulti when he leveled at the 4, then definitely it's gonna be the engagement that we can see from TS. And right now they're using those damage dealt by this Dachao in the early game and try to chop the bar for this Lone.
Yes, I feel like Dachao is like first and second ability in the early game. Really nice poke damage. And definitely that Lone is gonna feel that in the early game. And 0-0 has to be careful because he's gonna be really squishy in the beginning. Oh, here we go here. Musashi going in. That's going to be the first blood already for Team Secret.
And we can see also some movements has been taken at the bottom side because they already used a flash, and it seems like they also want to attack at this 0-0.
Yeah,
so many things happen right now.
Yeah, I feel like double buff already on Shishan and 10x. Great beginning for Team Secret already. They got a little bit of huge goal advantage. 1,000 more than Kagendra, so Kagendra still need to pick up the pace here. I mean, they do have the Algorand rival, so they need to use it to their advantage.
Yeah, but I would say like before 6 minutes, maybe they should depend on this Shangguan. But since we can see TS always do a lot of ambush around the mid lane, as you can see, they're trying to call this Shangguan off. And right now it's gonna be ulti, dash in, and with this Alia flash in come in and made a nice tower dive.
Yes, the Hans do not disappoint me. And he's really good on lane, and you can see it in his previous game. Really aggressive top laner. That Zai went in for this Joey right there, successfully taking him out. Also got his flash out as well, so that's going to be a really nice trade there just for now to slow down that tower push in the mid lane.
Exactly. But somehow they still need to pay for their price, right? Because 10x also take the hands down. So I would say for TS, so far so good. And for Kagendra, again, it's going to be another try down by Cinco. But it's really hard for you to catch a single person with mobility around the riverside.
Yeah, I feel like, Cinco still have a little bit more damage to build up, Still early in the game right now. Look at this damage here. 10x goes in. 1 versus 3. And he's still surviving here. Here's the ultimate coming from Hans. Hans is going to have to assist with this Algorand to take him out, but bottom lane also is going to be in trouble. The fire is still burning right now, but still Team Secret is still macroing the game slowly. It's not their time to push just yet, but once that 4 minute comes by, that tower defense goes down, that's going to be the key to push for it.
So 13 minutes to be wait for, and that's going to be the cue for TS to start their real attack against Kagendra. But I still need to say that the kill, all right, in the mid lane. Again, Shangguan did such a good job.
Nice. Great point out to Shangguan here. And yeah, Joey is pretty squishy in the beginning, so definitely Shangguan is going to be a really nice counter. And also, after taking down their mid lane mage, here is going to be the chance for Kagendra to get the drive, but the crucial kill death by Musashi, getting that smite right on time. Great job on 10x getting that steal right there.
And I feel like TS trying to get for more, but Kagendra already predict what's their next movement. So as long as Loon has been bound by this Fuzi, all of those members just gather down and try to, be in the backup. Ooh. And right now, Kagendra is doing really good. Wherever the Shangguan go, he's gonna be killing spree.
Yeah, I feel like they do have a lot of burst damage potential. I mean, you got 0-0, he's leveling up. Guard got the Axel Torment. That's gonna be a lot of, like attack penetration, armor penetration, and this is going to be a really tough chance for TS because in the later game, that 0-0, the damage is going to go way off the chart. So they got to figure out something fast, and they need to end the game definitely before that 13 minutes.
Exactly. So that's the reason why we can see Kagendra just playing so aggressively in the early game, and right now they're trying to get the river control, get the map control, and the next movement might be they're trying to do some invasions to their opponent's jungles, and right now Cinco is just an ulti, try to force Strand, get him back and let his team to, secure the overlord, and that's it.
Yes, also that double ulti comes in really handy.
Yeah.
You can use it as engagement, you can use it as an escape, and here you go. Kagendra using an escape, but it's going to be really trouble. He's going to be alone in the top lane right here. And that's going to be... Ooh, Shank takes him out in a lane, chasing Charlotte back into the towers right now. But what about the bottom lane? They have to worry because their towers are getting pushed in on the bottom side here for Kagendra.
Man, two teams are doing totally different things at two different lanes. And right now, Kagendra doing so good, just lotting the members from TS, but TS still stick to their plan. Just take down the tower and that's it.
That's right, Team Secret, and they have the tunnel vision for the towers right now. You know, you took one of my heroes away. Well, I'm gonna take down one of your towers, maybe even more.
Exactly, and speaking to the operation of this game, though we can see a lot of highlights made by Kagendra, right? Really visually stunning. But the problem is that check the goal lead. TS already got 3,000 goal lead against Kagendra. That's going to be some problem for them to solve. And right now it's going to be another engagement happening in the jungle, and it's going to be the Fuzi using his multi. Nice bound. But right now Waro just coming in and just being killing spree. Take that Fuzi down.
That's why, you know, I feel like Fuzi got caught in the way back a little bit deeper, and the reinforcements starting to arrive. He was already gone. So still, Team Secret do not have to rush this. They still can work with the Dachao, you know, the Dachao Fuzi strategy.
Agree.
Definitely not to be hasty as what happened in the match versus LGD. So they learned their lessons right here. So they need to actually apply it into this match as well.
You already can see two reckless movements made by TS, right? One is that TNX going too deep into the cage's rebuff side and just being killed, or like solely, right? And the one that Fuzi did, flash in, try to do a nice ulti, but the problem is that this kind of terrain is not in favor of TS.
And you can see right here, Kagendra, you know, using their vision control, try to gain a vision of the mid lane. Look at this. Everyone is waiting in the mid lane, waiting for each other to start the fight here. Are you going to start the fight? Well, I'm going to start the fight. But look at Fuji and Dacha always pushing. Always pushing, and Alain is going to have a little bit more pressure on top side because he's facing a lot of enemies right here, but his friends are coming here. Senko and this Murphy are coming in, but they actually go back here with the second ability of Dacha, but coming back, it's going to be a trap. But look at here, Musashi's going to come back in, but still Dacha got taken out. A little bit hasty here. They still choose to come back, but everyone else already arriving at the scene. Kagendra taking Shishan right here. Great teamwork on the side of Kagendra.
Definitely, Kagendra is doing so well right now in game, but the problem is, why were those members from TS coming back? That's a little bit overcommitted, to be honest.
Yes, I feel like they committed too much right there. You know, they already got the damage done, and they need to get out ASAP, but they still choose to come back, and they gonna punish them for that.
Yeah, I feel like TS, they're really dedicated to win against their enemies by using the Dacha strategy. They know that they're really good at it, but the problem is that check TS members, right? Musashi is not there, and only those members with those immobility coming back. And check Cage, Loom already got really decent items, so that can make him to do a lot of insta-kill upon the heroes from TS.
Oh, the flash confudes a great flash, but 0-0 doesn't have ultimate. No ulti. That's gonna be the Sun taking down 0-0, and there goes the tower right there. That's what I'm talking about. That's the teamwork that TS is well known for. Team Secret taking the towers, taking the lead already in the goals, but they have to watch out because that 0-0's damage is building way up.
Exactly, and that's the best thing that TS did for that kind of execution, because they spot out that 0-0 is out of his ulti. His ulti is not available, so that's the reason why TS just make that attack against 0-0.
Oh, here's the Pure Sky for Shun. He's going to have so much damage reduction. It's going to be really make it hard to kill this Charlotte. Also, 10X already got that Blood Rage as well. So many tanking frontliners. So those are the shields for Team Secret to do. While they have the shields, it's going to be enough more time for Sun and Yuhan to get the Dachao and Fuzi pushing strategy going on here. Hopefully, Kagendra can still able to stop that with their damage right now.
And I would say it's going to be the time to slow down a bit, to cool down a bit right now, because we are hitting the 10 minutes mark. So TS definitely going to, just hold back a little bit more and just organize all the lanes and trying to, use those lanes to arrive in at the high ground tower simultaneously. And Cage is setting up a trap, and right now they're hitting it.
Oh, here we go. Shun using the flash. He got the Pure Sky active, but Musashi goes down. 0-0's damage is way off the shot.
The high ground tower at the top!
High ground tower is way gone. Like, while you are fighting, I'm taking down the high ground tower, and the next target is going to be the Crystal. That leaves the top lane wide open. I mean, look at the tower counts right now. 7 towers on Team Secret versus only 1 tower on Kagendra. So Kagendra has to pick up the pace. Time is going to be running out. They're already at the doorstep of the crystal.
So with the numbers advantage, so Kagendra is trying to secure the dragon, but the problem is that Moffat has been bounded by this Fuzi, and this is going to be a kill against this Dolia. And right now, Shangguan just dashed in, but without the Dolia, there's no more ulti can let him to get out of this battlefield.
Oh, they just have to back up right now. Oh, look at Shun jumping in, and he has that damage reduction. And
He has
look
the
at that.
chance. He has
Great
the
first
chance.
ability,
The
second ability,
passive.
double kill, and making it back to the home. And now they're gonna transfer back, teleportation. All the teammates are here. 4-member down on Kagendra, and this might be the final push that Team Secret is about to do here.
I mean, 0-4 trade, no more way for the Dragons right now. They are just trying to secure their victory. It's coming for this Alien, just using his ulti, and this is the double ulti, but they can't save their crystal. It's gonna be the victory for
Team
TS.
Secret, yes. What a fantastic battle. Wow, the macro by Team Secret is so well put out. I mean, everything step by step. Everything's so clean. Just for like a small slight mistake in that top lane when that tower is not destroyed, but any other time, they did a really good job of keeping them down. Also, you know, using Fuzi and Dacha really effectively at pushing the towers.
I mean, we should not forget that back into Season 2, they used this Dachao 4 times and they win all of them with a 100% winning rate, getting it into EWC right now. And with this signature pick, Dachao again, they secure another point for them, which made them as a 4-1, currently being at a 2nd place in Group A.
Yes, and I feel like, you know, everyone knows that Team Secret is going to use that combo. So I feel like, you know, in the future, maybe in the knockout stage, definitely they need to find other strategies instead of using a Dachao strategy combo, maybe use some other strategies as well.
Exactly. But still, it's really nice for TS to do that, right? Because they lost the Dachao strategy against LGD, but right now they just improve it again. I feel so glad to see that happen.
Yeah, that's crazy, man. I'm telling you, Team Secret definitely have something going on, and we're going to go into a small interview here on stage at the Amazon Arena.
And ladies and gentlemen, we are here right now with one of the members of Team Secret. I can tell you have the confidence that you're going to win this match, but how do you feel that you had people flying all the way from China just to be here to witness this win?
首先，恭喜玉涵选手获得本局比赛的胜利。我们能看得出来你们的表现非常的自信。当然呢，我们也有很多来到我们场馆支持你的粉丝朋友们，他们也在赛前为你们应援。有什么想和他们分享的吗？
谢谢，就是粉丝来帮我们应援，就是可以多多支持我们。
All right, thank you for the fan support, and I hope that you can support us more in the future. You know, something happened around the top side with that tier 2. You managed to go back, but you turn out, you know, as an entire crowd to come back with the Dachao's teleportation. What happened? 刚才呢，在上路的那个2塔附近呢，有一波很神奇的画面啊，就是你们其实当时全队是选择了回来，哎，当时是发生了一个什么样的一个情况，跟我们分享一下吗？你还记得吗？你不记得了。
上路2塔，对，就基本操作吧，就对，就大家一起说了。对.
All right, it's very hard to remember, but you know it's basic. We are very skilled, and I think we're so used to the fact that these are the combos and composition that we feel comfortable with.
All right. So now, what is that one team that you want to go against in the coming matches?
在未来还有机会的话，有没有哪支队伍是你特别想要交手的呢？组内组外都可以。
KPL Dream Team.
Of course.
Of course. KPL Dream Team. I'm not surprised at all, but let's see what's going to happen right now. Back to the studio.
Congratulations to Team Secret, sealing that 2nd place. Remember that right now with me, Stuart and Blam. How are you guys?
How's it going? Going well, going well. It's an exciting game to play, to watch, to be fair. I mean, Team Secret coming out absolutely huge. I feel like in this series, you know, making sure that they can qualify as that 2nd seed, as you mentioned. Kagendra, unfortunately, is going to be a bit tough for them.
Yeah, it's going to be hard, man. Like, sadly for them, they had momentum in some moment, but then after that, it just kind of like fade away.
That's it. I mean, that's the unreal expectation of it all, really. It's like what we were saying beforehand. Is like, oh, because this is going to be the decider for tiebreakers or not, will Team Secret play a little bit more tame? But at the end of the day, they went for the Dachao and the Futsu, and that wasn't the case.
Oh, come on, like Team Secret, they are allowing them to play the Dachao Futsu. Was that the mistake from Kagendra?
I mean, it's a huge mistake. For those who don't know, they were actually playing against each other in that Season 2 Invitational, and this was pretty much the exact composition that Team Secret played to beat Kagendra in Season 2 Invitational. And Kagendra, you would have thought, would have learned about this situation and actually adapted, but in the end, Team Secret were just like, okay, let's just do the Chao Fuzi again, let's guarantee this win. And also that mid lane pick, Zhou Yu, the first time we're seeing it here at the EWC.
It was a good game just for us to be able to see that Zhou Yu, right? Because it is an option. We know that when we're playing the Dachao Futsu strat, like we want to have priority in cleaning the wave. But against that Shangguan was really, really hard.
Yeah, it was. I mean, if they didn't go for the Zhou Yu, they wouldn't have had any kind of wave clear. So having that was just going to be a secondary pressure other than the Dachao and Futsu pick. And having that in your mid lane is definitely better to have than go for another assassin. And that's probably why they gave over the Shangguan.
I mean, you speak about wave clear on one side with the Zhou Yu. You look on the other side on Kagendra, there is zero wave clear at all. How are they supposed to defend against the Chao Fuzi in the split push in when they have no one? They have an assassin mid lane like the Shangguan. We know that these assassins in the mid lane can be a good pick, but against the Chao Fuzi, I feel like it's extremely difficult because you got them split pushing and you have no one to clear the wave, so the high ground towers just went so quickly.
It is really hard, man, because then you're actually thinking, if I cannot beat the strat, I'm actually trying to open a little bit of a crack somewhere. In one of these lanes, I need to have an advantage. That advantage never came.
No, I mean, it never came at all. There were times which Team Secret, I feel like, overextended a little bit. They got a few picks, Kagendra, but in the end, I feel like that the Chao Fuzi is just way too strong for split pushing. Kagendra couldn't really push any of the towers because of that wave clear from the Zhou Yu, and that was that allowed them to get the victory.
Now, Team Secret is going to finish second place, but after these games against Kagendra on their special Dachao strat, did we actually get the feeling that it was going to be their best performance? Let's first talk about the match MVP, Son, on that Futsu from their Futsu against Dachao.
I mean, it's pretty much written in the stars, right? When we get that Futsu pick come through, it is pretty dominant and showing right there the deserved match MVP going over to Sun. Not much damage dealt, not much damage taken, but it's the utility of that pick.
I think in the end with the Futsu as well, this isn't the first time that Team Secret have brought out at EWC. They tried the strategy against LGD. It didn't work out for them. Nope. It's really nice to see that Team Secret, even if they have that kind of setback in a way, they're able to reset. They're able to get that reset in terms of mentality with this composition and still bring it out here against Kagendra and is able to take the victory as well.
It is a very good performance by Son. I like the fact that he actually used that Futsu. But coming back to the question, we saw the Dachao and Futsu strat, Son taking the MVP. Do they feel like a real strong second place in that group, though?
I personally think they are, absolutely. They've definitely proven themselves. Only dropped one round?
Yeah, I think it's a little bit difficult. I think when it comes up against these bigger teams, I think they have to have a plan B. It seems like their plan A is the Chao Fuzi at the moment, and we've seen against LGD that with some of these new heroes coming in, like the Orgren and Long, it hasn't actually worked out too well for them. But I think they need to come up with a plan B just in case they get the Chao Fuzi banned away.
Well, and hopefully they're going to go back to the board and then they're going to be able to really go and polish that strat because they're going to need it as the tournament is going to move forward tomorrow in quarterfinals. Our last game of today is going to be the KPL Dream Team against Loops.
I mean, KPL Dream Team are looking like the strongest team in the tournament, and I think at this point we have to kind of ask ourselves, is there a possibility that the KPL Dream Team can go on a flawless run? If they win this, they don't drop a single game during the whole group stage. Can they go on a flawless run in the quarters, semis, and finals?
I would love them to go on a flawless run. What about them? Let's start seeing what they have to say about that.
Hey, it's Choo-Choo. With me is going to be Hai from KPL Dream Team. He's the jungler for the team as well. Hi, how are you? I hope everything is good. Okay, we have so many questions, but definitely the next game is against Loops. What do you think about Loops?
I think no matter who they are,
we will do our best.
They don't care who Loops are, right? They don't think anything. They just want to fight against Loops. Now, next one, we do know your record is 8 minutes 43 seconds against Boom, the fastest one. Will you break your own record?
Everything is possible. Maybe 7 minutes.
7 minutes? Oh my God, that's going to be super fast. Okay, last but not least, of course, your fans out there definitely shouting for you. Any words to say to them?
就非常感谢所有观看我们比赛的粉丝吧，包括来到现场的，感谢你们，我们有更加的动力去赢得比赛。
好，谢谢 Thank you so much for hi and see you guys in the game.
Boys, KPL Dream Team, the team to beat. Can Loops get the job done? What about if we get some STC play predictions? Who do you think is going to take the dub?
I mean, I'd like to play the devil's advocate and go for Loops, and I think I'm going to do that. To be honest, I'm keeping my copium, and my hopium. We just saw VKS get to that main stage. Maybe Loops can do it.
I have to go for KPL Dream Team. I mean, it's without a doubt. He might have a bit of a hopium, but I don't, unfortunately. I think KPL Dream Team just way too strong. And Loops, they're going to have to try and figure out something. I want to see APH on a hyper carry, but they're going to have to figure out something huge against KPL Dream Team.
You know what? I'm going to go KPL Dream Team as well. Hopefully Loops is going to show us a new strat, thinking on something that they can do against the other team. But let's wait and see what happens in the Amazon Arena.
And as we can see right now, we have an amazing crowd. Let's see it one more time for KPL Dream Team.
让我们听你们的声音。那边呢？Thank you so much for your passion, and we are ready for this last game of today to kick off. Please, first, the one and only KPL Dream Team. I have no idea what will be the composition, I have no idea what will be the lanings, but I'm pretty sure that this game is gonna be electrifying.
True, true, saving the best for last. And now for their challengers, here comes Loops. Here we go right now, last match for the day here taking place at the main stage. It should be a good one to watch.
This is where legends are made and dreams come true. We are ready for the final match of today. Let's give it back to the studios.
Final match it is! KPL Dream Team play against Loops. It's gonna be electrifying.
Super electrifying. What's your feels on this, Nora? What's your prediction today?
Definitely, I am with KPL Dream Team all day long.
Definitely.
And I would just say, like, I did my calculation, KPL Dream Team with 31 times of championship and including 15 times of FMVP.
Yes, and also for Loops, I feel like they've been learning a lot. Day 1 has been super, super crazy, but this is day 2 already. And I feel like Loops has been learning the way of the game. They learned the fundamentals. They know what KPL kind of, you know, what they're going to do maybe in this game. So let's see. They know maybe they're going to go for the counter invasion. Maybe they're going to go for the fast, mean, and or Lady Strong combo. But Loops already analyzed a lot of the KPL playing style. So I'm feeling like Loops is going to do something new this match.
True, and speaking Loops composition, definitely they're gonna go some aggressive draft. So KPL Dream Team stay as usual, just ban away this Hino and this Daqiao. And as we can see for today's lineup, it's gonna be Hai and Chance. It seems like Hai and Chance is a fixed, together to be fixed, and also Paul and Eno as another lineup.
Yes, I see the switch coming on right here. Also, I saw Hai's interview. Really interesting. Really confident jungler here from the KPL Dream Team here. And yeah, we see Arlie as the first pick here. Super high mobile. I'm feeling their ADC is going to be really hard to catch. So let's see what Loops has to here to counter this Arlie.
And the trick that KPL team is doing right now in the draft is that they are taking this Arlie away as a ban, because Loops, for their marksman Shero, he has played constantly all the time and play this early, all the time. So this is the thing that KPL Dream Team is doing right now.
Yes, and you can see that Ogron already getting the second pick, and that's going to be a really power pick here. Already know this Ogron might be a flex pick. You know, you can use it as the top lane. Maybe Fly can use it as he did last time, gaining a lot of great moments right here. Or they're going to use another jungler to play as jungle while, you know, Ogron can be the top laner.
I feel like Loops really need to ban away this monkey.
Oh, yes.
They really shouldn't let monkey to be an open choice because they already show off this Musashi, so definitely they're trying to counterattack this Ogren pick, and so does this Arlie. So if they want to do so, they need to take that monkey away from KPL Dream.
Oh, I don't think so. They're not going to take it away. This might be a deja vu moment here. Maybe it's going to be Monkey and Ogren on the same team again. That's going to be monstrous. And how Loops is going to deal with that. I mean, 2 heavy tanks in the front line, and you got Yuhuan as well.
Oh, they let it open.
Oh, did it? Okay. KPL might think of something new here. Maybe they're going with some experimental builds, which I do like. They're already this strong, so they might do something a little bit different in this last match against Loops.
It's going to be the time for Loops to pick some heroes. Well, it's really interesting that actually they can't just take that monkey away because Musashi is a fixed jungler pick as usual. So they are trying to do another thing, is that they are just trying to empower their marksman and trying to pair this Lady Sun with this Mozi. And they are building kind of like a waning lane at the bottom.
Yeah, I feel like the winning lane is going to be really effective against Arlie in the laning phase. Definitely, they do have the advantage in the early games. Lady Swan, Mozi, harassment, keeping the distance away from Arlie and letting this Lady Swan farm. But look at here.
Again.
The scariest thing has happened here. Monkey, Janfei, and Ogron. Wow, what a great front line here for the KPL Dream Team.
I do feel like it's kind of like Loops don't think Hai has the hero pool to play this monkey. Because last time we know that KPL Dream Team play against AG while they used that Ogren as a flex pick, that was Pan as the jungler. But the problem is that Hai, this player, he has won championship for 7 times, and including FMEP twice, so definitely Hai being played for such a long time, over 6 years right now. He has the sufficient hero pool to let him to do the monkey flash pick.
Yeah, definitely, and not to mention his debut of his Arlie, right? Am I right? You told me about that.
I told you the story.
Super interesting.
Yeah, here's the thing that Hai, as his debut, he kicked his debut with a pentakill by using Arlie back in 2019 in KPL. So he was a marksman player, and then he just rotates his role to play as a jungler.
Yes.
But always going to be the core of the team.
Yes, and now he is the jungler for this game for KPL Dream Team as he play Monkey. Wow, he's going to have a lot of advantage. I feel like his top laner is going to do so well that he doesn't really have to go to the top lane because Fly can just handle it by himself.
Definitely have Fly, the MVP, right?
I can't
He's
really
one
count.
of the kind in KPL Origin, actually.
Wow.
7 times. So definitely it's going to be something that KPL Dream teams will do again for their last game in the group stage, while they take it as a 5 wins in a row, being the undefeated, get into the quarters, or it's gonna be Loops get ready to this uphill challenge.
That's right, KPL Dream Team here on the blue side here versus Loop on the red side already here. Fly trying to gain that second level advantage, but look at here, Miffy here on the top. A little bit surprising. They know that Fly is really strong in the early lanes of the early play, so you know they brought Miffy to help, but it's not bringing Fly down. Fly noticed that someone is missing, and right away he knows something is wrong.
Oh, nice stun and trying to save Musashi, but the problem is that Rong was there, so it's gonna be the first blood goes over to Rong.
Oh, how dare Loops go in, try to get the blue so early, but you know that Ron and Hai already point themselves in the area. They're gonna be waiting for Musashi, and once he get back, respawn, his red might be in trouble here. The smite goes in, and Hai is gonna get that red away from Loops.
And I mean, it's gonna be a flash, it's gonna be another try by Tempest. Well, they take him down high, has been killed by Kang, so they got their red buff back. But the problem is, it's not only the red buff, but also including the blue buff. Because why it's being so chaotic on the top side of the map, Arlie just find a chance getting into, already like sneak into the blue buff side and take that blue away from Abyaga.
Yes, that's a huge loss. Also, Fly almost getting the kill here, almost going for the tower dive, but
very close.
Tempest still surviving those blows. He has to go back and heal right now, or else maybe staying for the healing to get back up, because he does not want to lose that EXP on the top lane here.
And right now, we can see from the camera, from the window, a lot of fans from China flew all the way long here to Saudi Arabia, and they're making their bets and writing with always believe in no fair, the support from KPL Dream Team.
Yes, a lot of fans here, and they're showing their support, and you can really hear the chant in the stadium just now. I'm upstairs, but I can still feel a little bit, you know, shaking from the stadium as their voices are so loud.
But to be honest, I'm really impressed by Loop's opening setting, you know, because I know what they are trying to do. They're trying to build up a winning lane with numbers advantage with his main and mods to make some, you know, impressive gank upon Fly's Ogren and let Abyaga to have the chance to steal away the blue buff. But the problem is that they are facing some difficulties, but right now it's gonna be Kank coming in with a flash and help Tempest to get the hand on Fly.
Wow, this is really impressive by Loops. They've been learning so much, and you can see that they're going head to head with the top team. And look at the bottom lane here. A lot of players, but only one member facing 4 players of KPL Dream Team is not going to work. So here's going to be here. Lady Swing goes down here. A lot of pressure here for Loops on the bottom lane here, as Chance already gained the advantage. His goal lead is going to be really, really significant here.
I feel like Sherry is too, you know, he's a little bit hasty because he, as long as he spot that chance, HP bar has been chopped away. He is trying to flash and get that insta kill. But the problem is that the tower is still standing there. It hasn't been 4 minutes, so still Chance has his chance to stay alive.
That's right. The tower protection is going to be available before before the 4 minutes is going to be due here. Also here, Mai Ying taking the kill on Fly, which is going to be super interesting. So
here comes Musashi.
A great engagement here, but can Fly get away? But no, great combo here. Great coordination coming in from Loops, getting the second kill on Fly already.
And that's how we're gonna see Musashi being such a nice counter-attack towards Ogren, because no more like sustainability can be seen from Ogren.
Exactly, that Musashi ultimate is gonna lock in that HP. We really can't recover a lot of HP during that period under that ultimate of Musashi, so it's gonna roll really nice counter here. And Fly is finally feeling some pressure on the top lane. Yeah, I feel like he's having an easy time right now, but I feel like KPL Dream Team, you know, this is gonna be not a really easy game to win here.
And I feel like this might be the reason why Loops let this monkey to be an open choice, because they are ready for it. It's gonna be the ulti from Lady Jin and trying to take Chance down, but still, it hasn't been 4 minutes, but I feel like so far so good for Loops.
Yeah, Loops is handling
They did their homework.
Yeah, definitely. They're handling themselves really, really good. I mean,
yeah.
Look at that. Scoreboards are 2 and 3, and they got that extra kill. So yeah, they're technically in the lead right now in the kill count.
And it's gonna be the ulti from Jump and also the ulti from Monkey dashing in, trying to make the tower dive happen. Kang is gonna be the one to be taken down.
Ooh, KPL Dream Team are fighting back right now. Great tower dive. Great initialization by the whole team here. And also now that I feel like bottom lane gone, almost gone, they're going to open up the way for the jungle. The jungle is going to be way open. That's going to be a really, really nice time to capitalize on the situation. And if Fly can go in, High can go in, they can gain more advantage, getting those goals and resources away from Loops.
And I feel like from now on, Loop's gonna collapse since their mid lane tower has been taken down. So it's gonna be another try from Musashi, but he's using his ulti, trying to lock Monkey down with his teammates coming in. And also the ulti from Moods. Get a really nice 0-2 trade on the top side of the map.
Yeah, 0-2 trade. That was a 4 versus 2 situation. Great teamwork on Loops, trying to pressure in Fly on the top side here. top side might be the first tower to go down as there's nobody defending it and creeps are moving in. But the battle still happening here. Yuhuan doing really nicely to clean up that Lady Swan.
I feel like a lot of things are happening right now, simultaneously on the map. But Loops, they are keep watching out this Ogre Peg from Fly. But the problem is that they show less care about their marksman, which might be a big problem because Lady Sun definitely is going to be the late game core for Loops. But right now, Sherry has been taken out twice in a row. And he has such a great goal deficit against this chance Arlie Peck. That might be a slight problem.
That's right. I feel like definitely that Arlie already got that damage ability. And he's going to get his item a lot quicker than, Sherry. So definitely, I feel like, late game wise, Lady Sun is not going to be that helpful towards the team. Loops, however, did get, a lot of damage on Fly on the top side here. So they might slow down on the top side. But what about Arlie? Arlie is already pretty much stacked in all the items.
And using the mobility that Arlie has and also those ulti from Zhangfei Peg played by Nofia, the next step that KPL Dream Team is going to do is control the map. They are just do a lot of jungle cleaning, just clean up all those resources that they can.
Yeah, right now, the game a little bit slowed down right now. KPL Dream Team trying to find their way and catch them at the best moments. So right now, the Dragon is up right now. Also, another counter for the Tyrant is also up. So, they have two choices. Either go for the Dragon for more pushing power or go for the Tyrant for the extra damage buff.
And if we scrutinize the board that we just see on the screen, Chance already got 2,000 gold lead against Shara's Lady Sun Peg. So that will make KPL Dream Team being so dominated in the mid game because they got the tankiness from Monkey, from Zhangfei. At the same time, they got the sustainability offered by this Yuhuan. And they are just gonna play around with their marksman, with Arlie, and try to take those towers down as much as possible.
Yeah, that bottom tower is already open here. I feel like their bottom power is really, really good. Zhangfei and Arlie doing so well here. And
the
look at that.
vision is open since Tempest just trying to hide just right before Fly. So Fly just got the vision, call for a high, and they got Tempest down.
Oh, here we go. They already got the Tyrant, so they're going to go for the battle here. Invasion on the red area. KPO Dream Team moving in really, really hard. Look at that crease. Moving in on the middle tower here. Tier 2 tower is about to go down right now. Really, really trouble here for Loops. Their time is going to be running out. They're really, really getting choked in by KPO Dream Team. Also, Fly at the top, getting that tower as well. Also, wow, so many towers are going down simultaneously.
I mean, a lot of things that we can see from Loops is that they highlight a lot on the top side of the map, right? They are trying to take Fly down several times. They tried a lot, but two things that they didn't really care is that the farming pace about their marksman is not that well, and at the same time they lost their middling tower around like 4 or 5 minutes, right? That's quite an early time in this game.
Definitely. Also, High, try to farm up, try to get more items. I mean, 2 Pure Skies already on the KPL Dream Team here. Flying got the Pure Sky as well. Also, High got the Pure Sky. That's a lot of damage reduction. That's going to be really, really effective against, when, Musashi jumps in, or the damage coming in from Tempest jumping in on them to get activated. Also, on the other side, they have the Pure Sky as well. So, yeah, both sides looking really, really well on their items. But, yeah, it's all about the late game. Can Shears get this item? Can he get more item or more damage back up Loops in the final part?
And right now it seems to be an engagement happening in the mid. Nice stun by Yuhuan. Just forced out the flash from Tempest and using his ulti try to get away from this kind of trap. And KPL Dream Team, because of the Pure Sky that you just mentioned, it offers them to have triple tanks that I can see, right, from their own composition, which allowing them to have such a clear vision over the map. And right now it's going to be the tower dive because they're trying to take the high ground tower down at the bottom side, and there's no way for Loops to, just save their towers.
That's right. Great initialization by Nofia, pushing them apart, also taking that high ground tower on the bottom side here. And they're still going for more because there's minions lanes moving in the middle right here, and they're going after the second tower right now.
And the problem is that there's no initiator that we can see from Loop's composition. It's gonna be really suffering if KPL Dream Teams are jumping in with this Monkey's ulti and trying to dash in. Nice try by Tempest, but they're gonna lose their high ground tower. It's gonna be the end, I think, because the lanes are on their way. Loop's trying their best, but without the multi, it's a little bit hard for them to clean up the waves. Tempest just sacrificed himself, tried to guard his crystal, and it's gonna be the killing spree that Chance got. But still, Loops, they hold down a bit more, but they still need another 20 seconds. Wait for the team to revive from this. It's gonna be the super minions getting into the crystal. It's just hitting the 10 minutes mark, but right now it's gonna be another victory for KPL Dream Team.
Congratulations, KPL Dream Team secured the final win here in our day 2. What a great, fantastic battle. I mean, Loops did good. They did really good. Really well. They learned how to fight. I feel like they studied from KPL Dream Team from the first day, and they did so well in the beginning. I mean, really respect to Loops here.
True. They actually just, designed the opening for them, and it's all about coordination, because they really need to communicate in a tighter way that led up Yaga's Musashi to get into the blue buff at the simultaneously with their mid laner, right? It's kind of like the layer is not at the right moment, but still, nice try.
Yeah, great job here, and you can see that the damage dealt by Ron, the healing, the damage is so persistent, and I feel like who's your MVP pick on this one, Nora?
For KPL Dream Team?
Yes.
Oh, it's really hard to pick out one MVP.
Yes, definitely, man. I feel like everyone did a good job, and I feel like the great engagement from No Fear. He did a lot of good job. I feel like he already have one MVP already, so yeah, I feel like the MVP should be someone else right now.
We just wait and see and give it over to Sky.
Well, not a surprise, another win for the KPL Dream Team. Now, 5 wins pretty much since you started your journey right here in Saudi Arabia, the EWC, for the Midseason Invitational. What's your evaluation for your team and your performance?
首先呢，恭喜 Fly 选手又获得胜利。那我们今天结束了所有我们这一个赛段的比赛，是5胜0负的战绩，非常漂亮。可以评价一下，你觉得这2天梦之队整体的表现，在你眼中是个怎样的赛赛吗？
这2天的话都是按照我们训练赛的一个训练成果去进行的嘛，然后表现的话也是比较满意的。
We did just like we practiced in our scrims and practices, and wow, we were quite pleasant and pleased with what we have performed to the audiences across the globe.
Great.
All right.
So now, I think so far Weibo Gaming gave you the most challenging moments pretty much when it comes to a competition. Who do you think is going to give you the same kind of challenge beside Weibo Gaming?
目前的所有比赛呢，感觉其实微博给到你们的一些压力可能会最大一些。那在你的眼中，将来的比赛会碰到的对手当中，会不会有一个给你们感觉是最难战胜的对手，或者说有一点难度的？
其实这几天比赛的话，像老干爹啊、微博啊、TS 这种队伍的话，其实都是比较厉害的。然后后面的比赛可能也会碰上嘛，就是希望我们也能够保持好状态，然后去迎接每一场比赛吧。
Honestly speaking, I think personally LGD, Weibo, and one more TS, they are extremely good. So we might have encountered each other in future matchups. So we are trying our best to do our best conditions to fight for that glory and win over to the opponents. Something happened in the real game which you have been taken super care of on the top. It's 2v1, 3v1 all the time. How do you cope with this? 我们今天在上路呢，其实过得挺难的要不是2打1，就是3打1。你当时在局中的这个大司命是怎么考虑这件事情的呢？
其实，在开局的时候，就是有想过他们那个甄姬跟小满以及宫本，它是3个点位，可能是对上路有点针对吧，然后就一直来，然后也打得比较频繁，然后他们战术也比较成功吧。
Okay. In the beginning, we thought that Lady Jin, Musashi, and the Mai is going to be coming for me on the top side. So yeah, I think very nice execution with our opponents. They did a great job.
I'm sure they did. Definitely more to see as well with KPL Dream Team. And more thoughts with the studio. Let's go.
Congratulations to the KPL Dream Team on that victory. Still in a perfect way, man. A lot of people at the beginning had questions about their synergy, about their cooperation. And after 2 days of performances, there are no questions around. They are the top dog.
Absolutely. I mean, I'm learning like Kin did. He's done a lot of learning today, but I do have to give it to Loops Esports. They got the most kills out of KPL, just no map domination. I think that's the only point that they really fell at.
Yeah, I think that for Loops, I think they're getting the early advantage, actually shutting down Fly in the end. I think it was a really, really nice adaptation. You can see that they kind of did their homework. That Orgren in the clash lane, maybe not as strong in the early game. You can try and shut him down, which is exactly what they were able to do. But you can see that the KPL Dream Team, even when they are behind in kills, they still are able to just get so much extra gold, so much extra value from the rest of the map.
And that is something that I would like to point out. Now, like a lot of times we get just carried out about like the amount of kills that you're having.
Yeah.
But in this game, like what you want to do is to go for gold.
Yes.
The gold difference is the actual key to success. Clearly, you might go around and you start to get some kills, but what you want to do is to get resources after just winning those battles. After getting the kills, what are you going to do? And that's something that everyone needs to learn.
Absolutely. I mean, ABH, he tried for that level 1 engage, or at least an early game engage, but he was definitely punished by it by Rung. And I have to give it to Loops. I think, like, that's probably, if other than Weibo Gaming, they are probably second best against the KPL Dream Team.
Yeah, I would agree on that as well. Like, you can see that they really came out just guns blazing.
Yeah.
They really wanted to prove themselves. They knew that they would go into the end either third or fourth.
Yes.
There was nothing to lose.
Yeah.
Just go in and they just give your best.
No, I think that's what you have to do against this KPL Dream Team, because I think everyone is going to be the underdogs against this KPL Dream Team. Obviously, them and also LGD are the only undefeated teams in the group stage, but making sure that you actually get the extra advantages, you know, the small advantages that you're able to get. But then, like you mentioned, Isaac, is what they do afterwards. They have to try and look to try and invade the jungle, deny gold away from the KPL Dream Team. Because if you don't deny gold away from them, they're just going to take everything that they can get.
It is important to see like what Sky was talking to with Fly. Like Fly was always facing 2, 3 people.
Yes.
And it's alright, like you can come in and then you can take the kill. What are you gonna do with that kill after?
Yeah.
What is the actual goal? What's the plan? Talk to me about it, please.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, like you said, Isaac, it's not always about the kill, it's what you do afterwards. And I think going into a matchup against the KPL Dream Team, this is what all the teams are just hoping for, just to see if they can make them bleed. They may not win the game or get any extra objectives from them. They just want to see if they can make them bleed.
Come on, man. Like at the end of the day, it was an amazing game and a great experience for all teams in Group B. Everyone in Group B that had a chance to actually play against KPL Dream Team, believe me, in a couple months when they're gonna go back to their own competitions, they're gonna be really in a different level, man.
I think that's the crazy thing about this tournament, is that for the global scene, this is such a huge learning curve for them. Of course. They're coming up against the best players in the world, you know, whether it comes up against scrims or anything as well. But you can see match MVP is going to be Rong, playing Yuan pretty much the whole tournament so far. It has been a pick that only he has been playing in the mid lane, but he's been using it so incredibly well.
We need to give the spotlight to that Yuan, right? Like not only to Rong, but to Yuan itself. Just it's such a mobile pick. Like you can actually play it mid, you can play it support, you can play jungle. It is the hero to play right now. A lot of people start talking about like, oh yeah, like the new heroes that they're right out there. But that Yuan pick, so available for everyone.
It's incredible to see that we've seen it in pretty much all worlds, as you mentioned. We've seen it in the jungle. We know how fast she can clear in the jungle. And we talk about these mid lane mages being able to clear the mid lane waves, being able to get that mid lane priority. As long as you get that mid lane priority, you can look to try and roam around the map, as you mentioned. That Yuan with the CC that she has, the extra healing that she has as well, is so big for a mid lane mage. And pretty much different to any other mid lane mage. You think of like Lady Shen, Angela, Princess Frost, they don't have the same sort of maybe healing that the Yuan can give to a team.
Yeah, I think, like you say, a lot of this thing is the teams, the global teams, learning from the KPL. So I think when you say, Isaac, that they go back to their regions, I feel like they may be seeing a lot more Yuan being picked up in these other competitions.
I hope so, man. That would make me actually very happy. Just to see that this tournament was not only for them just to be like, oh no, we're gonna be facing the top team. No, man, like you actually had the opportunity, the chance to come in and to become stronger.
And I mean, the crazy thing is as well, you can see Wrong's damage in the end. You know, we talk about the healing, we talk about the sustain, the wave clear, the crowd control. Wrong doing the most damage as well in the mid lane on HoK. You don't really get to see this too much either. So not only does HoK as a hero offer so much, but also offers the damage as well. And Wrong has been playing it perfectly throughout this entire group stage.
Yeah, I mean, it's been paired very well with other heroes, with other teams. So we saw, I believe was it Kagendra that picked up the HoK and the Dolia and then put the Lung in it, so it kind of seemed like a hyper carry mechanic going on there, and that was really interesting to see that Kagendra have already adapted that in the tournament.
Well, boys, it has been a great tournament up until right now. We're done with all the best of one. We still have one more game just going on over there on the B stream right now that we still need to wait for the result. What is your feeling after this whole best of one as we can see the standings?
Yeah, I think it's actually pretty interesting to see how it's going to adapt into this best of three when we get into the quarterfinals tomorrow. These best of ones can be very 50-50. They can sometimes be very coin flip. There are going to be teams that are going to be able to pick up these pocket picks. But in the quarterfinals, I think this is where we're going to see the adaptation from the teams, them learning from game to game to game, and it's going to just build up over the tournament.
Yeah, it just means that there's more room for error. If you do overstep in one game, it's not the end of it. You can just literally come back, get on the horse, and then try and take down your enemy in game 2 or potentially even game 3 if you manage to bring it around to a draw. But if you look at it, LGD with a solid 5-0, just all the way from Season 2 all the way to here with just a flawless victory.
They have like really came in and they showed that they're actually the champions of this whole thing. Besides KPL Dream Team, the other team that actually just did not even lose a single match. Sadly for Team Falcons, for Kagendra, for Boom Esports, this is gonna be the end of the road, man.
Unfortunately, it's been a long road for them, but like I said to Stu when we were casting, it's just a horrible thing to feel for the players, especially on Team Falcons, not picking up a single victory, and we're seeing some of these keys being crushed, and it's like hopes and dreams being crushed, man. Yeah,
it's actually crazy. I mean, the whole trophy system in general with this whole key things being crafts is super unique. We haven't really seen
it's brutal,
like
man.
This. I mean, it's brutal, but hey, you got to come and play. It's the biggest tournament. It's the biggest stage of them all, and like you can see there, Boom Esports. Oh no, you can see the. I mean, the teams are probably watching their own keys get crushed. Would you watch your own key get crushed?
I would.
Or would you
know what?
Walk away?
No, I would watch it getting crashed, and then I would just promise myself next time that for the next EWC, I'm gonna come stronger. Yeah. Just to take that anger, to take that feeling, just for me to have that motivation to work harder as I get back home.
That's the thing, right? I mean, a lot of these players are going to go back to the drawing board now, going to go back to their regions. We obviously have like the Open Series 2 for some of these players that they have to go back to. That's going to come up very soon in Honor of Kings competition, which means that these players have no time to rest, really. They have to, you know, get ready and get updated and get ready for another tournament.
Well, man, I'm hearing that we have updated standings right now. Just getting in there because Team Vitality, sadly, not being able to seal the deal, and it's going to be Impunity Esports. Who would have said that they were going to take with 2 points the last ticket and made it into the next top 8?
This is heartbreaking for Vitality.
Really
like taking a game and taking that revenge versus Vivo Keyed all the way in their first game to then losing 4 games in a row. They only really needed 1 more win out of them 4 games, and they weren't able to get it, and now they're knocked out completely. So both these teams, you know, Vitality, Falcons, Boom, and Kagendra, will have to say bye-bye to them.
Yeah, it's just showing the flaws of the side of Team Vitality. We love the guys, we love the team, but it's all down to that draft. If you focus one of their carries, it's game over, and that's not the way it should be. Your team should be a unit, not relying on one person or another.
Brothers, it has been an amazing day, and I'm totally sure that everyone at home has had their favorite plays, and we have come up with the highlights of the day brought to you by Kidia.
But yes, just look at these plays. It's KPL and WG. So Weibo game in here. One of my favorite games to cast today. I don't know about you, Stu, but I was really hyped for this game going into it. And I don't think I was disappointed with this one.
Yeah, the aggressive plays from Yinyo in the end, being able to place aggressive flash in with Long. We've seen that the KPL can play this hero so incredibly well and better than anyone else that we've seen so far in this tournament. So Yinyo getting one of the plays of the day.
Yes, it is another one, a Weibo game, and it looks like it's a Weibo day, baby, against Falcon, who we've just been speaking about, who haven't been able to get a single victory on the board within the EWC Midseason Invitational. But when you're playing against Conling on this Ogryn, it's crazy, that triple kill, man.
Yeah, I mean, we're seeing a lot of adaptations. I guess we're seeing a lot of the same new heroes that are coming through as well, as we can see here. Another play here again with Ogryn. Again, just super aggressive play styles here. This is AG against Boom, one of the series that AG were able to take as well to secure themselves in the top 4.
I think that was my proudest father moment, though, of this
Yes.
whole day, was just seeing AG get a dub. I was like, get in! Martin is going to be so proud of these guys. And yes, AG Global taking some victories today was probably my top thing of the day.
I mean, we might not have the EMEA teams left, you know, with Falcons and Vitality being knocked out, but technically we have the wild card of AG Global still in the tournament, who did qualify through the EMEA finals as well. So I'm going to be rooting for them for the rest of the tournament.
We're going to be rooting for everyone. You know what? Tomorrow is going to be day 3 of our tournament. We're going to move into the quarterfinals. We're going to be playing best of 3. But that's going to be tomorrow. For today, Blam, Stuart, thank you very much for joining me right over here at the desk. I am Isaac Peña. Thank you very much to everyone for being here. Be online tomorrow at the same time. We're going to bring you more Honor of Kings. Thank you very much. See you tomorrow.
Strangers to the fallout, it's what got us here. Ever changing, some chameleon, blood, sweat, and tears. We'll never make it if we fall to everything that brings us down. With a comeback, it's now. Blood, sweat, and tears. Fight for what we want. Doesn't matter the cost. Every day, put in work. Sweat and tears. Nothing comes overnight. Strength in numbers start to line. We don't bow to fear. Blood, sweat, and tears. Blood, sweat, and tears.